Chapter 1. The Dawn's Voyage. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the great pirate era, countless pirate ships traverse the vast ocean in pursuit of dreams and treasures. In this age, there exists a vessel known as the Dawn, captained by a young man named Aiden, distinguished by his fiery red hair and an indomitable smile. Aiden stands upon the deck of the Dawn, gazing toward the eastern horizon. The sea breeze, laden with salt and the essence of freedom, caresses his face. His heart brims with an ardent love for the ocean and a yearning for the unknown. "Captain, where shall we venture for adventure today?" A voice calls from behind. It is his navigator, a clever and quick-witted girl named Lina. Aiden turns with a smile, replying, "Lina, today we shall explore the island of the Forgotten, rumored to harbor the treasures of ancient pirates." Lina's eyes sparkle with excitement as she swiftly returns to the navigation room to chart their course. The Dawn gradually departs from the familiar harbor, setting sail toward uncharted waters. The crew assembles aboard the Dawn, which, aside from Aiden and Lina, comprises an array of distinctive individuals. There's the taciturn swordsman Carl, whose gaze is perpetually sharp, his sword seemingly imbued with his will. Then there is Molly, the chef, who can conjure mouth-watering dishes from the simplest of ingredients. Of course, there is also Tyke, the engineer responsible for the ship's maintenance, who can remedy any mechanical failure in the shortest time possible. Each crew member carries their own past and dreams, yet they have all chosen to follow Aiden, believing that this young captain can lead them to their own treasures. After several days of sailing, the Dawn encounters its first challenge. A sudden tempest transforms the sea into a roiling cauldron, with towering waves relentlessly battering the vessel. Aiden grips the helm tightly, commanding his crew to confront the crisis. Carl assists Lina in stabilizing the sails. Aiden shouts. Carl responds promptly, his figure darting across the deck to help Lina adjust the angle of the sails, mitigating the storm's impact on the ship. Tyke, inspect the hull to ensure there are no leaks. Aiden continues issuing orders. Tyke immediately dives into the cabin, scrutinizing every nook and cranny of the vessel. His expertise ensures that the Dawn remains steadfast during the tempest. After a grueling struggle, the storm finally abates. Though the Dawn bears some damage, it still stands proud upon the waves. Aiden and his crew exchange knowing smiles, aware that this is but a minor episode in their adventurous journey. On the morrow following the storm, the Dawn at last arrives at the fabled island of the Forgotten. The island is shrouded in thick mist, exuding an aura of mystery and peril. "Captain, there may be dangers on the island. We must tread carefully," Lina cautions. Aiden nods, understanding that every treasure comes at a price. He unsheathes the dagger at his side and leads his crew onto the island. The exploration is fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet Aiden and his crew possess unwavering faith and courage. They believe that as long as they stand united, nothing is insurmountable. As they delve deeper into the island, a secret about ancient pirates and their treasures gradually unfolds. This revelation will guide them toward an even greater adventure. Just as Aiden and his crew prepare to explore the island further, an unexpected occurrence transpires. A mechanical voice suddenly resonates in Aiden's mind. "System initialization complete. Welcome, host." Aiden is taken aback, glancing around to find that the others seem oblivious to the voice. He realizes that this so-called system may exist solely within his consciousness. "What are you?" Aiden silently inquires. "I am the pirate system, designed to assist traversers. The host may receive various rewards by completing tasks." The voice replies, cold and mechanical. Aiden's heart raced. Traverser? Has he crossed into the world of pirates? Taking a deep breath, he decides to keep this revelation to himself to avoid unnecessary panic among his crew. "What then is my first task?" Aiden asks the system. "Explore the island of the Forgotten, locate the treasures of ancient pirates, and ensure the safe return of your crew. Upon completion, you shall receive substantial rewards," the system responds. Aiden nods. This task aligns perfectly with his original intentions. He resolves to accept the mission and discern what assistance this system may offer. Guided by the system, Aiden leads his crew into the heart of the island. They traverse dense jungles and navigates swift streams, ultimately arriving at the entrance of concealed cave. According to the system's instructions, this cave is the gateway to the treasure. Aiden informs his crew. Carl draws his sword, cautiously advancing at the forefront. Molly and Tyke follow closely, while Lina takes charge of mapping their route. They enter the cave with utmost care, discovering it riddled with various mechanisms and traps. With the system's aid, Aiden skillfully avoids one danger after another, guiding his crew toward the treasure's location. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, an immense stone door obstructs their path. Intricate symbols, resembling an ancient script, adorn its surface. System, what do these symbols signify? Aiden mentally queries. These symbols serve as a warning from ancient pirates to intruders, meaning only true pirates may pass this way, the system explains. Aiden ponders for a moment, then unsheathes his dagger and gently taps the door's surface with the hilt. The door slowly creaks open, revealing the treasure chamber within. At that moment, a colossal shadow emerges from the chamber, revealing an ancient guardian of the treasure. Its eyes gleam with a crimson light, and its body is cloaked in impenetrable scales. Prepare for battle. Aiden bellows, drawing his dagger, ready to confront the guardian. A fierce battle ensues. Empowered by the special abilities bestowed by the system, Aiden engages in a life-and-death struggle with the guardian. His crew members also showcase their talents, maneuvering skillfully against the formidable foe. After a grueling contest, Aiden finally discerns the guardian's weakness and strikes with all his might. The guardian emits a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground. Aiden and his crew stand before the pile of treasure, panting heavily. They have triumphed over the guardian and uncovered the ancient pirate's hoard. Task complete. Host receives substantial rewards. The system's voice resonates in Aiden's mind. Aiden smiles, aware that this is merely the beginning of his adventurous journey. He will utilize these treasures and the system's assistance to lead the Dawn toward even more distant, uncharted seas. As the Dawn gradually departs from the island of the Forgotten, Aiden stands upon the deck, gazing toward the distant horizon. He knows that the adventures in this pirate world have only just begun. With his courage and wisdom, he shall pen a legend that is uniquely his own. Chapter 2. The cost of treasure. Following their triumphant acquisition of the treasure from the island of Oblivion, every member aboard the Dawnbreaker was enveloped in the euphoria of victory. Aiden stood on the deck, observing his crew diligently transporting the plunder, yet a flicker of unease stirred within him. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, cautioning him. Host, the acquisition of the treasure is merely the beginning. Far greater challenges lie ahead. What challenges do you speak of, system? Aiden inquired internally. Host, these treasures once belonged to a formidable ancient pirate crew, and their curse still lingers upon these riches. You must discover a means to lift the curse. Otherwise, both your crew and yourself shall face dire misfortune, the system coldly replied. Aiden furrowed his brow and promptly summoned all crew members to relay the system's warning. Though they were somewhat skeptical about the curse, none were willing to take the risk. We must find a way to break the curse, Aiden declared resolutely. Lina rifled through her nautical log, seeking any potential clues. Captain, I have heard that on Ghost Island there resides a witch who may know how to lift the curse. Aiden nodded in agreement. Then we shall set sail for Ghost Island. Lina, chart our course. The Dawnbreaker turned its bow towards the legendary Ghost Island. Aiden was acutely aware that this would be an even more perilous journey. Yet he had no choice. En route to Ghost Island, the Dawnbreaker found itself pursued by unidentified vessels, which appeared to covet the treasure aboard. Captain, we are being stalked, Carl reported from the crow's nest. Aiden seized a spyglass. Scrutinizing the pursuers, prepare for battle, he commanded. The crew of the Dawnbreaker swiftly readied themselves for combat. Aiden drew his sword, standing resolutely at the bow, bracing for the imminent clash. The pursuers were a band of ruthless pirates. Launching a fierce assault on the Dawnbreaker, Aiden and his crew fought valiantly, but the adversaries were numerous, and the situation grew dire. In the midst of the fray, Aiden activated the system's special ability. Dawn's power. His physical prowess surged instantaneously, and his combat skills sharpened. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted among the enemy vessels, toppling foes one after another. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawnbreaker successfully repelled its pursuers. However, the battle had left the ship damaged and some crew members injured. After several days of sailing, the Dawnbreaker finally arrived at Ghost Island. The island was shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, evoking an eerie sensation. "Everyone, be cautious. Unknown dangers may lurk here," Aiden warned. They located the witch's abode, an ancient temple nestled deep within the island. The witch was an elderly woman, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. "I am aware of your purpose," she rasped mysteriously. Lift the curse. You must find the heart of the ocean. It is the sole object capable of purifying these treasures." Aiden inquired about the location of the heart of the ocean, and the witch revealed that it lay within a hidden realm of the deep sea, guarded by a colossal sea monster. "Here is a map that will guide you there," she said, handing Aiden an ancient piece of parchment. Gratefully accepting the map, Aiden understood that this would be an even more treacherous adventure. Yet he was resolute in his determination to secure the future of his crew. The Dawnbreaker set sail once more, heading towards the deep-sea sanctuary. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the profound ocean. He realized that this adventure was only just commencing, and he would lead the Dawnbreaker into deeper unknowns. Chapter 3: The Hidden Realm of the Deep Sea. As the Dawnbreaker ventured into the deep sea, the waters grew increasingly tumultuous. Aiden clutched the map given by the witch, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation for the impending adventure. The system's voice resounded in his mind. "Host, the deep-sea region is fraught with peril. You must proceed with caution. System, can you provide any assistance?" Aiden queried internally that I can offer a detailed map of the deep-sea area and some fundamental survival guidelines. The system replied. Aiden nodded, although the system's aid was limited. It was better than none that he gathered his crew, sharing the information provided by the system and formulating a meticulous plan. During their journey to the hidden realm of the deep sea, Lina recounted the legend of the sea monster guarding the heart of the ocean. It was said that this creature had once been a powerful pirate, cursed by the sea god for its greed and cruelty, transforming it into a monster eternally tasked with guarding treasure. "We must tread carefully. This monster may be extraordinarily formidable," Aiden cautioned. After several days at sea, the Dawnbreaker finally reached the hidden realm. The surface of the ocean suddenly became eerily calm, an ominous aura permeating the air. Aiden gripped the hilt of his sword, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, the sea erupted with massive waves as a gigantic sea monster emerged from the depths. Its eyes burned like fiery orbs, its body clad in impenetrable scales, exhaling flames from its maw. "Prepare for battle," Aiden bellowed. The crew of the Dawnbreaker swiftly entered combat mode. Carl unsheathed his sword, while Molly and Tech readied the cannons. Lina took charge of maneuvering the ship, attempting to evade the monster's onslaught. The monster's attacks were ferocious. A sweep of its tail could generate colossal waves, hurling the Dawnbreaker into the air. Aiden activated Dawn's power, his physical abilities amplified as he leaped onto the back of the beast. Engaging in close combat, Carl and the other crew members attacked the monster from the ship with swords and cannon fire, striving to divert its attention. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with both sides suffering significant injuries. During the fray, Aiden discerned the monster's weakness, its eyes. Utilizing the speed and strength granted by Dawn's power, he successfully struck the monster's eye. The creature let out a howl of agony, its body beginning to sink. Seizing the moment, Aiden leaped back onto the Dawnbreaker, commanding his crew to make haste. The monster struggled for a brief moment before vanishing beneath the waves. After the battle, Aiden and his crew discovered the heart of the ocean at the site where the monster had sunk. It was a colossal blue gem, emanating a soft glow, as if infused with the very essence of the ocean. Aiden cradled the heart of the ocean carefully. He could sense its power, and he knew that with this, they could lift the curse from the treasure. With the heart of the ocean in hand, the Dawnbreaker began its return to Ghost Island. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing at the horizon, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. They had successfully vanquished the monster and uncovered the key to lifting the curse. However, the system's voice once again resonated, warning him, "Host, your adventure has only just begun. The power of the heart of the ocean may attract more greedy souls. You must remain vigilant." Aiden nodded, understanding that the adventures of this pirate world would never truly conclude. Yet he was prepared. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would guide the Dawnbreaker into ever deeper unknowns. Chapter 4. Lifting the curse. The journey back to Ghost Island with the heart of the ocean was fraught with even greater tension than before. Aiden understood that they were now carrying not merely a gem, but a coveted prize for the entirety of the pirate world. The system constantly reminded him to remain alert, for greedy eyes were everywhere. "Captain, there are vessels following us from the rear." Lina's voice interrupted Aiden's contemplation. He lifted a spyglass and, indeed, spotted several ships faintly visible on the horizon. "Increase our speed. We cannot allow them to catch up," Aiden commanded. The Dawnbreaker surged forward like an arrow, slicing through the waves, yet the pursuers seemed intimately familiar with the waters, closing in relentlessly. Aiden recognized that direct confrontation was not a viable option. He needed a strategy, one that would ensure their safe escape. "Lina, can you locate a nautical chart for this region? We need to leverage the terrain," Aiden inquired. Lina swiftly perused her nautical log and found a detailed sea chart. "There is a shallow area we can exploit to evade our pursuers." Aiden nodded, issuing the command. The Dawnbreaker altered its course towards the shallow waters. The pursuers, unaware of their scheme, followed closely, ultimately running aground in the shallows. Unable to continue their chase, upon safely reaching Ghost Island, Aiden immediately sought out the witch with the heart of the ocean. The witch gazed at the gem, a glimmer of astonishment crossing her features. "You have truly found the heart of the ocean," she exclaimed. "Excellent. I shall assist you in lifting the curse." The witch conducted a complex ritual within the temple, as Aiden and his crew formed a circle. Watching anxiously as the witch chanted her incantations, a blue light surged forth from the heart of the ocean, enveloping all the treasure. Once the light dissipated, the sinister aura surrounding the treasure vanished. The curse had been successfully lifted. However, the joy of breaking the curse was short-lived, as the system suddenly issued a warning. "Host, a powerful force is approaching." Aiden immediately became alert, recognizing that this force might be linked to the heart of the ocean. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a band of mysterious pirates appeared near Ghost Island, their intentions clearly focused on the heart of the ocean. "Captain, what should we do?" Carl inquired. Aiden took a deep breath, declaring, "We must safeguard the heart of the ocean. Its power must not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals." A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. These enigmatic pirates possessed formidable strength, seemingly harboring a particular yearning for the heart of the ocean. Aiden activated the Dawn power, fighting side by side with Carl, while Lina and Tech focused on defense and support. The conflict was exceptionally intense, with both sides showcasing astonishing combat prowess. Aiden continuously evolved during the skirmish, his swordsmanship and tactical application growing increasingly adept. Ultimately, under Aiden's leadership, the Dawn successfully repelled the mysterious pirates. However, Aiden understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. As long as the heart of the ocean remained in their possession, they would become a target for all. After the battle concluded, Aiden summoned all crew members that we cannot remain in a passive defensive stance. We must discover a means to channel the power of the heart of the ocean for the cause of justice. Lina proposed a suggestion. "Captain, I have heard tales of a legendary island at the heart of the endless sea, where wise beings reside, capable of harnessing the power of the heart of the ocean." Aiden pondered for a moment before making a decision. "Very well, we shall venture to the endless sea in search of these sages." The Dawn set sail once more, navigating towards the center of the endless sea. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing out at the uncharted waters. He knew their journey was only just beginning, and the heart of the ocean would lead them towards even grander adventures. Chapter 5. The turmoil of the New World in the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. Beneath the skies of the New World, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates fluttered vigorously in the breeze. Luffy, the young man who aimed to become the Pirate King, was preparing to face his next challenge against the nefarious scientist, Caesar Clown. Meanwhile, Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, were also navigating this legendary sea, seeking their own path. Aiden stood resolutely on the deck of the Dawn, his gaze firmly fixed on the waters of the New World. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming adventures, yet he was acutely aware that danger lurked in every corner. "Captain, we have entered the boundaries of a new world. Lina's voice interrupted Aiden's reverie. Aiden nodded, announcing loudly, "Everyone, the course of the new world shall mark our new beginning. Let us embrace the challenges ahead and sail into the unknown." As they journeyed through the new world, Aiden frequently heard tales of Luffy. He learned that Luffy was preparing to confront Caesar Clown, a scientist engaged in inhumane experiments, and Aiden resolved that their next objective would be to assist Luffy in thwarting Caesar's mad schemes. "Captain, we have discovered traces of the Straw Hat Pirates," reported Lina. Aiden immediately commanded, "Full speed ahead. Let us support the Straw Hat Lad." The Dawn soon encountered the Straw Hat Pirates, who were locked in fierce combat with Caesar's forces. Caesar's experiments had already threatened countless innocent lives, and Luffy's determination was to put an end to it all. Aiden drew his sword, activating the Dawn power, and joined the fray. His swordsmanship appeared particularly fierce in the face of the New World's might. Each strike imbued with tremendous force, the battle raged intensely, as Caesar's scientific weaponry and poisonous gas posed significant challenges to the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet, Luffy and his comrades did not falter. Their courage and strength shone vibrantly in this confrontation. Aiden fought alongside Luffy, united in their objective to defeat Caesar and end his malevolence. After a heart-stopping duel, Caesar was finally vanquished, and his nefarious plot lay in ruins. Following the battle, Aiden and Luffy met on the deck. Their eyes met across the sea, mutual respect blossoming within their hearts. "Thank you for your assistance, Straw Hat Lad," Aiden expressed gratefully. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. We are pirates, and helping one another is only natural." Aiden smiled, understanding that this was Luffy, a simple yet extraordinary pirate. With newfound respect for Luffy and a greater understanding of the new world, Aiden and his crew continued their voyage. Aiden realized that their journey had only just begun, and the challenges of the new world were but a chapter in their adventure story. The Dawn set sail once more, delving deeper into the new world. Aiden stood upon the deck, gazing into the uncharted waters. He understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he was prepared. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, he would lead the Dawn into the depths of the unknown. Caesar's defeat did not mark the end of his schemes. Even after being bested by Luffy, he continued to orchestrate new plans in the shadows. His objective was to exact revenge on those who had betrayed him, including Doflamingo and Big Mom. Aiden, informed of Caesar's machinations through the system, resolved to take action. He understood that if Caesar were not stopped, the new world would descend into greater chaos. Aiden and his crew commenced their pursuit of Caesar, discovering that he was in search of an ancient power capable of altering the very fabric of the new world. "We must locate Caesar and thwart him," Aiden declared with unwavering resolve. The Dawn traversed the waters of the new world, encountering various perils, including attacks from other pirates and assaults from sea kings. However, Aiden and his crew did not cower. Their courage and determination enabled them to overcome adversity time and again. After a series of pursuits and battles, Aiden and his crew finally located Caesar. He was within an ancient ruin, attempting to awaken that ancient power. "Caesar, your plans end here," Aiden shouted. Caesar turned, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You cannot stop me. I will possess the power to reshape the world." An intense battle ensued. Aiden activated the Dawn power, his swordsmanship becoming even more formidable. Carl and the other crew members joined the fray, their goal being to thwart Caesar. After a grueling confrontation, Aiden ultimately triumphed over Caesar. He dismantled Caesar's apparatus, preventing the awakening of that ancient power. Caesar's defeat brought a temporary calm to the new world. Aiden and his crew emerged as heroes, their names echoing throughout the new world. "We did it, mates," Aiden smiled. Yet they knew this was merely the beginning of their adventures in the new world. More challenges awaited them, and more legends were poised to be written. The Dawn set sail once again, journeying deeper into the new world. Aiden stood on the deck, surveying the uncharted waters. He understood that their journey would be riddled with trials, yet he was ready, regardless of the difficulties to come. He would lead the Dawn into the profound unknown. Chapter 6. The downfall of the celestial demon. The power dynamics of the new world trembled under the weight of a single name, Doflamingo. This former celestial dragon, now known as Joker, held sway over countless destinies. Yet his reign was nearing its end, for Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, had arrived, prepared to unveil his transgressions and put an end to his tyranny. Aiden stood on the deck of the Dawn, his gaze piercing that in his grasp was intelligence that revealed Doflamingo's sinister schemes. Doflamingo not only controlled Dressrosa, but also influenced the balance of the entire New World through underground arms trafficking. We cannot allow him to continue this way. Aiden's voice resonated with conviction. His crew, including navigator Lina, swordsman Carl, cook Molly, and engineer Tech, were all ready to face the impending battle at the port of Dressrosa. Aiden encountered the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat crew, was equally incensed by Doflamingo's actions. He resolved to join forces with Aiden to confront this formidable foe. Straw Hat Lad. Our goals align. Let us take down Doflamingo together. Aiden extended his hand. Luffy grinned and grasped Aiden's hand firmly, declaring, "It's settled then," to gain deeper insight into Doflamingo's kingdom. Aiden and his crew decided to infiltrate Dressrosa. They disguised themselves as merchants and mingled into Dressrosa. Commencing their reconnaissance on the streets of Dressrosa, Aiden witnessed the suffering endured under Doflamingo's rule. The populace languished in misery, while Doflamingo reveled in endless luxury within his palace. We cannot let this continue. Aiden clenched his fists. The battle erupted throughout the streets of Dressrosa. Doflamingo's forces were numerous, yet they faced the united front of two pirate crews. Aiden activated his dawn power, his sword dancing in the fray, each swing radiating with the light of dawn. Carl's swordsmanship was equally sharp, while Molly and Tech provided support and repairs from the rear. Lina skillfully directed the battle, ensuring every move was executed with precision to the climax of the battle. Aiden and Luffy confronted Doflamingo directly, engaging in a fierce clash of wills. Aiden's armed haki collided with Doflamingo's attacks, generating tremendous shockwaves. Luffy's conqueror's haki instilled dread in the surrounding enemies, rendering them immobile. After an intense struggle, Doflamingo ultimately succumbed to the combined might of Aiden and Luffy. Despite the formidable powers granted by his string fruit, he could not withstand the resolve and determination of the two captains. Your era has come to an end, Doflamingo. Aiden's voice reverberated through the skies of Dressrosa. The moment Doflamingo fell, the people of Dressrosa erupted into jubilant cheers. Finally liberated from tyranny. After the battle concluded, Aiden and Luffy bid farewell amidst the ruins of Dressrosa. Though their pirate crews harbored distinct ambitions, at that moment, they forged a new legend together. Aiden, today, we fought side by side. Perhaps one day we shall meet again upon the seas, Luffy proclaimed with a smile. Aiden nodded, acknowledging that it would be yet another thrilling confrontation. As the Straw Hat Pirates departed, Aiden and his crew prepared to leave Dressrosa. Continuing their voyage, their destination lay in the uncharted seas, where infinite possibilities awaited them. Chapter 7. Sailing into the unknown abyss with the dust of Dressrosa settling, Aiden and his ship, the Dawn, set sail once more. Venturing deeper into the uncharted waters of the New World, their destination was a fabled locale known as the Eye of the Abyss, said to conceal secrets leading to ancient ruins. Aiden stood upon the deck of the Dawn, clutching an ancient nautical chart that marked a mysterious location referred to as the Eye of the Abyss. According to legend, it was the final resting place of ancient pirates and a trove of untold treasures. "Captain, are we truly heading to that place?" Lina inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Aiden nodded. If they were to uncover the ancient treasures, they must embrace the peril as they journeyed toward the Eye of the Abyss. The Dawn encountered a series of peculiar phenomena. Enormous whirlpools emerged on the sea's surface, and the sky was intermittently illuminated by unusual lightning. These occurrences seemed to herald their imminent entrance into a realm fraught with danger. "Everyone, remain vigilant. We may be nearing the Eye of the Abyss," Aiden commanded. The crew anxiously inspected every part of the vessel, ensuring that all was in readiness. They understood that once they entered the Eye of the Abyss, there would be no turning back. As the Dawn approached the Eye, the whirlpools grew increasingly menacing. Aiden and Lina struggled to maneuver the ship, attempting to evade these treacherous natural traps. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool materialized before the Dawn. drawing the vessel into its powerful currents, causing it to spin uncontrollably. Aiden gripped the helm tightly, resisting the pull of the whirlpool with all his might. "Captain, we must hold on," Lina shouted, through Aiden's deft steering. The Dawn finally broke free from the whirlpool's grasp. Although the ship sustained some damage, they successfully navigated this perilous trial. After enduring a grueling journey, the Dawn finally reached the entrance to the Eye of the Abyss. Before them lay a vast underwater chasm, unfathomably deep, resembling the pupil of the ocean itself. "This is the Eye of the Abyss. Our goal lies within," Aiden declared, pointing toward the fissure. The crew readied their diving equipment. Aware that the forthcoming journey would be even more formidable, Aiden activated his Dawn powers, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Aiden and his crew donned their diving gear and plunged into the Eye of the Abyss. The immense pressure of the deep sea obscured their vision, yet fueled by courage and determination, they pressed onward. In their underwater exploration, they encountered a myriad of bizarre marine creatures, some docile, others ferocious. Aiden and Carl wielded their swords and armed hockey to safeguard themselves and their comrades, ensuring the safety of their team. After a harrowing expedition, Aiden and his crew finally stumbled upon the legendary ancient ruins. There stood a colossal underwater city, its structures draped in thick seaweed and coral. Yet remnants of its former splendor were still discernible. "This is the resting place of ancient pirates," Aiden marveled. Within the ruins, they uncovered countless treasures and relics of antiquity, all of which were the objectives of their quest. However, Aiden understood that these riches might conceal even greater secrets. During their exploration, Aiden discovered a massive stone tablet inscribed with peculiar symbols. Upon closer examination, he realized these symbols constituted a map leading deeper into the abyss. "This could be the key to the ancient pirate treasure," Aiden exclaimed. He resolved to lead his crew further into the exploration, seeking the ultimate secrets of the ancient pirates. As Aiden and his crew delved deeper into the ancient ruins, they faced ever more daunting challenges. Traps and mechanisms within the ruins emerged at every turn, each presenting a test of their lives. Yet Aiden and his crew did not waver. Through intellect and valor, they triumphed over adversity time and again. They knew that only by overcoming these trials could they discover the true treasure. Ultimately, Aiden and his crew reached the innermost depths of the ruins, where they uncovered the ancient pirate treasure. There lay not only endless riches, but also the secret left by the ancient pirates, a map leading to One Piece. Aiden stood before the pile of treasure, gazing toward the distant horizon, but he understood that this was merely a chapter in their adventurous saga. Their journey had only just begun, and the challenges of the new world awaited them. Chapter 8. A new voyage beyond the abyss with the secrets of the Eye of the Abyss unveiled. Aiden and his Dawn found themselves at a new starting point. The ancient pirate map in their possession was not only a clue to One Piece, but also a coveted goal for all factions within the new world. Aiden understood that their actions would no longer remain clandestine, and every corner might harbor peril. Aiden meticulously examined the map, discovered within the ancient ruins in the captain's quarters. The map bore a series of intricate symbols and routes, evidently pointing to a specific destination. Lina and Carl joined in the analysis, the three of them endeavoring to decipher this potentially world-altering map. These symbols appear to be an ancient pirate cipher. Lina pondered. Aiden nodded. "We need to find an expert capable of interpreting these codes. Somewhere in the New World, there existed a place known as the Island of Knowledge, inhabited by scholars dedicated to studying ancient civilizations." Aiden resolved that their next destination would be there. "Captain, we cannot approach the Island of Knowledge directly," Lina cautioned. "It is closely monitored by both the Navy and the Four Emperors." After a moment of contemplation, Aiden replied, "We need a strategy, a plan that will allow us to approach the Island of Knowledge discreetly." Aiden and his crew devised a daring plan. They would disguise themselves as a merchant vessel, using the cover of night to infiltrate the Island of Knowledge. In a meticulously orchestrated operation, the Dawn successfully evaded the Navy's patrols, silently nearing the island. "Everyone be cautious. We do not know what awaits us on the island," Aiden warned. They cautiously disembarked, embarking on a quest to locate a scholar capable of deciphering the map. Upon the Island of Knowledge, Aiden and his crew encountered a group of scholars who referred to themselves as the Guardians of Knowledge. These scholars possessed profound insights into ancient civilizations, but held a wary view of pirates, that we are not mere pirates. We seek secrets that could change the world. Aiden attempted to persuade them. After a lengthy negotiation, an elderly scholar finally agreed to assist them in deciphering the map, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. "I can help you interpret this map, but I have one condition," the scholar stated. His condition was that they must protect the Island of Knowledge from an impending threat. Aiden recognized that this implied they would have to confront other factions that might already be eyeing the map. "We accept your terms," Aiden replied resolutely. The scholar nodded and began to decode the map. The secrets inscribed on the map gradually unfolded, pointing to a location known as the altar of the sea god. Aiden and his crew immediately prepared to head toward the altar of the sea god. According to the scholar's interpretation, it was a site where ancient pirates worshipped the sea god and held the key to the One Piece clues. The Dawn set sail once more, heading toward the altar of the sea god. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing at the tumultuous sea. He understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges. Yet he was ready. Regardless of the obstacles they faced, he would lead the Dawn into deeper unknowns. Upon reaching the altar of the sea god, they discovered it had been occupied by a band of enigmatic pirates. These pirates proclaimed themselves as the guardians of the sea god, vowing to protect the altar's secrets at all costs. "This is our territory. Anyone who dares to trespass will pay the price," the pirate captain warned. Aiden drew his sword, activating his Dawn powers. Prepared for battle, he knew this conflict would be fierce, but retreat was not an option. That a fierce battle erupted at the altar of the sea god. Aiden and his crew demonstrated their valor and strength, engaging in a heated confrontation with the sea god's guardians. Karl's swordsmanship danced through the skirmish, while Lina provided support with her navigational skills. After an arduous struggle, Aiden ultimately vanquished the pirate captain. With the guardians of the sea god defeated, the Dawn successfully claimed the altar. In the innermost recesses of the altar, Aiden discovered a massive stone tablet inscribed with the final clues leading to One Piece. This stone tablet not only reveals the whereabouts of One Piece, but also records the final words of ancient pirates. The true treasure lies not in gold and silver, but in the adventures and friendships forged along the journey. As Aiden read the inscriptions on the tablet, a profound resonance welled up within him, that he understood that their journey was only just beginning. The Dawn would continue to sail toward uncharted waters in pursuit of the legendary One Piece, etching their own saga into history. Once again, the Dawn set sail, venturing deeper into the new world. Chapter 9. The Whisper of the Sea God, with the secrets of the Sea God's altar unveiled. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn held the key to One Piece. Their names began to echo throughout the new world, drawing the attention of all factions. Their next destination was the fabled Sea God Island, rumored to be home to a deity capable of foreseeing the future. Aiden stood on the deck of the Dawn, clutching the mysterious map obtained from the altar. The map marked a location known as Sea God Island, believed to be the dwelling of an ancient deity who could guide wayward sailors. "Captain, Sea God Island is merely a legend. Are we truly going there?" Lina inquired, her eyes glimmering with a mix of curiosity and concern for the unknown. Aiden nodded. "If the legend holds true, we may uncover further clues about One Piece." The Dawn altered its course, heading towards Sea God Island. Throughout their voyage, they encountered myriad maritime challenges, including treacherous weather and ferocious sea beasts. Yet Aiden and his crew, armed with courage and ingenuity, overcame each obstacle time and again. "Remain vigilant. Greater dangers may lurk near Sea God Island," Aiden cautioned. Upon finally reaching the vicinity of Sea God Island, they discovered the isle guarded by a host of enigmatic beings. These creatures, known as the Sea God's messengers, were powerful and mysterious, forbidding any unauthorized approach to the island. "How can we get close to the Sea God?" Karl asked, gripping his sword tightly, ready for battle. Aiden pondered for a moment. "We must seek a peaceful approach, or we may forever lose the chance to reach the Sea God." Aiden resolved to attempt communication with the Sea God's messengers. Believing that every creature holds the potential for understanding, he gestured and spoke in simple terms, trying to convey their intentions and desire for peace. After considerable effort, the sea god's messengers appeared to grasp Aiden's purpose, allowing the Dawn to approach the island while warning them to adhere to its rules. On Sea God Island, Aiden and his crew faced a series of trials designed to test their courage, wisdom, and teamwork. Aiden activated his Dawn power, leading his crew to conquer each challenge. We cannot give up. This is our only opportunity to approach the sea god, Aiden encouraged his crew. After a succession of trials, Aiden and his crew finally met the legendary sea god. The deity, an ancient being, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Why have you come? The voice of the sea god resonated within Aiden's heart. Aiden replied with deep respect, "We seek one piece, hoping you can provide us guidance." The sea god paused before speaking slowly. One piece indeed exists, but its location is not fixed. It shifts with the tides of time, and only true navigators can discover it. The sea god bestowed upon Aiden a new map, marking the potential location of One Piece. However, the deity cautioned them that this map was merely a guide. The true treasure must be sought out by their own endeavors. The real treasure is not merely gold and silver, but the adventures and friendships along the way, the sea god declared. Gratefully, Aiden accepted the map, recognizing it as a pivotal moment in their journey. With the sea god's guidance, Aiden and his crew departed from Sea God Island, continuing their voyage. However, they were acutely aware that their actions had attracted the scrutiny of other forces in the New World, including the Navy and the four emperors. That we must exercise caution. Our journey will no longer remain a secret, Aiden reminded them. The Dawn wove through the waters of the New World, encountering various challenges, including attacks from rival pirates and pursuits by the Navy. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not waver. Their courage and determination allowed them to triumph over adversity time and again. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing into the unknown expanse of the sea. He understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges, but he was prepared to lead the Dawn into deeper, uncharted territories, regardless of the difficulties ahead. Our story has only just begun, Aiden proclaimed to his crew. They were ready to face whatever uncertainties and dangers lay before them, for that is the spirit of a pirate and the essence of their pursuit of freedom. Chapter 10. The Trail in the Storm Under the Sea God's Guidance. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, armed with a new map, embarked on their quest for One Piece. Yet the seas of the New World were never tranquil. An unprecedented storm was brewing, threatening not only the safety of the Dawn, but also concealing new challenges and opportunities. Aiden stood on the deck, watching the ominous clouds gather in the sky. His instincts warned him of an impending tempest. "Captain, we have detected a significant drop in atmospheric pressure. I recommend altering our course." Lina's voice bore a hint of urgency. Aiden contemplated for a moment, understanding that changing course would mean straying from their intended route, yet the threat of the storm could not be ignored. "Adjust the course. We cannot risk the crew's safety," Aiden ultimately decided. The Dawn swiftly altered its heading, attempting to evade the storm's epicenter. However, the storm's magnitude far exceeded their expectations, as towering waves and fierce winds began to batter the vessel. "Stay calm. We will weather this storm," Aiden shouted, rallying his crew. Carl and the others steadfastly held their positions, striving to stabilize the ship. Aiden activated his Dawn power, battling against the tempest. Amid the storm, the Dawn unexpectedly encountered another vessel, a Navy warship. Even the Navy sought refuge from nature's fury. "Captain, the Navy signals for us to cooperate against the storm," Lina reported. Aiden realized this was a complicated decision, but in the face of the storm, the strength of either side seemed trivial. Agree to their request. "We must unite all available forces," Aiden resolved. The Dawn and the Navy warship fought side by side against the storm. Aiden and the Navy colonel communicated through signals to coordinate their actions. Through their collective efforts, they successfully evaded the storm's most violent core. Although their ships sustained some damage, the safety of their crews was assured. Once the storm subsided, the sea regained its tranquility. Aiden and the Navy colonel met on the deck, their gazes meeting, both aware that their cooperation had been a necessity. "Thank you for your assistance, pirate," the Navy colonel remarked coldly. Aiden nodded. "We merely did what was right." Both parties understood that once the threat of the storm had passed, they would resume their roles as adversaries. Yet for now, they each tended to their vessels, preparing to continue their journeys in the midst of the storm. Aiden unexpectedly discovered peculiar flotsam, inscribed with strange symbols resembling those on the map provided by the sea god. These symbols might hold the key to One Piece. Aiden exclaimed. He and his crew began to analyze the symbols, striving to uncover their connection to the map. After considerable effort, Aiden and his crew successfully deciphered the symbols on the flotsam. These markings revealed a hidden route that aligned with the sea god's guidance. This route may be the key to One Piece, Aiden declared. The Dawn adjusted its course, progressing along this concealed pathway. They understood that this could be the most significant step in their journey. The hidden route brimmed with uncertainties and perils. Aiden and his crew faced a variety of challenges, including unknown marine creatures and complex currents. We must tread carefully. Each step may be a trap, Aiden warned. Utilizing their courage and intellect, they overcame each obstacle. Each trial brought them closer to One Piece. After a series of challenges, the Dawn finally reached the terminus of the route. They found themselves at a mysterious island, home to an ancient ruin. This could be the treasure trove of the ancient pirates, Aiden speculated. They cautiously explored the ruin, hoping to uncover clues about One Piece. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a colossal treasure chest, adorned with symbols identical to those on the sea god's map. Aiden and his crew opened the chest, discovering not gold and silver, but an ancient parchment detailing the ultimate location of One Piece. We have finally found it, Aiden exclaimed with fervor. They were aware that this parchment would guide them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, charting a course towards the fabled treasure. Chapter 11. The trail of One Piece. As the trail of One Piece gradually became clearer, Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn embarked on their ultimate voyage. The parchment in their possession was not merely a map. It was the beacon of their aspirations. Yet, the waters of the New World were never tranquil, and their movements had attracted the attention of all, including those lurking in the shadows as adversaries. Aiden stood resolutely on the deck of the Dawn, clutching the ancient parchment tightly. The final destination marked on the map lay at the edge of the New World, in a mysterious region known as the Endless Sea. Captain, our course has been determined. Lina's voice trembled with excitement. Aiden nodded. Friends, the place we are about to venture may signify the culmination of our journey, or perhaps a new beginning. As the Dawn drew nearer to the location of One Piece, the Navy's pursuit intensified. An admiral had personally taken charge, vowing to capture Aiden and his crew. Captain, the Navy fleet is rapidly approaching, Lina reported anxiously. Aiden took a deep breath, steeling himself for battle. We cannot allow them to thwart our dreams. An intense clash erupted upon the sea. The Dawn engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Navy fleet. Aiden unleashed his Dawn power, while Carl's swordsmanship danced through the fray, each swing radiating the light of dawn. The Admiral showcased astonishing combat prowess, their devil fruit abilities and hockey escalating the intensity of the skirmish. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not falter. Their courage and resolve enabled them to surmount adversity time and again. After a grueling battle, Aiden and his crew successfully evaded the Navy's pursuit, though the Dawn had sustained some damage. They pressed onward towards their ultimate destination. We must hasten our pace. The Navy will not relent, Aiden declared. The Dawn quickened its speed, plunging deeper into the endless sea. Aiden understood that their journey would be fraught with challenges. Yet he felt prepared to lead the Dawn into the depths of the unknown, regardless of the trials they would face. The endless sea was a realm teeming with enigmas and dangers. Aiden and his crew encountered bizarre phenomena, including colossal sea monsters and mysterious currents. Everyone remained vigilant. The endless sea is rife with unforeseen perils, Aiden cautioned. With courage and ingenuity, they overcame each challenge, drawing ever closer to One Piece. After a series of trials, the Dawn finally arrived at its ultimate destination. That it was a concealed island, shrouded within the depths of the endless sea, harboring an ancient ruin. This could be the fabled treasure trove of the ancient pirates. Aiden mused. They cautiously explored the ruins, hoping to uncover clues to One Piece. Deep within the ruins, they discovered a massive treasure chest, adorned with symbols identical to those on the sea god's map. Aiden and his crew pried open the chest, only to find not gold and silver, but rather an ancient parchment inscribed with the final location of One Piece. We have finally found it. Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. They understood that this parchment would lead them to the legendary One Piece. The Dawn set sail once more, heading towards the treasure's location. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing towards the uncharted waters. He knew their journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he was resolute, prepared to guide the Dawn into the deeper unknown. After an arduous voyage, Aiden and his crew at last reached the site of One Piece. It was a beautiful island, brimming with peace and prosperity. This is the location of One Piece. Aiden marveled on the island. They uncovered messages left by ancient pirates, revealing that One Piece was not a treasure of gold and jewels, but a power capable of transforming the world. The true treasure lies not in material wealth, but in the adventures and friendships forged along the way, Aiden declared. They recognized that this revelation would reshape the entire world. The Dawn embarked once more, carrying this secret, ready to return to the new world and commence a new journey. Aiden and his crew, burdened with the secret of One Piece, began their new odyssey. They understood that this secret would stir the new world, necessitating caution in their actions. The Dawn navigated through the waters of the new world, encountering myriad challenges, including assaults from rival pirates and relentless Navy pursuers. Yet, Aiden and his crew did not waver. Their courage and determination enabled them to triumph over adversity time and again. Chapter 12. The Awakening of New Power and Choices. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, carrying the secret of One Piece, the power capable of altering the world, continued their journey across the seas of the New World. This power was akin to a dormant ember within their grasp, awaiting ignition to unleash astonishing energy. Back aboard the Dawn, Aiden and his crew gathered in the cabin, meticulously studying the information they had retrieved from the site of One Piece regarding this power. The ancient script and enigmatic symbols seemed to convey methods of harnessing a force beyond ordinary comprehension. Aiden closed his eyes, attempting to visualize the scene of ancestral pirates wielding this power. "Captain, I sense that this power is not merely for combat. It appears to possess deeper implications, capable of enacting significant change," Lina contemplated thoughtfully. Aiden slowly opened his eyes, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, we must not perceive it solely as a weapon. We ought to consider how to utilize it to genuinely transform this chaotic pirate world." After days of research and experimentation, Aiden began to glean some understanding of this power. It could harmonize with his haki and the diverse abilities of his crew, unleashing effects beyond imagination, though it required continuous refinement and training. However, the secret they possessed did not go unnoticed by the outside world. Across the New World, pirates, Navy personnel, and shadowy forces had learned of the Dawn's potential grasp on a power capable of reshaping the world. "Captain, we have received intelligence that numerous pirate crews are secretly gathering, preparing to seize this secret from us," Carl, responsible for intelligence gathering, reported with a grave expression. Aiden furrowed his brow, aware that the power they wielded brought not only opportunity, but also immense peril. Heightened vigilance. We cannot allow this power to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intent. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters issued strict orders to ensure that the Dawn and its mysterious power remained under control, preventing it from inciting greater turmoil in the pirate world. Faced with the impending challenges, Aiden resolved to conduct a trial of this newfound power with his crew first. They chose a relatively secluded sea area, away from prying enemies. Aiden stood at the bow, channeling his haki while guiding the mysterious power to flow steadily through his body. An extraordinary radiance began to emanate from him, as if resonating with the ocean's waves. "Are you all ready? According to our previous rehearsals, let us unleash our power together," Aiden shouted. The crew responded in unison, each manifesting their abilities, intertwining with the power emanating from Aiden. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy surged from the Dawn, creating towering waves upon the sea, while the surrounding sky was illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. "We did it. But this is merely the beginning. We must continue to refine it to unleash even greater might," Aiden exclaimed, his heart aflame with excitement and lofty expectations. Just a few days after their trial, a formidable fleet, united from multiple pirate crews, emerged within sight of the Dawn. These pirate crews were notorious in the New World. having temporarily set aside their rivalries to form an alliance in pursuit of One Piece's secret. "Captain, the enemy outnumbers us, and they appear to be well prepared," Lina reported anxiously. Aiden clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Fear not. This is precisely the moment to test the results of our training. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle." The Dawn charged towards the pirate coalition's fleet, plunging into a fierce melee. Aiden, leading the charge, wielded the newly comprehended power with remarkable ferocity. Each punch he delivered resonated with a formidable energy wave, repelling the encroaching foes with every strike. The crew, equally resolute, witnessed Carl's swordsmanship harmonizing with this newfound strength, as the blade shimmered with an enigmatic glow, causing adversaries to fall before him. Other crew members showcased their unique skills, utilizing the enhanced powers to valiantly resist the relentless onslaught of enemies. Despite the tenacious efforts of the crew aboard the Dawnbreaker, the numbers of the pirate coalition were overwhelming, bolstered by formidable adversaries. Gradually, the Dawnbreaker found itself ensnared, suffering considerable damage while her crew began to sustain injuries. "Captain, this cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to break free," Carl exclaimed, brandishing his sword to fend off the enemies. Aiden surveyed the battlefield, contemplating their next move. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He envisioned an alternative application of the power. Focusing intently, he concentrated all his internal energy and released it skyward. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted in the heavens, dazzling like the sun. This brilliance illuminated the ocean's surface, forming colossal walls of light that temporarily separated the fleet of the pirate coalition, granting the Dawnbreaker a precious opportunity to escape. "Quickly move!" Aiden shouted as the Dawnbreaker seized the moment, charging through the encirclement and sailing towards the horizon. However, just as they evaded the pursuit of the pirate coalition, a naval fleet emerged ahead. The Navy had anticipated the Dawnbreaker's escape route and laid a trap in advance. "Cursed Navy, they truly are relentless," Lina exclaimed in frustration. Aiden took a deep breath, responding calmly, "Do not panic. If we could break through the pirate coalition, we can surely navigate past the Navy's blockade. Everyone, stay strong." Chapter 13. The waves of a new journey and hope after successfully eluding the naval blockade. Aiden and his crew continued their voyage through the seas of the New World. The secret of One Piece weighed heavily upon their hearts, with uncharted challenges and uncertainties lying ahead, following their escape from the naval fleet. The Dawnbreaker entered a relatively secluded maritime area. Aiden understood well that, after the grueling battles against both the pirate coalition and the Navy, his crew was utterly exhausted, and the ship was in dire need of repairs. "Let us find a safe harbor to rest and recuperate," Aiden commanded, his gaze reflecting weariness yet unwavering resolve. The Dawnbreaker slowly approached a deserted island. The crew sprang into action, some repairing the ship's damage, while others ventured onto the island in search of edible provisions and fresh water. Aiden, meanwhile, sat at the water's edge, contemplating their next course of action as he gazed out at the vast sea. "Captain, our enemies are growing ever stronger. What should we do?" Lina inquired, her expression filled with concern as she approached Aiden. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Worry not. We have overcome formidable obstacles on our journey thus far. This time shall be no different. We shall regain our strength, and then devise a strategy to confront those who covet our secrets." During their period of recuperation, Aiden resolved to delve deeper into the mysterious power they had acquired from One Piece. He gathered those among the crew with a keen interest in the arcane, and together they sequestered themselves in a cave on the island for research. They discovered that this power seemed intricately linked to a certain enigmatic energy of the ocean. Through persistent experimentation and insight, Aiden gradually mastered several new techniques. "Look, Captain, if we combine this power with the energy of the currents, we might achieve astonishing results," one crew member exclaimed excitedly, gesturing intricately. Aiden's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he attempted the method suggested. When he merged his own haki, the mysterious power, and the simulated energy of the currents, a powerful wave emanated from him, causing the cave's stones to tremble slightly. "Splendid. This is a significant breakthrough. Once everyone has recovered, we must practice this new application thoroughly," Aiden declared, exhilarated. Just as the crew of the Dawnbreaker was recuperating and honing their powers, an unfamiliar ship slowly approached the island. Initially, the crew assumed it was an enemy vessel and grew wary. However, when the ship docked, a woman of remarkable poise stepped ashore. She introduced herself as a wandering explorer named Alicia, expressing great interest in the exploits of the Dawnbreaker and their mastery of the mysterious power. "I am Alicia, a drifter upon these seas for quite some time. I am aware of the myriad adversaries you face, and perhaps I can offer my assistance." She smiled warmly. Aiden regarded her with a mix of curiosity and caution, sensing no malice in her demeanor. "Why do you wish to assist us? What can you offer?" he inquired. Alicia smiled. "I have long been fascinated by the mysteries of this ocean. The powers you wield may help unravel many of my own questions. Moreover, I have friends across the seas who might also be inclined to stand for justice and aid you against the forces of evil." After a thorough discussion, Aiden decided to temporarily accept Alicia into their fold. In a perilous new world, an ally was certainly preferable to an enemy. However, unbeknownst to them, the pirate crews and navy who had long coveted the secret of One Piece were far from idle. The pirates had united to concoct a more insidious scheme. They covertly contacted nefarious bounty hunters, offering them substantial rewards to masquerade as ordinary fishermen, spreading a peculiar type of seaweed in the waters the Dawnbreaker was likely to traverse. This seaweed, upon contact with the vessel, would rapidly grow and ensnare the ship, rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, the Navy was orchestrating a larger-scale ambush, assembling additional fleets equipped with more formidable weaponry, poised to deliver a decisive blow upon the Dawnbreaker's reappearance. After their rest, the Dawnbreaker set sail once more. The crew brimmed with confidence, especially after mastering the new application of their powers, their spirits soaring. Yet, as they navigated through what appeared to be calm waters, they suddenly noticed the ship becoming uncharacteristically heavy. Upon inspection, they discovered that the hull had become ensnared with an abundance of seaweed, unbeknownst to them until that moment. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap," Lina exclaimed in alarm. Aiden's heart sank as he recognized the enemy's deception. At that moment, suspicious vessels began to surface around them. Those were indeed the bounty hunters disguised as fishermen. "Prepare for battle, everyone. Remain calm. Let us work together to free ourselves from this seaweed," Aiden shouted. The crew sprang into action, some attempting to sever the seaweed with their weapons, while others employed their newly acquired powers in an effort to incinerate the encroaching vegetation. However, the seaweed grew too swiftly, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. Just as the Dawnbreaker faced despair, Alicia stepped forward. She produced a small vial from her belongings, containing a liquid that emitted a peculiar luminescence. "This is a mysterious elixir I acquired during an expedition. It may prove effective against the seaweed," Alicia stated. Pouring the potion into the ocean, that a miracle occurred. Upon contact with the seaweed, it rapidly withered and fell away, liberating the ship from its constraints. "Wonderful. Thanks to Alicia," the crew cheered. Yet their celebration was short-lived, as the Navy's fleet soon came into view, opening fire on the Dawnbreaker. "Follow me. We cannot remain idle," Aiden bellowed, leading the crew to harness their newly acquired powers and charge towards the Navy fleet. In the ensuing fierce battle, Aiden and his crew fully unleashed the advantages of their newfound abilities, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the naval forces. Amidst the intense conflict, several unfamiliar ships appeared on the horizon. Aiden's heart raced, fearing yet another wave of enemies. However, as the vessels drew closer, he realized they were Alicia's allies, who had come to assist her in her time of need. These new allies brought with them enhanced firepower and unique combat skills, joining forces with the crew of the Dawnbreaker to combat the naval fleet. Through their collective efforts, the Navy gradually found itself at a disadvantage, ultimately retreating. Although the Dawnbreaker sustained further damage during the fierce engagement, the crew's morale soared higher than ever, thanks to everyone's support. "We have once again triumphed over adversity," Aiden expressed gratefully, gazing at Alicia and her compatriots. Alicia smiled in response. "We are all comrades upon these seas. Mutual assistance is only natural. However, the journey ahead remains long. We must continue to prepare ourselves." The Dawnbreaker set sail once more, imbued with renewed hope and courage, as they continued their voyage through the uncharted waters of the New World. They are well aware that more challenges await them in the future. Yet they firmly believe that as long as they unite as one, they can surmount any obstacles and continue to pursue their dream of changing the world. Chapter 14. The storm returns, breaking through together upon the vast and tumultuous sea. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn continue their adventurous journey, bearing the secret of One Piece. Their fates are intricately entwined with the myriad forces of this ocean. Nowadays, the looming threat of the Four Emperors and the relentless pursuit of the Navy shadow them. While Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, allies who once stood shoulder to shoulder with them, have once again joined forces to confront new challenges, Aiden stands at the prow of the Dawn, gazing out at the surging waves, his thoughts drifting back to the fierce battle against Doflamingo alongside Luffy and others like tea that time. Doflamingo reigned tyrannically over Dressrosa, manipulating everything while the citizens suffered greatly. Aiden, in pursuit of clues, had arrived on this island, coincidentally encountering Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, who were equally determined to topple Doflamingo. They quickly formed a partnership and devised a battle plan. Luffy's indomitable spirit and unwavering commitment to justice inspired everyone in the heat of battle. Luffy unleashed the full extent of his gum-gum fruit powers, charging repeatedly at Doflamingo without a hint of retreat. Even when injured, Aiden activated his own mysterious powers, coordinating seamlessly with his crew to support the Straw Hats from the flank. Carl's swordsmanship delivered critical blows to the enemy at decisive moments, while Lina utilized her agility to relay information and support her teammates. After an arduous and remarkable struggle, they ultimately triumphed over Doflamingo, liberating the citizens of Dressrosa. From that moment, Aiden and Luffy, along with their respective crews, forged a deep and abiding friendship. Now, the secret of One Piece that Aiden and his comrades possess has rendered them the target of many. The Four Emperors, the most powerful entities of this sea, would not overlook such a potential shift in the world order. Shanks, the red-haired emperor, though known for his sense of loyalty and justice, has his own considerations regarding the secret held by Aiden and his crew. He understands that if this power spirals out of control, it could spell disaster for the entire pirate world. "Captain, we have received word that Shanks' fleet has been spotted in the vicinity," Lina reported to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, pondering silently. Despite Shanks' favorable reputation, the significance of our secret is too great. We cannot be certain of his intentions. It is imperative that we remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Kaido, infamous for his brutality and ambition, covets the secret of One Piece, but he firmly believes that this power rightfully belongs to him, enabling him to further his grandiose dreams of domination over the seas. Kaido will undoubtedly pursue us. We must keep a close watch on his subordinates to guard against any sudden attacks. Aiden cautioned his crew, his voice laced with gravity. The Navy, upon realizing the mysterious power Aiden and his companions wield, has intensified their pursuit. The fleet, assembled under the direct orders of the Marine Admiral, now comprises a more elite force led by several admirals, determined to seize the Dawn and the secrets it holds. "Captain, the Navy has put forth significant effort this time. Their fleet is larger than before, and I've heard they have new tactical arrangements," Carl expressed, worry etched on his face. Aiden clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "No matter what tricks they employ, we shall not falter. We possess our own convictions and strength. We will break through their encirclement." Amidst this tense atmosphere, a familiar ship broke through the waves, entering their line of sight, the Thousand Sunny, helmed by Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy stood at the helm, exuberantly shouting, "Wow, it's Aiden and the others. It's been ages. We can embark on adventures together again." The Straw Hat crew responded enthusiastically as the Sunny sailed towards the Dawn. Aiden and his companions felt a mix of joy and nostalgia upon witnessing the arrival of the Straw Hats. Luffy leaped onto the Dawn, enveloping Aiden in a hearty embrace. "Aiden, I heard you've been facing quite a bit of trouble." "No worries, we'll tackle it together," Luffy declared with a grin. Aiden looked at Luffy, brimming with energy and vitality, warmth flooding his heart as he replied, "Luffy, this situation is no trivial matter. Both the Four Emperors and the Navy have their eyes on us." Luffy scratched his head dismissively. "What is there to fear? We previously defeated Doflamingo. We can do it again. The other members of the Straw Hat crew expressed their willingness to stand alongside the crew of the Dawn in overcoming the impending difficulties. Their unwavering resolve uplifting Aiden and his companions. However, tranquility was short-lived. The pirate crew under Kaido caught wind of the commotion and swiftly approached. Hand over the secret of One Piece, or face dire consequences. The pirate captain bellowed arrogantly. Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews immediately readied themselves for battle. Aiden activated his mysterious powers, radiating brilliance as he charged towards the enemy. Luffy, not one to be outdone, activated his gear second, dashing into the fray like a bolt of lightning, his rubber limbs striking down foes left and right. The crews engaged in an all-out brawl, despite the numerical advantage and formidable strength of Kaido's subordinates. Aiden and his allies relied on their unique combat techniques and the mysterious powers to hold their ground. Yet, as the battle raged on, the Dawn and the Sunny found themselves increasingly beleaguered. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and their ships sustained significant damage. Just as they fought valiantly, the situation grew increasingly dire. A massive sailing ship appeared on the horizon. Standing at its bow was none other than Shanks. "Cease all hostilities." Shanks' voice resonated with undeniable authority. Upon seeing Shanks, Kaido's subordinates hesitated, their reluctance evident as they momentarily halted their assault. "What is the meaning of this, Shanks? Do you intend to meddle with the secret of One Piece as well?" Aiden inquired warily. Shanks smiled and replied, "I simply wish to prevent this ocean from descending further into chaos due to your conflict. Aiden, the power you possess is perilous and requires careful handling. I suggest you come with me. We can discuss matters thoroughly." Luffy, overhearing, scratched his head and remarked, "Wow. Uncle Shanks, you make a good point, but we're not afraid." Aiden felt torn, uncertain how to navigate this precarious situation. The circumstances compelled him to contemplate Shanks' proposal seriously. As Aiden pondered, the Navy's fleet emerged like specters in the waters. Seeing the four Emperor, Shanks, alongside the Dawn and the Sunny, the Navy commanders were momentarily taken aback before issuing the command to attack. "Fire! We cannot allow them to escape. Whether it be the Dawn, the Sunny, or Shanks, they must remain here today." The Navy Admiral roared. Cannonballs rained down upon the three ships. Shanks furrowed his brow, calling out, "Aiden and Luffy, it seems we must first unite to face the Navy. Otherwise, none of us will fare well." Luffy leaped in excitement. "All right, let us drive these Navy scoundrels away together." Aiden nodded, fully aware that at this moment, only by joining forces could they grasp a sliver of hope. Thus, the Dawn, the Sunny, and Shanks' ship sailed forth to confront the Navy fleet, initiating an even more thrilling battle. Shanks' formidable hockey and swordsmanship were on full display, leading his warriors like a crimson whirlwind against the Navy fleet. Luffy unleashed the full potential of his gum-gum fruit abilities, rampaging through the Navy ranks. Aiden and his crew wielded their mysterious powers, engaging in fierce resistance against the Navy. After a grueling clash, the Navy fleet began to falter, slowly retreating. In the aftermath of the battle, Shanks turned to Aiden and Luffy, stating, "Aiden, Luffy, you should now realize that this power cannot be controlled by a single individual, nor can it be recklessly wielded upon these seas. Come with me. We can discuss a better way to manage this." Luffy scratched his head. Shanks, you might have a point, but I still want to continue my adventure." Aiden gazed at Luffy and then at Shanks, deep in thought that he recognized the wisdom in Shanks' words. Yet he was reluctant to relinquish his dreams and control over this power so easily. "I will consider your proposal, Shanks, but before that, I need to confer with my crew." Aiden spoke. Luffy had also returned to the Thousand Sunny, where he engaged in discussions with his comrades. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates voiced differing opinions. Some believed it wise to heed Shanks the Red-Haired's counsel, while others insisted on pursuing Luffy's adventurous spirit. Meanwhile, Aiden's crew held their own views. Lina remarked, "Captain, while Shanks is known for his sense of justice, we hardly understand his true intentions that we have come so far. Must we relinquish our dreams now?" Carl added, "Indeed, we have always fought relying on our own strength. Though circumstances are dire, I believe that as long as we stand united, we can persevere." After considerable deliberation, Aiden led his crew back aboard Shanks' ship. Luffy, accompanied by his Straw Hat comrades, joined them. Upon their arrival, Shanks greeted them with a faint smile, saying, "Aiden, Luffy, I am pleased to see you. I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to discuss how we might better navigate this power that has the potential to alter the world." During their ensuing conversation, Shanks elucidated his understanding of the sea and the implications of this power. He suggested that Aiden and his crew should initially conceal this power to prevent it from stirring greater turmoil upon the ocean, waiting for a more opportune moment to act. Aiden felt a stirring in his heart. He recognized the validity in Shanks's proposal, yet he pondered how to confront the myriad dangers that lay ahead without forsaking his dreams. As he listened, Luffy suddenly declared, "Wow, Shanks, I think you make a valid point. But I still wish to continue my adventures that I believe I can find a better way to manage these matters." Following their discussion, Aiden and his crew returned to the Dawn, while Luffy and his companions made their way back to the Sunny. "Captain, what should we do next?" Lina inquired. Aiden gazed out at the distant sea, replying, "We shall press onward, but with increased caution we will not easily abandon our dreams, yet we shall treat this power with the seriousness it deserves. We must continue to write our story upon these waters and embrace new challenges." Luffy stood at the bow of the Sunny, exclaiming, "Wow, we're continuing our adventure. No matter what difficulties we face, we will conquer them." The Dawn and the Sunny set sail once more, fueled by renewed thoughts and determination, navigating the seas of the new world. They understood that the journey ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any obstacle in pursuit of their world-changing dreams. Chapter 15. Shadows stirring, storms converging upon the vast and boundless ocean. Aiden and his crew aboard the Dawn, along with Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, continued their adventurous quest after enduring a series of tribulations and battles. However, this mysterious and perilous sea had not ceased to give rise to new crises. At this moment, Blackbeard, the Five Elders, and the enigmatic and mighty were gradually casting their shadows over them, heralding an impending and thrilling storm. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a figure who had bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates before rising through cunning and ruthlessness, harbored ambitions as insatiable as an endless black hole. Ever since he learned of the secrets of the One Piece and the mysterious power wielded by Aiden and his companions, he could no longer suppress his inner desires. "Captain, we have received news that Blackbeard's crew appears to be scheming something in the shadows. Their movements are highly suspicious," Lina reported to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. He understood Blackbeard's nature well and knew he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Everyone must be particularly vigilant. Blackbeard is not an adversary to be trifled with. He is definitely eyeing our secrets. Seated in the captain's quarters of his flagship, the saber of the Jybec, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with avarice. "Humph, that power capable of changing the world will inevitably fall into my hands to that point. I shall reign as the true sovereign of these seas. The four emperors and the marines shall bow before me," he boasted to his subordinates, within the power center of the world government. The Five Elders, five elderly figures wielding immense authority and shrouded in mystery, were closely monitoring Aiden and his companions. They understood that should the secret of the One Piece be fully unveiled and exploited, it would cause a seismic shift in the existing world order. Those brats have grasped such a pivotal secret. They must not be allowed to act recklessly, one of the Five Elders remarked darkly. Thus, they began to lay plans in the shadows that on one hand, they dispatched CP0 and other covert organizations to surveil Aiden, Luffy, and their companions, seeking an opportunity to reclaim the mysterious power. On the other, they engaged in clandestine discussions with high-ranking Navy officials, preparing to launch a more covert and lethal campaign against Aiden and his crew. Ensuring the operation is foolproof is paramount. We cannot allow this power to fall into the hands of pirates, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The Five Elders issued their stern directives. Meanwhile, deep within the rarely seen depths of Mariewa, the true puppet master of the world government, observed everything unfolding upon the ocean through a mysterious crystal ball. M's identity and purpose remained enshrouded in profound mystery. It was undeniable that he possessed the power to upend the entire world. M's gaze fell upon Aiden, Luffy, and their companions, a subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. These ants dare to aspire to alter the world. I cannot allow them to thwart my plans, and whispered softly, as if already devising strategies in his mind. I am subsequently summoned the 5 elders, issuing more covert directives within the dimly lit hall, urging them to amplify their surveillance and actions against Aiden and his companions, ensuring that the secret of the One Piece was quashed in its infancy. Although Aiden and Luffy had yet to confront Blackbeard, the 5 elders, or him directly, the air was thick with tension, heralding the imminent clash. As the dawn and the sunny sailed, they encountered a series of inexplicable attacks and obstacles. At times, mysterious pirate crews appeared unexpectedly, their combat styles remarkably peculiar, as if honed through specialized training. At others, they faced seemingly natural phenomena that concealed hidden dangers, such as abruptly changing currents or sudden storms. Captain, these attacks are surely not coincidental. Someone is undoubtedly scheming behind the scenes to impede our progress, Carl deduced. Aiden nodded in agreement. Indeed, everyone must remain alert. I sense that a true battle is fast approaching. Luffy, sensing the unusual tension aboard the Sunny, called out to his companions, "Hey, everyone, be on guard. It seems formidable foes are lurking in the shadows, but it's all right. We're not afraid of them, at last." On a night shrouded in ominous clouds, Blackbeard's crew launched a surprise assault. Blackbeard himself led his key members, including Van Augur and Q the Poison, stealthily approaching the Dawn and the Sunny aboard the Saber of the Jaibeck. "Haha, little brats, hand over that mysterious power, or tonight shall be your tomb." Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Aiden and Luffy instantly grew vigilant, preparing for battle. Aiden activated the mysterious power, radiating light as he braced for the enemy. Luffy, too, entered gear second, his rubber arms swelling with determination. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the crew members of both sides showcasing their abilities. The Blackbeard's crew members were formidable, with Van Augur's sniper shots hitting with uncanny precision and Q the Poison's apple traps proving nearly impossible to evade. However, the crew of the Dawn and the Sunny, drawing upon their combat experience and teamwork, valiantly resisted. Nonetheless, the sudden onslaught from Blackbeard's crew momentarily placed them at a disadvantage. During the skirmish, both the Dawn and the Sunny sustained significant damage, and many crew members were injured. Blackbeard's relentless assault suggested he aimed for a swift resolution to seize the secrets held by Aiden and his companions. "Hold on. Do not give up," Aiden shouted. Fending off Blackbeard's attacks while rallying his crew, Luffy echoed from the Sunny, "We are the Straw Hat Pirates. We will not be defeated by these scoundrels." In the face of adversity, the crew aboard the Dawn and the Sunny began to cooperate more closely. Aiden and Luffy supported each other during the fray. Although their powers differed, their objective was unified, to repel Blackbeard's crew. Aiden conjured an energy shield with a mysterious power, momentarily deflecting some of the enemy's attacks and granting his crew a moment to breathe. Luffy, utilizing the abilities granted by his gum-gum fruit, maneuvered through the enemy ranks, disrupting Blackbeard's crew's assault rhythm. Just as the battle between Blackbeard's crew and Aiden, Luffy, and the others reached a fever pitch, several mysterious ships appeared on the distant horizon. The vessels unfurled the flag of the world government, heralding the arrival of the CP0 agents dispatched by the 5 elders to intervene in this fierce conflict. These pirates have gone too far. They must not be allowed to continue," the leader of CP0 remarked coldly. The agents swiftly leaped from their ships, joining the fray. Their combat skills were exceptional, and they were armed to the teeth. Instantly introducing a new variable into the battle. On one front, they launched attacks against the Blackbeard pirates, seemingly intent on thwarting their acquisition of the secrets of One Piece. On another, they sought to restrain Aiden, Luffy, and their allies, attempting to seize that mysterious power for themselves. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Aiden, Luffy, and their companions felt both astonished and helpless. Yet, they understood that the situation had grown even more intricate, necessitating a more cautious approach. Deep within Mariewa, Lord M closely monitored the progression of this battle through special means. M's ultimate objective was not merely to prevent Aiden and his companions from grasping the secrets of One Piece, but to exploit this chaos to further solidify his dominion over the world. "Let them fight. When they are mutually annihilated, I shall strike, and everything will be within my control," and whispered softly, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. However, as the battle raged on, the tenacious resistance exhibited by Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates compelled him to reassess his plans. Perhaps directly eliminating these potential threats was indeed the more prudent course of action. Thus, him issued new orders for the five elders to intensify their interference in this conflict, ensuring that Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates would suffer significant losses, if not complete annihilation. Yet, Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades were not easily vanquished. They struggled against adversity, relying on their unwavering beliefs, mutual understanding, and formidable strength to continue their fierce battle against the enemy. Penning their own pirate legend, in these tumultuous seas, the future loomed uncertain. Yet they were prepared to face any challenge that arose in pursuit of their world-altering dreams. Following the conclusion of the battle, despite their battered state, the Dawn and Sunny ships resolutely set sail, continuing their voyage through the New World, awaiting the next skirmish and the next challenge. Chapter 16. The fierce battle and escape from the Blackbeard pirates upon the vast and tempestuous ocean. The journey of adventure was invariably fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The protagonist, Aiden, and his crew aboard the Dawn, along with Luffy and the Straw Hat pirates, found themselves unexpectedly confronted by the formidable and cunning Blackbeard pirates. Igniting a thrilling melee, sunlight cascaded over the glittering sea surface, a scene that should have been serene, now shrouded in an unexpected tension. Aiden stood at the bow of the Dawn, discussing their subsequent itinerary with his crew, when suddenly the lookout's cry shattered the tranquility. "Captain, an unidentified ship ahead. Judging by the flag, it's the Blackbeard pirates." Aiden's heart sank. He was acutely aware of Blackbeard's notorious reputation and the formidable power of his crew, knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable. Meanwhile, Luffy sensed something amiss aboard the Sunny. He dashed to the bow, eyes wide as he beheld the approaching ship of the Blackbeard pirates, exclaiming, "Wow, it's Blackbeard. This is going to be fun." Though his tone was light-hearted, a glint of caution shone in his gaze. Blackbeard Teach stood at the helm of his flagship, the Sword of Justice, his trademark wild grin plastered across his face as he bellowed. "Ha-ha, kiddos, we meet again. Today is your unlucky day." His taunting voice reverberated across the waters, heightening the already tense atmosphere. As the two vessels drew closer, the crews on both sides gripped their weapons tightly. Bracing for the impending clash, the air crackled with anticipation, signaling that a storm of battle was imminent. With a furious roar from Blackbeard, the fight erupted instantaneously, his crew members surging forward like ravenous wolves towards the Dawn and the Sunny. Aiden was the first to strike, activating his three-colored haki. The observation haki unfolded, vividly revealing the movements of surrounding foes in his mind, allowing him to accurately predict their attack trajectories while deftly evading incoming strikes. Shouting, "Observation haki," foreseeing the future, the armament haki enveloped his weapon, amplifying its destructive power. With each swing, a gust of wind followed, enabling him to robustly parry attacks and counter with equal force, all the while proclaiming, "Armament haki, enhanced strike." Aiden also possessed unique combat techniques, adept at fluidly shifting his form during battle. Utilizing his agility, he maneuvered like a specter among his adversaries, making it difficult for them to track his movements, a technique he dubbed Phantom Steps, ethereal traverse. Furthermore, he incorporated the skill characteristics of the Straw Hat pirates into his combat style. Much like Luffy, he executed rubber-like stretches and twists, leveraging his special abilities, assumed to be a shape-shifting energy form similar to rubber, to evade enemy attacks unexpectedly and retaliate with a swift rebound. Exclaiming "Elastic Assault," catching the Blackbeard pirates off guard. The other crew members of the Dawn also displayed their signature skills. For instance, the sharpshooter Jack, akin to Usopp, utilized his impeccable marksmanship to unleash arrows with special effects from a distance. Some arrows exploded upon impact as he shouted, "Explosive arrow," riot, creating chaos among the enemy ranks. Others released smoke, as he called smoke arrow, obfuscation, blinding foes and providing advantageous openings for his comrades. Additionally, the martial arts expert Tom emulated Zoro's three-sword style, wielding blades with a unique rhythm and posture, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes imbued with tremendous power that sliced through enemy defenses as easily as cutting through vegetables, while he cried. Imitation, three-sword style, sword shadow rampage. The ship's cook, Mary, borrowed Sanji's kicking techniques during close combat, igniting her legs with a distinctive flame related to her culinary energy, unleashing powerful kicks akin to the Diable Jam, sending nearby foes flying while inflicting burns as she shouted, "Flame kick, blazing impact." Luffy, not to be outdone, activated Gear Second, his rubbery arms swelling rapidly, enhancing his agility as he exclaimed, "Gear Second, rubber jet." His observation haki keenly sensed enemy attack intentions, allowing him to dodge bullets fired by Blackbeard's sniper, Van Augur, just as they were discharged. His armament haki fortified his rubber body, enabling him to deliver greater impact upon colliding with foes. As he yelled, "Armament haki, rubber heavy strike," Zoro's three-sword style, amplified by armament haki, became astonishingly powerful. The three blades danced in his hands like extensions of his will, each stroke capable of severing enemy defenses. Their razor-sharp glint slicing through the air, deterring foes from approaching, as he roared, "Three-sword style, secret technique, 3,000 worlds." Sanji's Diable Jam, ablaze with flames, accurately targeted enemy weak points with the foresight of observation haki. The fiery kicks not only sent opponents hurtling away, but also left behind searing marks as he shouted, "Diable Jam." Finishing touch, Usopp's slingshot, capable of precision strikes, played a unique role in the battle. He could launch various types of ammunition, including explosive projectiles, as he pulled back the slingshot and declared, "Killer shot, explosive star," dealing devastating blows within the blast radius. He also had adhesive projectiles that ensnared enemies, restricting their movements as he shouted, "Adhesive bullet, binding strike." Chopper, after consuming a rumble ball, transformed into a rampaging form, his strength surging as he grew massive, charging through enemy lines like a small beast, sending foes flying in his wake, creating a path for his allies as he bellowed, "Rampage, rumble charge." Robin unleashed her flower fruit abilities, sprouting countless arms from unexpected locations to ensnare enemy limbs, immobilizing them, or launching surprise attacks from behind. Softly whispering, flower fruit. Thousand Hands binding, Frankie's body, having undergone extensive modifications, boasted an array of formidable attacks. He could emit laser beams from various parts of his body, shouting, "Laser beam, destruction barrage," with immense penetrating power capable of breaching enemy defenses. He could also activate a powerful attack mode, emanating dazzling light, as he proclaimed, "Super Frankie, radiant eruption." Brook, with his soul separation ability, could evade fatal strikes at critical moments, declaring soul separation. Phantom evasion. Simultaneously, his cane sword emitted freezing effects as he swung, shouting, "Cane sword, ice slash." The members of the Blackbeard pirates each possess formidable prowess. Van Oka wields a sniper rifle with unparalleled precision. As the cold muzzle aligns with its target, bullets are unleashed like meteors, striking true and posing a considerable threat to the crew of the Going Merry and the Thousand Sunny that he shouts as he fires. Sniper, precision shot. Van Oka also excels at utilizing his surroundings for concealment. Amidst complex terrain or chaos, he adeptly identifies hiding spots. Launching surprise attacks, he dubs concealed sniping, shadow strike. Poison Q's deceptive traps are nearly impossible to evade, seemingly mundane items like Apple's concealed deadly mechanisms, triggering a variety of perilous contraptions upon contact, such as explosions or the release of toxic gas. Many crew members have unwittingly fallen victim to these traps, sustaining injuries that he cackles ominously, declaring, "Trap, Apple catastrophe." In combat, Poison Q feigns weakness, pretending to be injured or feeble to lure enemies closer, before launching a sudden ambush, a tactic he calls feigning weakness, Poison Apple Trap. Blackbeard Teach himself wields the powers of the dark fruit, transforming objects he touches into darkness, absorbing enemy attacks, and converting them into his own strength that he bellows, Dark fruit, dark devour." He can also shroud himself in shadows, launching unexpected assaults that leave opponents defenseless, exclaiming, Dark fruit, shadow strike." During battles, Blackbeard adeptly adjusts his tactics based on his opponent's capabilities. When facing a formidable foe, he initiates small-scale probing attacks to observe their reactions and vulnerabilities before unleashing his full might. A strategy he refers to as probing tactics. Strike at the weakness that Luffy's gaze is fixed intently on Blackbeard teach, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Upon activating Gear Second, his rubbery arms swell rapidly as he dashes toward Blackbeard like lightning. Shouting, "Gear Second, Rubber Jet!" Noticing Luffy's advance, Blackbeard smirks calmly, preparing to unleash the powers of the dark fruit. As Luffy's fist, imbued with tremendous force, hurtles toward Blackbeard, the latter suddenly envelopes his hands in darkness. Roaring, dark fruit, dark devour. Luffy's punch is instantly engulfed, as if falling into an endless abyss. Yet he swiftly retracts his arm, using the elasticity of his rubber body, launching another attack aimed at Blackbeard's side while proclaiming, "Armament Haki, Rubber Heavy Strike." Blackbeard sidesteps the assault, and the two engage in an intense aerial duel above the sea, each collision creating gusts of wind. Seizing the moment, Luffy activates Gear Fourth, his form enlarging and exuding an overwhelming aura as he lunges at Blackbeard. Roaring, Gear Fourth, Snake Man form. Utilizing the elasticity of the gum fruit, he performs a dazzling array of maneuvers in midair, attempting to breach Blackbeard's defenses. Blackbeard, undeterred, continuously employs the dark fruit's abilities to absorb Luffy's attacks. Awaiting the perfect moment to counter, the battle escalates to a fever pitch, causing the sea's surface to churn violently. Zoro grips three swords firmly, his gaze steely as he fixes his focus on Van Oka, who remains concealed in a hidden corner, his sniper rifle aimed directly at Zoro. Aware of Van Oka's sharpshooting prowess, Zoro activates his observation haki to sense Van Oka's next move. Suddenly, Van Oka pulls the trigger, sending a bullet streaking toward Zoro like a meteor. Zoro shouts, "Three-sword style, ultimate, 3,000 worlds." He swings his swords with blinding speed, creating an impenetrable curtain of blades that deflects the bullet, causing sparks to fly. Seeing his shot fail, Van Oka swiftly relocates, blending into the environment once more. Zoro, utilizing his observation haki, relentlessly pursues him. Upon discovering Van Oka's new position, he brandishes his swords again, charging toward him with a fierce cry. Imitation, three-sword style, sword shadow frenzy. Van Oka fires again, unleashing a flurry of bullets. Unfazed, Zoro spins like a whirlwind, forming a protective circle with his blade to deflect the incoming projectiles before pressing forward, engaging in a breathtaking battle that intertwines long-range and close-quarters combat. Sanji watches Poison Q, who brandishes an apple with keen vigilance. Poison Q's face is adorned with a sinister grin as he approaches Sanji, the seemingly innocuous apple in hand. Sanji activates his observation haki. Sensing the apple's malevolence, suddenly, Poison Q hurls the apple at him. Sanji reacts swiftly, exclaiming, "Demon Wind Foot." The finishing touch, flames ignite around his feet as he delivers a powerful kick, sending the apple hurtling back. It explodes mid-air, revealing it as a trap set by Poison Q. Unfazed by the thwarted trap, Poison Q produces more apples, advancing towards Sanji while muttering, "Trap. Apple catastrophe." Sanji deftly dodges the projectiles while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. When Poison Q throws another apple, Sanji seizes the moment, flickering behind Poison Q, igniting his feet once more, and delivering a fierce kick to Poison Q's back while shouting, "Demon Wind Foot, Hellfire." Poison Q is propelled forward, crashing onto the ground, yet he quickly recovers, continuing to engage Sanji in a peculiar and perilous close-quarters brawl aboard the ship. Chopper, having consumed the rumble ball, enters a rampaging state, his form swelling as he charges at Blackbeard Pirate's powerhouse. Hank, bellowing, "Rampage! Rumble Impact!" Hank, a towering figure with bulging muscles, swings a massive hammer at the approaching Chopper. Undeterred, Chopper meets the onslaught head-on, resulting in a thunderous collision that shakes the entire ship. Harnessing the force of the impact, Chopper thrusts his antlers toward Hank, who retaliates with his hammer. Chopper dashes around Hank, crashing into him repeatedly, forcing the other Blackbeard pirates to vacate the area. Though Hank possesses immense strength, Chopper's might in his rampaging state is formidable, and they engage in a fierce contest of strength on the ship's deck. Robin employs the powers of the flower fruit, summoning countless arms from unexpected angles to ensnare the agile thief Tom of the Blackbeard pirates. Tom, quick on his feet, weaves through the arms, attempting to evade Robin's assault. Robin softly chants, flower fruit, 1,000 arms binding. More arms sprout from all directions, gradually encircling Tom. Realizing his predicament, Tom draws a dagger from his waist, trying to sever Robin's limbs. Yet her arms are relentless, replacing each severed one with another. Tom suddenly bolts in a specific direction, seeking to break free from the encirclement. Robin swiftly adjusts, positioning her arms to form a barrier ahead, blocking his escape. Tom alters his course again, fleeing desperately while Robin continues her pursuit, engaging him in a relentless game of chase and entrapment, leaving him with nowhere to escape aboard the ship. Frankie, upon spotting the laser gunslinger Jack, activates his powerful attack mode, radiating a dazzling light as he charges at Jack, declaring, "Super Frankie, radiant eruption." Jack raises his laser gun, firing at Frankie. Unperturbed, Frankie fires laser beams from various parts of his body, engaging in a dazzling exchange with Jack's shots. Beams crisscrossing over the sea surface. As he closes the distance, Frankie bellows, "Laser beam, devastating barrage." Multiple launch ports on his body unleash a concentrated net of laser beams toward Jack. Jack attempts to evade, but is struck by several beams. Causing his body to convulse, he hastily readjusts his laser gun, continuing to fire at Frankie as they engage in an intense laser duel above the ocean. Brook, upon encountering the spectral messenger Leo, activates his soul departure ability, his spirit separating from his body as it floats toward Leo while exclaiming, "Soul departure, phantom evasion." Seeing Brook's spirit approach, Leo brandishes a sword, radiating ghostly light, aiming for Brook's soul. Brook's spirit nimbly dodges Leo's thrust before swiftly returning to his body, seizing his cane sword and striking at Leo while declaring, "Cane sword, ice slash." Leo is struck by Brook's icy attack, his body shuddering as his movements slow. Seizing the opportunity, Brook activates his soul departure once more, drifting toward Leo to deliver a fatal blow. Leo, striving to regain his agility, brandishes his ghostly sword in an attempt to parry Brook's assault, leading to a unique battle of souls and phantoms aboard the ship. As the battle intensifies, both sides exchange blows without yielding. However, as time progresses, Aiden, Luffy, and the others gradually find themselves in dire straits. The Blackbeard pirates, numerous and well-coordinated, continuously alter their attack strategies, launching assaults from all angles against the crew of the Dawn and the Sunny. Van Oka's sniper rifle persistently harasses from a distance, making it difficult for Aiden and his allies to fully counter Blackbeard Teach's frontal onslaught. The treacherous traps set by Poison Q ensnare the crew from time to time, leading to an incessant rise in the number of injuries. Although Aiden valiantly perseveres in battle, utilizing his three-color hockey and the combat skills of the Straw Hat Pirates, the prolonged confrontation gradually saps his stamina. The range of his observation hockey begins to wane, and the weapons enveloped in armament hockey lose their original sharpness. Luffy, too, finds himself in a precarious situation. After activating his second gear, his energy diminishes at an alarming rate, and he occasionally falters while dodging enemy attacks, resulting in several abrasions on his body. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are similarly affected. Zoro's attack speed has slowed, and Sanji's Diable Jam has lost some of its potency. Seizing the opportunity, the Blackbeard Pirates intensify their assault, aiming to decisively defeat Aiden, Luffy, and their companions. Just as Aiden and Luffy find themselves in dire straits, a twist of fate suddenly emerges. During a close-quarters clash with Blackbeard Teach, Aiden unexpectedly uncovers a flaw in the capabilities of Teach's dark fruit. I could see the moment when Blackbeard absorbs a barrage of attacks and prepares to retaliate. A brief disturbance occurs in the dark aura surrounding him. Aiden swiftly communicates this revelation to Luffy, whose eyes light up with newfound determination. Seizing the moment, he charges toward Blackbeard with remarkable speed as the latter braces for another counterattack. Chapter 17. The Dawn of Battle. The clash for One Piece, the protagonist Aiden, leading his crew aboard the Dawn ship, is now deeply embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, against the formidable Blackbeard pirates. This battle is destined to upheave the seas, and the latent power of Dawn within Aiden, coupled with Nami's extraordinary performance in combat, will prove to be pivotal in this intense struggle. The Dawn ship and the Sunny sail steadily across the ocean, with the crew either resting or discussing their future adventures. However, this tranquility is fleeting, shattered by the lookout's terrified cries. "Captain, trouble!" The Blackbeard pirates have appeared, and their intentions do not bode well. Upon hearing this, Aiden and Luffy rush to the bow of the ship, their expressions grave as they gaze upon the approaching fleet of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach stands at the prow of the flagship, his iconic manic grin plastered across his face as he bellows. "Ha! Little brats, we've crossed paths again. Today shall be your tomb. One Piece belongs solely to me, Blackbeard." The crew members on both sides immediately tense, gripping their weapons and bracing for the impending clash. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as the battle is on the verge of erupting, with a thunderous roar from Blackbeard. The combat explodes like a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire sea in flames and smoke. Aiden is the first to launch an attack, swiftly activating his three-colored haki. His observation haki unfolds in an instant, resembling an invisible net that captures the movements of nearby foes clearly in his mind. He accurately predicts their attack trajectories, evading wave after wave of onslaught with lightning-like agility, shouting, "Observation haki, insight into opportunity." Simultaneously, his armament haki envelopes his weapon like an impenetrable black armor, every swing generating a howling gale, and when it collides with the members of the Blackbeard pirates, it produces a deafening clamor. Armament haki, armor-breaking strike. Luffy, not to be outdone, activates his fourth gear, transforming into a colossal figure radiating power. His rubbery arms twist through the air like a sinuous serpent. Serpent fist dance, he shouts as he charges into the throng of the Blackbeard pirates, each fist packed with formidable strength, sending enemies sprawling. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates unleash their unique techniques. Zoro, gripping three swords, initiates his three-sword style. Onigiri, 3,000 worlds, wielding the blades with such precision that they create dazzling arcs of light, severing enemy weapons and limbs with every swing as he bellows. Three-sword style, cutting through all. Sanji's Diable Jam ignites with fierce flames. Diable Jam. Hellfire Kick, he whirls into the enemy ranks like a tempest, each kick igniting foes in a fiery blaze, sending them screaming into the air. Usopp from a distance sets up his slingshot, unleashing a barrage of specially crafted ammunition. Deadly. Exploding star rain, he cries as countless explosive projectiles rain down upon the enemy, triggering a series of detonations that scatter their formation. Chopper, having consumed a rumble ball, enters a rampaging state, his size and strength surging. Rampage. Rumble charge. He charges through the enemy lines like an uncontrollable beast, utilizing his immense power to hurl foes aside and carve a bloody path for his comrades. Robin employs her flower fruit abilities, summoning countless arms from all directions. Flower fruit. Thousand hands binding, these arms, like serpents, entwine the enemy's limbs, rendering them immobile, leaving them helpless as the onslaught approaches. Frankie radiates with blinding light, activating his Super Frankie, Radiant Burst Mode, unleashing laser beams from his body. Laser beam. Destructive barrage. The beams shoot forth like a torrential rain of arrows, piercing through enemies and eliciting cries of anguish. Brook, having separated his soul, evades enemy attacks and, wielding his cane sword, executes Kane's sword. Ice slash, wherever the blade strikes. Foes become encased in ice, slowing their movements, allowing him to deliver additional blows to ensure their defeat. Meanwhile, Nami bravely immerses herself in the fray. Armed with her weather staff, her gaze resolute, she chants, "Weather, tempest unleashed." Instantly, the sky darkens, clouds gathering ominously as thunder roars, sending bolts of lightning cascading toward the Blackbeard pirates' vessels, igniting sails and leaving enemies on deck paralyzed with shock. The Blackbeard pirates are equally formidable. Van Augur lurks in the shadows, continually firing his sniper rifle. Sniping. Precise shot. The The bullets fly like shooting stars towards Aiden. Luffy and their companions, each shot meticulously aimed, several narrowly missing vital points, posing a significant threat. Poison Q continues to wield his deviously concealed apples and other items. Trap. Apple Calamity. He hurls apples into the densely packed crowd. Should anyone make contact, various deadly mechanisms are triggered, either explosions or the release of toxic gas, causing additional injuries among the crew. Blackbeard Teach himself, utilizing the power of the dark fruit, transforms objects he touches into shadows. Dark fruit, darkness devour. He absorbs incoming attacks, converting them into his own strength, while also cloaking himself in darkness to launch surprise assaults against his foes. Dark fruit, shadow strike. As the battle intensifies, both sides exchange blows, neither yielding an inch, and the ocean transforms into a colossal battlefield. However, as time progresses, Aiden and Luffy find themselves gradually ensnared in adversity. The Blackbeard pirates have come well prepared, outnumbering their adversaries and executing coordinated strategies. They relentlessly alter their attack patterns, launching fierce assault from multiple angles against the Dawn and Sunny ships. Van Augur's sniper rifle continues to harass from afar, hindering Aiden and his comrades from fully countering Blackbeard Teach's frontal attacks. Poison Q's traps are relentless, with crew members occasionally falling victim to them, resulting in an ongoing increase in injuries. Although Aiden valiantly upholds his three-colored haki, the prolonged intensity of battle gradually depletes his stamina. The range of his observation haki diminishes, and the weapons covered in armament haki lose their initial brilliance. Luffy faces a similar plight. After activating his fourth gear, his energy consumption accelerates, and he inevitably makes mistakes while evading enemy attacks, resulting in multiple abrasions on his body. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also experience varying degrees of impact. Zoro's attack speed slows. Sanji's diable jam loses some of its effectiveness. Usopp's ammunition reserves dwindle. Chopper's rampaging form cannot be sustained for long. Robin finds it increasingly challenging to wield her flower fruit powers. Frankie's laser firing rate decreases, and Brook's soul detachment and freezing attacks become less efficient. Seizing this opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates intensify their offensive, seeking to decisively vanquish Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. Just as Aiden and Luffy find themselves cornered, Aiden suddenly senses a mysterious force surging within him, his unique power of dawn. At that moment, the already ominous sky darkens further, clouds roiling with greater ferocity as if stirred by an unseen hand, with flickers of eerie purple lightning illuminating the gaps between the clouds. Seemingly responding to the impending eruption of Aiden's mysterious power, the winds and waves of the sea grow increasingly violent, with towering waves rising sequentially, soaring into the air before crashing down heavily, spraying water like white curtains in all directions that in a fierce collision with a member of the Blackbeard pirates. A faint golden glow envelopes Aiden, intensifying until he is completely shrouded in its radiance. His observation haki expanded instantly, allowing him to not only perceive the movements of surrounding foes with crystal clarity, but also to sense the fears and anxieties that lay within their hearts. His armament haki was similarly enhanced, with the brilliance of his weapon becoming more dazzling. Each swing unleashed a formidable shockwave, sending nearby enemies flying. A spark ignited within Aiden's heart as he realized that this dawn power might be the key to turning the tide of battle. He swiftly adjusted his stance, integrating this newfound power into his assault. Dawn. Wind-cleaving slash. Aiden roared, his weapon aglow with golden light, cleaving through the air like a whirlwind towards his adversaries. This strike severing a line of defense from the Blackbeard pirates, leaving them in utter astonishment. Aiden's dawn power temporarily shifted the battle's momentum, providing him and Luffy the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Luffy, witnessing Aiden's transformation, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes, and he steeled himself, continuing to unleash the formidable skills of his fourth gear, Snake Man form. Gum, Great Snake Cannon. His rubber arm launched towards the enemy like a massive cannonball, sending foes tumbling. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, inspired by Aiden and Luffy's resolve, rallied to counterattack. Zoro swung his three swords with renewed vigor, executing the three-sword style, Oni, 3,000 worlds, aimed at the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Sanji intensified the power of his Diable Jam, unleashing Diable Jam. Hellfire Kick, kicking the approaching enemies away one by one. However, the Blackbeard pirates remained a cunning and formidable adversary. Blackbeard Teach quickly regained his composure from Aiden's sudden transformation. He recognized that while this dawn power was potent, it was not without its vulnerabilities, but he promptly recalibrated his approach, exercising greater caution while employing the abilities of the Dark Fruit to engage Aiden and Luffy. Simultaneously, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates, under his command, reorganized their offensive. Van Oka shifted his sniping position, continuing to fire at Aiden and his companions from various angles. Poison Q produced an array of new devious traps, preparing to catch Aiden and Luffy off guard. After a round of counterattacks, Aiden and Luffy found their stamina severely drained. Luffy's weakened state after entering fourth gear was imminent, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Although Aiden's tricolor haki remained formidable, its continuous use had pushed his mental and physical limits to their extremes. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were equally fatigued, with Zoro's arms beginning to tremble and Sanji's legs growing weak. Under the renewed ferocity of the Blackbeard pirates' assault, Aiden, Luffy, and their comrades found themselves once again in peril, the situation increasingly dire. At this critical juncture, Nami played a vital role once more, seeing her friends in distress. Her heart raced with urgency. Gripping the climate baton tightly, she focused her energy and chanted, "Weather, torrential rain." Instantly, dark clouds gathered overhead and a deluge poured down, drastically reducing visibility over the sea, rendering Van Oka's aim ineffective and significantly lessening his threat. Concurrently, Nami unleashed another skill, Weather, Tornado. A colossal whirlwind erupted over the ocean, sweeping towards the ships of the Blackbeard pirates, tossing them about and ensnaring enemies within its grasp, filling the air with their cries. Nami's series of weather attacks granted Aiden, Luffy, and their allies precious moments to regroup and prepare to continue their fierce struggle against the Blackbeard pirates. After a fierce exchange, both sides momentarily ceased their assaults, as if gathering strength for the next round of their deadly contest. Although Aiden and Luffy had temporarily withstood the onslaught of the Blackbeard pirates, they too bore significant injuries, and both the Dawn and the Sunny had sustained varying degrees of damage. Presently, the Blackbeard pirates had also suffered considerable losses, yet they remained vigilant, poised to strike again at any moment. This battle was far from over, and the quest for One Piece lay ahead, long and arduous. Aiden, Luffy, and their companions understood that they must persist in their fight, not only for survival, but to fulfill their dreams of discovering One Piece and becoming the Pirate King. Chapter 18. The battle continues. A struggle for fate. The previous chapter's battle may have paused, but the atmosphere remained fraught with peril over these waters. Aiden, Luffy, and their respective crews, fueled by their animosity towards the Blackbeard pirates and the competition for One Piece, were destined to continue this clash, growing ever more brutal and intense on the decks of the Dawn and the Sunny. Aiden and Luffy, despite their grievous injuries, bore expressions of indomitable resolve. Aiden's body still faintly radiated the residual energy from the outburst of his dawn power. He gripped his weapon tightly, his arm trembling slightly from exhaustion. Yet he stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the direction of the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy, seated at the helm of the Sunny, gasped for breath, his rubbery body marred with visible scrapes and bruises. However, upon noticing the Blackbeard pirates stirring, he sprang to his feet, shouting, "Don't lose heart. Everyone, we haven't lost yet. Let's keep fighting." The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates rallied, invigorated by his words. Zoro, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arms, tightened his grip on his 3 swords, muttering, "Humph, those guys will get a taste of my blades." Sanji, his legs wobbly, steadied himself, preparing for another round of Diable Jam. His teeth clenched as he vowed, "I will kick those guys away." Usopp hurriedly replenished his ammunition, while Chopper tended to the more grievously injured crew members. Robin stood ready to deploy her flower fruit abilities once more. Frankie inspected his bodily functions diligently, and Brook adjusted his cane sword, preparing for the next round of his soul-slicing attack. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates were also regrouping. Blackbeard Teach scowled, barking orders to his crew. "Don't underestimate them. Give it your all, and ensure we finish this once and for all. With a rallying cry from the Blackbeard pirates, the battle erupted anew. Aiden was the first to charge into the fray, reactivating his remaining tricolor haki. Though his observation haki was not as sharp as in its prime, it still allowed him to gauge the general movements of his enemies, enabling him to evade attacks as best he could. His armament haki, though somewhat diminished, still provided his weapon with a measure of impact. He swung his weapon, exclaiming, "Even injured, I will not fall. Dawn power, ignite within me." The subtle dawn power surged within him again. While not as potent as before, it lent a newfound ferocity to his strikes. Luffy, activating his fourth gear Snake Man form, felt the signs of weakness creeping in, his movements less fluid than before. Yet with an unyielding spirit, he charged toward the enemy, declaring, "Gum gum, snake pistol barrage," as he unleashed a flurry of rubber fists upon the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Zoro gripped his three swords tightly, executing the three-sword style. Oni, one great thousand worlds, with blades gleaming in the sunlight, he bore the pain in his arms, swinging his swords with increased speed, striving to break through the enemy's defenses. Shouting, "My blades will show no mercy!" Sanji's Diable Jam ignited once more. Diable Jam. Hellfire Kick. Enhanced. He channeled all his strength into every kick, each strike igniting with intense flames, sending nearby enemies flying, though he nearly stumbled from exertion. Usopp readied his slingshot, launching a series of specially designed ammunition. Deadly. Tracking shot. This time, his projectiles possessed tracking capabilities, homing in on the enemies and triggering a cascade of explosions within their ranks, disrupting their formation. After treating the injured crew members, Chopper consumed a rumble ball, transforming into his berserk state. Berserk, rampaging blue impact, sustained, his size and strength surged, resembling a frenzied behemoth as he barreled through the enemy lines, knocking foes aside. Robin unleashed her flower fruit abilities, flower, thousand hands binding. Enhanced, countless arms emerged from cunning angles, ensnaring the enemy's limbs and even binding their bodies entirely, rendering them immobile. Frankie radiated a brilliant light. Activating his Super Frankie, Radiant Burst, advanced mode, unleashing powerful laser beams from his body. Laser, destructive sweep, enhanced. The beams pierced through enemies, sowing chaos among their ranks. Brook, having evaded enemy attacks, wielded his cane sword, executing cane sword. Ice Slash, enhanced. Freezing enemies solid and slowing their movements, allowing him to land decisive blows. The Blackbeard pirates retaliated fiercely. Van Oka concealed himself, his sniper rifle firing continuously, sniping. Precision shot. Rapid fire. He unleashed a barrage of bullets in rapid succession, each projectile hurtling towards Aiden, Luffy, and their companions like meteors, with an unprecedented accuracy that posed an even greater threat. Poison Q continued to wield those deceptively crafted apples and other items, setting traps with upgraded versions of the apple catastrophe. He hurled a fresh batch of apples into the densely packed crowd, triggering mechanisms far more perilous than before. Some would unleash widespread explosions, while others released noxious gases, ensnaring numerous crew members in their lethal grasp. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, utilized the powers of the dark fruit to shroud everything he touched in darkness, evolving into the dark fruit. Abyssal Devourer, he could absorb enemy attacks and convert them into his own strength, storing this power to unleash a devastating blow at a critical moment, inflicting tremendous damage upon his foes. He could also conceal himself within the shadows, launching surprise assaults on his enemies, utilizing the dark fruit. Shadow Strike, enhanced. As the battle intensified, both sides found themselves in a stalemate once more. Despite Aiden and Luffy's relentless efforts, their previous injuries and fatigue diminished their attack power and speed. The Blackbeard pirates, leveraging their numerical superiority and newfound offensive tactics, continued to apply pressure on them. Aiden navigated the enemy ranks with great difficulty, intermittently supported by the power of Dawn. Though he narrowly escaped enemy fire multiple times, Luffy's rubber body endured relentless assaults, and maintaining his Gear 4th form became increasingly challenging, threatening to plunge him into a state of extreme weakness at any moment. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates faced dire predicaments as well. Zoro's arm pain intensified, and although his blade was sharp, his swinging frequency decreased. Sanji's diable jam lost its fiery potency due to overuse, leaving him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Usopp's ammunition dwindled. Chopper's berserk form could not be sustained for long. Robin's flower fruit abilities grew increasingly taxing to perform. Frankie's laser cannon firing frequency diminished, and Brook's departure and freezing attacks were difficult to maintain at peak efficiency. Seizing the opportunity, the Blackbeard pirates escalated their offensive. Van Augur's sniper rifle harassed from a distance, while Poison Q's traps ensnared many crew members in peril. Blackbeard, Teach, sought a suitable moment to deliver a fatal blow to Aiden and Luffy to end this life-and-death juncture. Both sides understood that a moment's lapse could lead to total annihilation. Just as the battle reached an impasse, heavily unfavorable to Aiden and Luffy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Behind the Blackbeard pirates, a mysterious force suddenly emerged. This force arrived aboard several uniquely designed vessels, their prow adorned with an unfamiliar emblem. Their appearance instantly captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. The members of the Blackbeard pirates expressed surprise, evidently unaware of the newcomers' intentions. Aiden and Luffy, after a brief shock, felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this mysterious force could break the current stalemate. This enigmatic force did not immediately reveal its purpose, but remained quietly at the battlefield's edge, observing the combat. Their crew members bore serious expressions, wielding an array of peculiar weapons, suggesting they possessed formidable strength. Speculation about the newcomers' motives filled the air. A figure from one of the ships stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Cease this senseless conflict. The secret of One Piece is not merely as you imagine. Perhaps we could discuss it together." This statement detonated like a bomb on the battlefield. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard, and others furrowed their brows, pondering the implications behind those words. The battle, now infused with the presence of this mysterious force, had entered a new phase, rendering the ensuing situation even more elusive. Chapter 19. The battle escalates. A clash of fates, though the mysterious force's words stirred the battlefield. At that moment, Aiden and the Blackbeard pirates had no time for contemplation. Their gazes were locked solely on each other, the flames of battle continuing to rage fiercely, neither side willing to relent. Upon hearing the mysterious figure's call, Aiden felt a fleeting doubt flicker within him, but it was swiftly overtaken by his instinct for combat. He gripped his weapon tightly. The power of dawn surged once more, its golden radiance flickering as if responding to the impending clash. Luffy was equally determined. His rubber arm trembled slightly, yet he maintained his battle stance, shouting, "Forget the secrets. Let's defeat these guys first." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates rallied together. Reinvigorated and ready to face the next wave of combat, the Blackbeard's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing his eyes as he bellowed to his crew. "Ignore those meddlesome fools. Keep attacking and eliminate these pesky brats." The members of the Blackbeard pirates, obeying his command, lunged at Aiden and his companions like ravenous wolves. Aiden struck first, fully unleashing the power of dawn, enveloped in a dazzling golden glow. His observation haki, bolstered by the dawn's power, allowed him to momentarily transcend his limits, perceiving the slightest movements of his foes and even predicting their forthcoming actions. His armament haki became as solid as reality itself. As he swung his weapon, unleashing a series of fierce sword strikes that manifested as razor-sharp energy waves. "Dawn! Blade surge!" he shouted as he charged towards the Blackbeard pirates, where enemies were cleaved by the energy waves. Retreating in pain, Luffy, not to be outdone, understood the necessity of perseverance at this moment. Despite his overwhelming fatigue and the increasing weakness that accompanied his Gear 4th form, he gritted his teeth and forcibly activated an alternative form, Tank Man. His body swelled to an immense size, akin to a small mountain, as he barreled towards the Blackbeard pirates. Rubber, tank cannon, consecutive strikes. His arms, resembling cannon barrels, unleashed a barrage of powerful rubber punches, each strike sending nearby enemies flying. Zoro gripped 3 swords tightly, his gaze as icy as steel. Taking a deep breath, he perfectly fused his haki with his swordsmanship, executing an unprecedented move before his comrades. 3-sword style. Ultimate art. Wailing Ghost. The 3 blades danced rapidly in the air, forming a colossal vortex of blade light. Wherever the light traversed, it appeared as though space itself was severed. The members of the Blackbeard pirates gazed in terror at the approaching blade light, unable to evade in time, and were instantly ensnared within it, their bodies flung asunder, blood spraying. Sanji's Diable Jam ignited with unprecedented flames. Diable Jam. Hellfire Storm. He became a scorching whirlwind, darting through the enemy ranks. Each kick accompanied by a fiery tornado, the heat intense enough to melt steel in an instant. Enemies were charred black, collapsing in anguished cries. As Usopp's ammunition dwindled, he tapped into his creativity in the face of adversity. Utilizing scrap materials from the ship, he hastily assembled a new weapon, Super Slingshot, explosive flame emitter. Pulling back the slingshot with all his might, he shouted, "Ultimate move, explosive flame barrage." The weapon unleashed a series of fire-laden projectiles that detonated among the enemy ranks, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames and thoroughly disrupting the Blackbeard pirates' formation. Chopper, having consumed a rumble ball, entered a wholly new berserk form. Berserk, Rumble, Ultimate Impact. His size ballooned to that of the Blackbeard pirates' flagship. Lowering his head, he charged with his enormous antlers towards the enemy's ship, crashing with a thunderous roar, obliterating one of the Blackbeard pirates' vessels, causing enemies to tumble into the sea, struggling for survival. Robin unleashed the powers of her flower fruit, no longer limited to merely restraining her foe's limbs. Flower fruit. Thousand Hands. Universal Binding. She twirled her hands, summoning countless arms from all directions, ensnaring not only the enemy's bodies but also their ships, masts, and anything that could be secured, rendering the members of the Blackbeard pirates immobile, forced to watch helplessly as attacks approached. Frankie radiated a blinding light, activating a new offensive mode. Super Frankie, nuclear detonation. Energy devices throughout his body whirred into action, unleashing powerful nuclear energy beams from various parts of his physique. Nuclear beam. Destructive impact. Those beams shot forth like pillars of light, piercing through anything in their path, be it enemies or ships, wreaking havoc within the Blackbeard pirates' ranks. Brook's soul departed, allowing him not only to evade attacks, but also to penetrate the bodies of his foes, delving into their very souls. Soul departure. Soul piercer. His spirit glided through the enemy ranks like a phantom. Upon entering an enemy's soul, they would be instantly engulfed in fear and chaos, losing control of their bodies, while he wielded his cane sword. Cane sword. Ice Slash. Ultimate Edition. Eliminate one by one those enemies who have lost their capacity to resist. The Blackbeard pirates are likewise exerting themselves to the utmost. Vin Oka has taken refuge atop the mast of a ship, leveraging his exceptional vantage point and unparalleled marksmanship to execute precise long-range shots. His sniper rifle's bullets can accurately strike targets from astonishing distances, each infused with formidable force, nearly landing direct hits on Aiden, Luffy, and others multiple times, posing an immense threat to them. Meanwhile, Poison Q continues to wield those deceptively intricate apples and other items, but this time he has mixed the apples with mysterious potions, creating a trap, the Apple Calamity. Toxic Enhanced Edition. When enemies touch the apples, they not only trigger explosions and toxic gas, but the gas possesses extreme corrosiveness. Inhalation leads to rapid lung decay, injuring several crew members and putting lives at risk. Blackbeard himself has pushed the powers of the dark fruit to their limits. First, he transforms the surrounding seawater into darkness, invoking the dark fruit. Dark Devourer. Domain of the Sea. This plunges the ship occupied by Aiden and Luffy into a realm of obscurity, severely restricting their vision and hampering their movements. He then utilizes the darkness to conceal his form, darting through the shadows in search of the perfect moment to strike, employing the dark fruit. Shadow Assault. Ultimate Concealment Edition. When he detects an opening in the enemy's defenses, he suddenly emerges from the darkness, his hands morphing into shadows, executing the dark fruit. Dark Devourer. Powerful Absorption. This allows him to absorb all incoming attacks and convert them into new strength, delivering a devastating counterstrike. The battle has reached a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing their full arsenal, resulting in increasingly brutal confrontations, although Aiden and his comrades are fighting with all their might. The prolonged conflict and previous injuries are rapidly depleting their stamina. Aiden's dawn power, while potent, is taking a toll on his body. The golden radiance begins to flicker erratically, and the effects of his observation and armament hockey are gradually waning. Luffy's tankman form can deliver tremendous impact, but the subsequent period of weakness after reverting is becoming more pronounced, and his body has begun to tremble uncontrollably, threatening to collapse at any moment. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are also facing dire challenges. Zoro's signature move, while immensely powerful, leaves his arms nearly numb and unable to wield his swords with the same agility as before. Sanji's demon wind kick, after extensive use, causes the flames to flicker out, and his legs are on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Usopp's makeshift weaponry proves effective for a time, yet ammunition is swiftly depleting. With little material left for crafting new rounds, Chopper's new rampage form is highly taxing, causing his body to shrink gradually. Once he returns to normal, he is likely to suffer extreme weakness. Robin's flower fruit ability can bind enemies, but she too is pallid from the excessive energy expenditure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Frankie's nuclear blast mode places immense strain on his body, which is already showing signs of malfunction. With smoke beginning to emanate from some of his ray emitters, Brook's soul-piercing and freezing attacks can disorient foes, yet his own spirit is steadily weakening, prolonging the time needed to return to his body. The Blackbeard pirates are equally strained. Although Van Oka can snipe from immense distances, maintaining such intense focus for extended periods is causing fatigue in his eyes, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy. Poison Q's traps, while formidable, are diminishing in resources, and enemies are growing increasingly wary of his schemes. After shrouding the seawater in darkness, Blackbeard must expend a significant amount of energy to maintain this shadowy domain, and his stamina is gradually waning. Furthermore, while absorbing enemy attacks to convert into strength, he experiences occasional instability, with instances of power backlash. On this bloody battlefield, both sides are grappling on the edge of life and death, with every strike and evasion determining their fate. None can predict whether they will still be standing in the next moment. Just as both sides are nearing exhaustion, a turning point emerges in the midst of evading Blackbeard's assault. Aiden unexpectedly discovers a peculiar phenomenon within the dark waters. Amidst the darkness conjured by Blackbeard, faint glimmers of light flicker, remnants of energy that seem to have survived the engulfment. Aiden's heart stirs. He focuses with his remaining observation hockey to discern the secret of these lights. After a challenging exploration, Aiden realizes that these lights are actually a manifestation of a mysterious power that once existed in this sea, forcibly transformed into darkness by the dark fruit, yet retaining a portion of its original properties. Moreover, by guiding these lights, they can shatter Blackbeard's dominion over the dark waters. Aiden swiftly conveys this revelation to Luffy and the other crew members. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignites in Luffy's eyes. Despite his weakened state, he musters his spirit and, alongside Aiden and the others, endeavors to utilize these lights to turn the tide of battle. Aiden concentrates, merging his remaining dawn power with the lights, proclaiming, "Dawn, light breaking darkness." With a powerful shout, his weapon radiates a golden glow, brighter than before, imbued with a force capable of piercing through the shadows. He charges toward the heart of the dark waters, whereupon his path melts the darkness like snow, instantly dismantling Blackbeard's grip on the shadowy domain. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy springs into action, having regained a modicum of strength. He reverts to his normal form and activates his Gear 4th Snake Man transformation, launching a rubber snake fist, swift assault. He weaves through the enemy ranks with the agility of a serpent, barreling toward Blackbeard to deliver a lethal strike. The other members of the Straw Hat crew, inspired by this resurgence, rally with renewed vigor. Zoro, gritting through the pain in his arms, tightens his grip on 3 swords, executing 3-sword style. Ultimate, 3,000 worlds. He charges at the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Sanji reignites his demon wind kick, unleashing hellfire kicks to send nearby enemies flying. Usopp utilizes his remaining materials to craft additional makeshift ammunition, launching a fatal, simple explosive to wreak havoc among the enemy ranks. Chopper, having regained some vitality, consumes another rumble ball, entering his rampage form once more, executing rampage. Rumble charge, as he charges through the foes. Robin employs her flower fruit abilities to bind enemies' limbs further. Casting flower fruit, thousand hand binding to ensnare them. Frankie repairs some of his body malfunctions, activating Super Frankie, radiant eruption, to unleash laser beams, executing laser beam. Destructive sweep, Brook, meanwhile, allows his soul to depart, using soul departure. Phantom evasion, to dodge attacks before wielding his cane sword for an ice slash. The Blackbeard pirates are thrown into disarray by this sudden shift in momentum. Blackbeard is taken aback that his control over the darkness has been disrupted. He quickly adapts his strategy, striving to regain dominance. However, Aiden and his allies' unexpected counterattack catches them off guard, plunging the Blackbeard pirates into a defensive position, drastically altering the course of the battle once again. Just as the conflict reaches a fevered intensity, a fleet of white ships emerges on the horizon. As they draw nearer, the distinctive naval flag boldly proclaims the identity of the newcomers. The Navy fleet has arrived, with an imposing presence. The Navy fleet advances toward the battlefield, their ship's cannons primed and ready to fire. The commanding naval officer stands at the bow of the flagship, his expression stern, proclaiming loudly, "Pirates, your nefarious deeds end here. Today marks your annihilation." Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates are momentarily stunned. None anticipated the Navy's sudden appearance at such a critical juncture. Yet, they all understand that the Navy cares not for their disputes. In their eyes, they are all pirates to be eradicated. Aiden internally curses their misfortune. He realizes they are already at their limits, and facing this unexpected assault from the Navy, escape seems nearly impossible. Luffy, typically fearless, furrows his brow. Even he must reconsider his strategies in light of this new threat. Blackbeard, however, wears a grim expression, his teeth clenched as he mutters, "Humph, the Navy certainly knows how to pick their moments. But it won't be so easy to capture us all." The Navy fleet rapidly approaches the battlefield, and as they close the distance, the ship's cannons fire first. Cannonballs rain down like a deluge toward Aiden, Luffy, and the Blackbeard pirates' vessels, causing massive splashes upon impact with the sea. Aiden quickly reacts, shouting, "Everyone be cautious. First, evade the Navy's attacks, then we'll devise a plan." He uses his remaining observation haki to track the cannonball trajectories, guiding the crew of the Dawn to adeptly dodge the incoming fire. Luffy, also on the Sunny, directs the Straw Hat crew to evade the cannonballs, urging, "Don't panic. Let us get through this round of attacks first." The Blackbeard pirates, equally unwilling to yield, found their captain, Marshal D. Teach, deftly maneuvering his crew to evade cannon fire while contemplating how to exploit the Navy's unexpected arrival to confront Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. In an instant, the battlefield, already steeped in chaos, descended into further pandemonium with the Navy's incursion. The thunderous roar of cannon fire, the cries of pirates, and the clashing of ships melded into a symphony of impending doom. Chapter 20. The Pinnacle Showdown. A solo battle against Blackbeard. The Navy's sudden intervention rendered the already tumultuous battle even more intricate. Yet at this moment, Aiden and Luffy felt a surge of resolute determination. Confronting their arch-nemesis, Blackbeard, they resolved to cast aside all distractions and engage him in a one-on-one duel, vowing to seize any glimmer of hope amidst this dire predicament and continue their pursuit of the One Piece. Aiden gazed into the distance at Marshal D. Teach, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that to break free from this chaotic situation and claim the One Piece, he must first vanquish this formidable and cunning adversary before him. In his heart, he thought, "Blackbeard, you have always been a significant obstacle on our path. Today, I shall join forces with Luffy to decisively defeat you. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to continue your rampage." Turning to Luffy, he saw the same fierce determination reflected in his friend's eyes. Luffy broke into a wide grin and called out to Aiden, "Hey Aiden, let us take him down together," fueled by a fiery spirit. Luffy silently vowed, "I am destined to become the Pirate King. Blackbeard, do not think you can obstruct my path. Today is the day we settle the score." Aiden nodded, gripping his weapon tightly as the ethereal dawn power flickered to life around him. Seemingly gathering strength for the imminent clash, he responded to Luffy, "All right, let us join forces and confront him." With that, the two of them surged forward like arrows released from a bow, momentarily casting aside the Navy's cannon fire and the chaos of pirate skirmishes behind them. Blackbeard, noticing Aiden and Luffy charging towards him, initially hesitated, then a sinister smile crept across his face. "Humph, two reckless youngsters, if you seek death, I shall oblige." He crossed his arms, standing his ground as the power of his dark fruit surged within him. Contemplating, these two dare to come at me alone? Excellent. I shall take this opportunity to eliminate them both, thus removing two competitors for the One Piece. Aiden launched the first strike, channeling all his Dawn power into his weapon, which blazed with a brilliant golden light. Dawn, wind-cleaving slash, he shouted, unleashing a fierce golden sword aura aimed at Blackbeard. This strike embodied Aiden's entire strength and resolve. The air around him seemed to tear apart. Emitting a piercing whistle, this moment, Aiden was consumed by a single thought. I must breach Blackbeard's defenses and deliver a resounding blow. Luffy, not to be outdone, activated his Gear 4 Snake Man form as he charged toward Blackbeard. His rubbery arms twisted through the air with the agility of a serpent. Rubber, snake punch, wild dance, he yelled, propelling his fists toward Blackbeard's chest with tremendous force, each punch carrying the potential to pierce through him. Luffy's heart brimmed with determination. Watch how I pummel you into submission, Blackbeard. Do not underestimate my strength. Unperturbed by their dual assault, Blackbeard swiftly vanished into the shadows, utilizing his dark fruit ability. Dark ambush, he evaded Aiden and Luffy's line of sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Aiden, his hands transforming into darkness, attempting to absorb Aiden's fierce strike with dark fruit. Dark Devour, Blackbeard smirked inwardly. Humph. You think you can hit me? Let's convert your attacks into my power. However, Aiden was prepared. Thanks to his keen observation haki, he sensed Blackbeard's movements. Blackbeard struck. Aiden swiftly pivoted, redirecting his blade toward Blackbeard's hands. The collision of golden sword aura and dark energy unleashed a powerful surge, creating massive waves in the surrounding sea. Aiden breathed a sigh of relief while heightening his vigilance. That was close. Blackbeard is indeed cunning. I must be even more cautious. Seeing Blackbeard evade his attack only to appear behind Aiden, Luffy quickly adjusted his stance, leveraging his rubbery physique to twist in midair. Rubber, snake tail whip. His leg lashed out like a whip towards Blackbeard's back, moving with incredible speed and force. If struck, Blackbeard would surely suffer significant damage. Luffy thought to himself, "Humph, think you can dodge? Watch me strike you from behind and show you my might." Sensing the attack from behind, Blackbeard once again employed his dark fruit ability, turning part of his body into darkness to absorb Luffy's powerful whip. Yet the force was overwhelming. Although Blackbeard absorbed some of it, he was still staggered forward by the residual impact. Blackbeard was inwardly astonished. This rubber kid's strength is no joke. I cannot underestimate their teamwork. Seizing the opportunity while Blackbeard was off balance, Aiden launched another attack. He perfectly fused his three-color haki with his Dawn power, executing Dawn Haki Slash. This strike not only radiated with golden light, but also resonated with the might of haki that he leaped high into the air, bringing his weapon down upon Blackbeard with tremendous force, as if intending to cleave the very sea itself. In his heart, Aiden urged himself, I must give it my all. I must break through his defenses and create more opportunities for us. Blackbeard steadied himself. A glint of malice in his eyes, he absorbed a significant amount of surrounding seawater, transforming it into darkness with dark fruit. Dark domain. This created an area of darkness around him. Aiming to thwart Aiden's strike, Blackbeard thought, You think you can break through my defenses? Not so easily. Let us see you suffer within this dark domain. Aiden's weapon collided with the dark domain. Golden brilliance and darkness clashing and intertwining, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thunder and lightning. Meanwhile, Luffy sought an opening. He understood that Blackbeard's dark fruit ability was formidable, yet not without its vulnerabilities, while dodging the sporadic attacks emanating from the dark domain. He keenly observed for any flaws. Suddenly, he noticed that while maintaining the dark domain, Blackbeard's right side appeared somewhat less fortified. Luffy's heart leapt. Aha! I've found your weakness. Watch how I shatter your shell. Seizing the moment, Luffy swiftly adjusted his form, Activating his Gear 4th Tankman mode, his body expanded enormously. Rubber, tank cannon, full power strike. He charged his arms like cannons and aimed them at the weakened right side of Blackbeard's dark domain. This strike bore at Tsunami's strength, aiming to breach Blackbeard's defenses and strike at his core. Luffy brimmed with anticipation. This time, I will definitely hit you, making you regret it. Blackbeard sensed Luffy's intent and attempted to fortify the right side of his dark domain. But Aiden's relentless assault left him unable to manage both fronts. Luffy's strike slammed into the dark domain. Though it did not completely penetrate, it caused significant turbulence, with some darkness beginning to dissipate. Blackbeard inwardly cursed. Damn it, these two work seamlessly together. This is troublesome. As the battle raged on, the confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard devolved into a stalemate, despite the immense strength of Aiden's Dawn power and 3-color haki. The sustained high-intensity usage rapidly drained his stamina. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his breathing grew labored, and the golden light of his weapon flickered ominously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Aiden felt a surge of anxiety. My stamina is depleting too quickly. I must find his weakness and end this battle swiftly. Yet his resolve remained unwavering, teeth clenched as he relentlessly searched for Blackbeard vulnerabilities to strike. Luffy faced a similar dire challenge. The strain of his Gear 4th transformations, whether in Snake Man or Tank Man forms, exacted a heavy toll on his stamina. At this point, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. And the period of weakness following his Gear 4th was imminent. Luffy felt a pang of frustration. Ugh, my stamina is running low. I cannot falter now. I still aspire to become the Pirate King. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit propelled him to persist, continually adjusting his attack strategies in pursuit of a decisive blow against Blackbeard. Blackbeard, too, was not without his struggles. Maintaining the dark domain and employing the myriad abilities of his dark fruit consumed a significant portion of his stamina. His complexion had paled, and though his gaze remained fierce, traces of fatigue were evident. Moreover, he had to remain constantly vigilant against Aiden and Luffy's coordinated assaults, which further exacerbated his exhaustion. Blackbeard could not help but grumble internally. These two little devils are indeed troublesome, exhausting me to no end. Once I deal with them, I must take a good rest that I end this stalemate. Whoever can find a flaw in the opponent before their stamina is depleted and deliver a decisive blow stands a chance of emerging victorious in this confrontation. Just as both sides were nearing exhaustion and circumstances were exceedingly dire for Aiden and Luffy, they summoned the unwavering belief in their dreams and launched a desperate counterattack once more. Aiden took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently felt the flicker of the dawn power within him that had yet to extinguish. He recalled his adventures upon the sea, the moments of facing adversity alongside his comrades. These memories fortified his resolve. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, determination glistening within them. Aiden whispered to himself, I cannot give up. For my companions, for the pursuit of One Piece, I shall expend this last ounce of strength. He concentrated all his remaining dawn power into his weapon, while simultaneously elevating his haki to its utmost peak. Dawn. Ultimate slash, he cried out, his weapon radiating a blinding golden light, like a beam of hope piercing through the darkness. As it descended fiercely towards Blackbeard Teach's head. This strike represented his final strength, a last-ditch effort for victory. Seeing Aiden's actions ignited a surge of valor within Luffy, though his body felt utterly depleted. He thought of his dream to become the Pirate King and his companions in the Straw Hat Pirates. He steeled himself, channeling the last remnants of his haki into his rubber arm. Rubber, Dream Fist, he shouted, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Blackbeard Teach's abdomen. This blow carried Luffy's dreams and hopes, a desperate strike in the face of despair. Luffy thought to himself, I cannot lose. My friends are waiting for me. I must become the Pirate King, and this punch must land. Faced with a desperate counterattack from both adversaries, Blackbeard Teach was taken aback that he attempted to evade, but his stamina had also been drained to its limits, causing his reflexes to slow considerably. All he could do was watch helplessly as Aiden's sword and Luffy's fist rushed toward him. Filled with regret, Blackbeard lamented, had I known these two would be such a handful, I would not have underestimated them. This is going to be disastrous. I end that critical moment. Blackbeard Teach summoned the last vestige of his strength, utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to envelop his head and abdomen in darkness, attempting to absorb Aiden and Luffy's attacks. However, the two strikes embodied all their beliefs and strength. While the darkness absorbed a portion of the force, the remaining powers still struck Blackbeard Teach with tremendous impact. Blackbeard Teach was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the distant deck, blood spurting from his mouth. Meanwhile, Aiden and Luffy, having expended their strength in those two strikes, collapsed onto the ground. This heart-stopping duel, although it had temporarily determined a victor, was far from the conclusion of the battle for One Piece. Chapter 21. The Gathering Storm. Crisis escalates following the breathtaking confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach. Both sides lay exhausted upon the ground, the battlefield ensnared in a delicate stalemate. Yet, this fleeting tranquility did not endure for long, as new variables emerged, complicating the situation further. A chilling aura spread across the sea without warning. The once warm sea breeze turned icy and piercing, and the water shimmered with an impending frost, as if it were on the verge of freezing. The members of Blackbeard's crew were initially taken aback, only to have their eyes light up with delight. A ship's silhouette gradually emerged from the icy mist, and at its prow stood the former Marine Admiral. Aokiji. He maintained his characteristic stoic demeanor, his tall figure swathed in his iconic attire, his gaze as cold and deep as ice, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. Blackbeard Teach struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. Upon seeing Aokiji, a glimmer of triumph and anticipation flashed in his eyes. He mused to himself, Aokiji has finally arrived. This is splendid. With his assistance, subduing Aiden and Luffy will be a breeze, and One Piece will inevitably fall into my grasp. Aokiji stepped on a Blackbeard's flagship with measured strides, glancing at the disheveled Blackbeard Teach, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, laced with a hint of derision. Teach, look at you, brought low by two young brats, and now I must come to your rescue. He remarked lightly, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. Blackbeard Teach, however, remained unfazed, grinning widely as he replied, Admiral Aokiji, please do not jest. These two are indeed formidable, but they have exhausted most of their strength. With you here, they shall not escape. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation as they regarded Aokiji. They thought excitedly, this is fantastic, with Aokiji joining us. We are sure to vanquish Aiden and Luffy, and One Piece will soon be within our reach. Simultaneously, the Marine fleet, having regrouped, surged towards the battlefield once more. The cannons at the bow had been swiftly reloaded, their metallic barrels gleaming ominously, heralding the impending storm of assault. The commanding Marine officer, with a grim expression, stood at the helm of the flagship, fixating his gaze on the various factions embroiled in battle. He calculated silently, these pirates will not escape. The Blackbeard pirates, Aiden's crew, and Luffy's Straw Hat pirates are all threats to the world's order. If we can capture them all here, it will be a monumental achievement, paving the way for my promotion. The Marine soldiers stood at the ready, their weapons reflecting the sharp glint of sunlight. They harbored deep-seated animosity toward the pirates, yet a flicker of anxiety and unease loomed over them regarding the imminent conflict. After all, be it Aiden, Luffy, or Blackbeard Teach, all were notorious figures upon the seas. As the Marine fleet drew closer, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Aiden and Luffy gazed at the approaching Marine vessels, as well as the revitalized morale among Blackbeard's crew due to Aokiji's arrival, and their hearts sank. Aiden gritted his teeth, anxiety swelling within him as he thought, this is bad, having just fought Blackbeard to a standstill. Now Aokiji has come to assist, and the Marines are closing in. What shall I do? Yet no matter what, I cannot give up. For my comrades, for One Piece, I must find a way to break free. Luffy too struggled to rise, fatigue evident in his eyes, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He roared internally, damn it! The Marines and Blackbeard's crew have joined forces, but it does not matter. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I cannot be defeated here. Friends, let us carve a bloody path together. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Dawn ship tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing themselves for the graver challenge ahead. They exchanged glances, finding determination and courage reflected in each other's eyes. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, they would not retreat an inch. Meanwhile, following Akiji's arrival, the Blackbeard pirates began to reorganize their formation. Preparing to launch a more ferocious assault on Aiden, Luffy, and their allies, they rubbed their hands together, as though victory was already within their grasp, their smug satisfaction igniting a fire of indignation in Aiden and Luffy. As the Marine fleet approached within striking distance, the leading officer of the Marines called out, "Pirates, your nefarious deeds end here. Today marks your day of reckoning. Surrender without resistance." Blackbeard Teach, upon hearing this, laughed uproariously. "Humph, Marines, do you really think you can capture us? With Admiral Akiji here, your task shall not be so easily accomplished." Akiji remained stoic, silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. Luffy rose to his feet, boldly responding to the Marines. "We are not afraid of you. If you want to capture us, come and try." Aiden clenched his weapon, declaring, "We fight for our dreams and shall never yield to you." No sooner had he spoken than the Marine fleet unleashed their assault. The cannons roared in unison, cannonballs raining down upon the Blackbeard pirates, Aiden's Dawn ship, and Luffy's Sunny. Under Akiji's command, the Blackbeard pirates swiftly responded. Akiji raised his hand, summoning a gust of icy air that instantly froze a portion of the cannonballs mid-flight. With a powerful motion, he sent the frozen projectiles hurtling back toward the Marine fleet. Aiden and Luffy swiftly dodged the incoming cannon fire. Aiden, utilizing his remaining observation haki, sensed the trajectories of the cannonballs, guiding the crew of the Dawn ship as they nimbly weaved between the projectiles. Luffy directed the members of the Straw Hat Pirates aboard the Sunny, using his rubber body's elasticity to deflect the approaching cannonballs. While evading the cannon fire, the Blackbeard pirates seized the opportunity to launch their own attacks against Aiden and Luffy. Van Augur concealed himself in a hidden spot, once again raising his sniper rifle. Sniper, precision shot, enhanced version. Bullets shot toward Aiden and Luffy like meteors, their precision surpassing that of before. And their power intensified. Poison Q hurled forth a selection of mysteriously concealed apples and other items, triggering the trap known as Apple Disaster. Ultimate Edition. Upon contact, these apples would detonate with overwhelming explosions and release noxious gas, posing a greater threat to Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. Blackbeard Teach seized the chaos to unleash the powers of the dark fruit, transforming a swath of seawater into an abyss of darkness. Dark fruit. Enhanced devouring domain. He sought to conceal himself within this obscurity and launch a surprise attack on Aiden and Luffy. Amidst the naval bombardment and the onslaught from Blackbeard's crew, the already tense situation erupted into a chaotic melee. While evading attacks, Aiden and Luffy began their counteroffensive. Aiden once more activated the dwindling power of Dawn, its brilliance less radiant than before, yet still affording him a modicum of strength that he swung his weapon. Invoking Dawn, Remnant Slash. Aiming to break through the defenses of Blackbeard's crew, Luffy transformed into his Gear 4th Snake Man form. Despite his extreme fatigue and the exacerbated weakness that followed, he gritted his teeth. Executing Rubber, Snake Fist, Counterattack. His rubbery arms twisted through the air like a nimble python, striking fiercely at Blackbeard's pirates and the Navy soldiers. The other members of the Straw Hat crew unleashed their own formidable techniques. Zoro, gripping 3 swords, unleashed 3-sword style. Oath of 3,000 Realms. The glimmer of blades flashed as he cleaved toward his foes. Sanji ignited his Diable Jam, executing Diable Jam. Hellfire Kick, launching nearby enemies into the air with powerful kicks. Usopp, with his ammunition nearly depleted, improvised makeshift explosives from materials aboard the ship, hurling his deadly Simplified Bomb, sustained version, toward clusters of foes, igniting a series of explosions. Chopper consumed a Rumble Ball, entering his Rampage form. Rampage, Rumble Impact, Ultimate Edition. His size surged, strength multiplied, as he barreled through enemy lines. Robin employed the powers of the Flower Fruit, Thousand Hand Binding. Enhanced State, countless arms erupted from every direction. ensnaring the limbs of enemies. Frankie radiated brilliance, activating Super Frankie, Radiant Burst. Advanced version, emitting laser beams from his body. He unleashed Laser Beam, devastating barrage. Enhanced type, Brook detached his soul, employing soul separation. Phantom evasion. After dodging enemy attacks, he wielded his cane sword, executing cane sword. Ice Slash. Enhanced version. On the Navy's side, soldiers leapt from their vessels, charging at the pirates. Armed and synchronized, they engaged in close-quarters combat. The commanding naval officer also joined the fray, wielding his longsword with lethal precision, each strike imbued with formidable lethality, aimed at Blackbeard's crew and Aiden, Luffy, and their allies. Under the leadership of Aokiji, the Blackbeard pirates held their ground fiercely. Aokiji continuously wielded the powers of the Ice Fruit, Ice Domain. Creating expanses of ice on the battlefield, he hindered the movements of foes, freezing their bodies or weapons to incapacitate them. Blackbeard, Teach, persistently used the capabilities of the Dark Fruit, skillfully maneuvering against Aiden and Luffy. He alternated between absorbing enemy attacks and hiding in the shadows, launching unexpected strikes. Members of the Blackbeard pirates, including Van Augur and Poison Q, continue to showcase their unique skills, coordinating with Aokiji and Blackbeard Teach to engage in fierce combat against the Navy and Aiden, Luffy, and their companions. As the chaos persisted, each side found themselves in varying degrees of peril. Aiden's power of Dawn had nearly depleted, his stamina reaching its limit, forcing him to rely solely on his indomitable will to evade enemy assaults. Luffy's Gear 4th form could not endure for long. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the impending weakness post-Gear 4th loomed. The other Straw Hat members faced dire challenges as well. Zoro's arms throbbed with pain, though his blades remained sharp. The frequency of his strikes diminished. Sanji's Diable Jam, overexerted, yielded diminished flames, leaving him somewhat unsteady that Usopp's makeshift ammunition was running low. Chopper's Rampage form could not be sustained much longer. Robin's use of the Flower Fruit became increasingly taxing. Frankie's laser firing rate decreased along with its power, and Brook's soul detachment and ice attacks struggled to maintain efficacy. Despite their numerical advantage, the Navy suffered numerous casualties against the pirates' tenacious resistance. The commanding officer, though a skilled swordsman, found his stamina waning after prolonged combat, diminishing the potency and speed of his strikes. The Blackbeard's crew faced their own challenges. Aokiji, despite his formidable strength, experienced considerable stamina drain from his continuous use of the Ice Fruit, causing his ice domain to gradually shrink. Blackbeard Teach, while employing the Dark Fruit's powers, sustained injuries from earlier clashes with Aiden and Luffy, leading to a gradual decline in his stamina and instability when absorbing enemy attacks. Van Augur's sniper bullets were finite, and Poison Q's trap materials were dwindling. In this deadlock scenario, the one who could identify their opponent's vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow, or find an opportunity to break free before exhaustion set in, would likely gain the upper hand in this tumultuous battle. Just as all parties found themselves ensnared in adversity, the conflict seemingly reaching an impasse, a turning point suddenly emerged on the periphery of the battlefield. A mysterious ship quietly appeared. The vessel's peculiar design bore a flag emblazoned with an unfamiliar emblem. The occupants did not immediately engage in combat, but rather observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. Aiden, Luffy, Blackbeard Teach, and the naval commander all took note of the ship's arrival, their minds filled with curiosity. The emergence of this enigmatic vessel could potentially disrupt the current stalemate or render the situation even more unpredictable. How each faction would respond to this new variable, and how they would continue to vie for the one piece amidst the chaos, remained an enigma. Chapter 22. Reinforcements arrive. Chaos reigns after the breathtaking confrontation between Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard Teach. Both sides lay exhausted on the ground, the battlefield momentarily suspended in a delicate stalemate. The sky loomed heavy with dark clouds, pressing down like a colossal leaden sheet, threatening to crush the chaotic battlefield below. The sea wind howled across the surface, raising stinging gusts of salty air that felt like a slap to the face, the sound akin to wailing spirits, heightening the atmosphere of impending doom. Just as everyone steadied their breathing, several ships adorned with the Straw Hat Pirates flag emerged on the horizon. Standing at the bow were Luffy's comrades. Zoro, with a stern expression, hand resting on his sword, surveyed the battlefield with piercing eyes. Nami, clutching her weather stick, furrowed her brow in concern for Luffy's safety. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, was already contemplating what sumptuous meal he would prepare to restore Luffy's strength. "Luffy, we're here," Usopp shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the water, though quickly torn apart by the roaring wind. Simultaneously, other members of the Blackbeard pirates surged forth aboard their ominous vessel, their demeanor fierce upon seeing Blackbeard teach in such a disheveled state on the ground. With expressions of rage, they collectively shouted their intent to charge at Aiden and Luffy. "Boss, we will avenge you." Meanwhile, a swift ship dispatched by Aiden's faction sliced through the waves, its crew anxiously calling out Aiden's name, eager to join the fray and lend him their support. Hearing the calls of his comrades, Luffy's weary face blossomed into a radiant smile, the flames of determination rekindling in his eyes. Struggling to rise, he swayed slightly, but retained that indomitable spirit. "Haha, everyone's here now. Things are about to get lively," Luffy shouted, though his voice seemed rather fragile against the howling storm. Blackbeard Teach, roused by the shouts of his crew, gritted his teeth, rising with their assistance, glaring fiercely at Luffy and Aiden, muttering angrily, "Humph, don't think that just because you have reinforcements, it makes a difference. You'll all fall here today." In an instant, the Blackbeard pirates launched their assault first, surging toward Luffy and his friends like a tidal wave. Zoro, witnessing this, bellowed, three-sword style, "Oath of one grand, 3,000 realms." In an instant, he darted forth like a bolt of lightning, wielding his three swords to unleash a dazzling display of blade light upon the oncoming enemies. In an instant, blood splattered as numerous henchmen of the Blackbeard pirates collapsed to the ground. Sanji was far from idle. With a sudden thrust of his foot against the ship's railing, he launched himself skyward, his legs igniting in a fierce blaze, channeling the technique of the demon wind foot. Finishing touch. He descended upon his adversaries like a blazing meteor, sending those who dared approach Luffy flying. Meanwhile, Aiden's comrades leaped into the fray, engaging in a chaotic melee with the Blackbeard pirates. Aiden took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue as he slowly rose to his feet. Surrounded by the howling winds and the cacophony of battle, it felt as though the world around him had succumbed to madness and chaos. Cannonballs exploded nearby, sending shockwaves of sand and dirt crashing against him, rendering it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. Yet, Aiden's gaze remained calm and profound, as if the surrounding tumult were merely a mirage, incapable of disturbing the serenity within him. When a henchman of the Blackbeard pirates charged at him, brandishing a long knife with a menacing snarl, Aiden's expression remained unperturbed. The ruffian shouted, "You brat, prepare to die." Aiden merely scoffed internally, thinking, how foolishly reckless. What prowess could you possibly possess? Unfazed, he subtly shifted his stance, his movements light and precise, calmly uttering, "No need to rush. Take your time." The blade whistled past him, missing its mark entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden raised his arm, his weapon darting forth like a serpent from its hole, striking the henchman's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding clang, the knife flew from the ruffian's grasp. Aiden followed up with a swift turn, launching a kick that struck the henchman squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any panic or superfluous motion. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he glanced at the fallen henchman and remarked coolly, "With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? How naive." As cannonballs rained down and the battlefield descended further into chaos, Aiden maintained his composure, as he deftly navigated through the hail of bullets and the melee, calmly assessing the angles and timings of the various assaults. His companion beside him shouted in alarm, "Aiden, the cannon fire is relentless. Be careful." Aiden replied steadily, "Do not worry. I am well aware. Let us first seek an opportunity to counterattack." The sky intermittently illuminated with flashes from exploding shells, casting flickering shadows across Aiden's face, yet betraying not a hint of disquiet. When two adversaries simultaneously flanked him from either side, Aiden's steps remained steady, his gaze swiftly sweeping over them. One of the enemies shouted. This time, there's nowhere to run. Aiden scoffed inwardly, thinking, you think you can corner me? It won't be that easy. He executed a sudden slide forward, expertly evading the left opponent's attack, while simultaneously leaning to absorb the right enemy's strike with his shoulder. Using the momentum, he performed a backflip, landing gracefully before retaliating. His weapon sliced through the air, accurately targeting the left adversary's throat, while his leg shot out to kick the right adversary's knee. After two anguished cries, both foes collapsed. Aiden observed the fallen enemies and calmly stated, overestimating your abilities. He then resumed his vigilance over the battlefield. However, just as the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, a resounding cannon fire echoed from the horizon. The onlookers turned in shock to see the Navy fleet advancing majestically into view. Recognizing the chaotic battlefield, the Navy resolved to seize the opportunity to capture these pirates. Open fire, commanded the Navy fleet's captain, as cannonballs cascaded like rain upon the conflicting factions. Not good. The Navy is here. Nami exclaimed in an instant. The explosive sounds reverberated through the air, transforming the already chaotic battlefield into a haze of smoke and confusion. Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard were caught off guard by this turn of events, forced to contend with their adversaries while evading the Navy's cannon fire. This clash had devolved into an unpredictable melee, with the fates of all involved hanging precariously in the balance amidst the intertwining chaos of cannon fire and clashing blades. As Luffy dodged cannonballs, he called out to his companions, "Everyone, stay calm. Let us deal with these Blackbeard scoundrels first, then we'll take on the Navy together." The others echoed their agreement, continuing the heart-pounding melee within the storm of gunfire and flashing blades. As this tempestuous saga surged toward an even more uncertain conclusion. Chapter 23. Kaido arrives, battling against despair just as Aiden, Luffy, and Blackbeard began to recover from the previous skirmish. The sky was pierced by a shrill whistle. They looked up to see Kaido's massive form shifting dramatically in mid-air, instantly transforming into a colossal azure dragon that overshadowed the sun. Surrounded by swirling black clouds, the dragon's immense scales glimmered with a chilling sheen in the sunlight, while its eyes, resembling brass bells, radiated an aura of unfathomable menace. "Ha ha, little ants, feel the wrath of this lord." Kaido's thunderous laughter erupted from the dragon's maw, sending shockwaves that reverberated painfully in everyone's ears, causing the very sea to tremble beneath its might. Before the echo of his voice faded, Kaido opened his cavernous mouth, gathering a searing energy within, and unleashed a torrent of flames that surged forth like an unstoppable tide. This was the technique known as flame breath from the azure dragon fruit. The flames warped the air around them, immediately vaporizing the surrounding waters. Several pirate ships, unable to evade in time, were directly struck by the fiery onslaught, igniting instantly and erupting in a cacophony of explosions as crew members screamed and leaped into the sea. Luffy's eyes widened as he shouted, "Rubber, rubber shield." His body contorted rapidly, his arms crossing in front of him to form a massive rubber shield in an attempt to block the impending inferno. However, the force of the flame breath exceeded all expectations. Despite Luffy's utmost effort, the searing flames seeped through the crevices of his rubber barrier, scorching him painfully and causing his hair to curl slightly. Witnessing this, Aiden swiftly moved to Luffy's side, his weapon slicing through the air, attempting to disperse the fiery energy. Yet, the sheer force of the flames was overwhelming, pushing Aiden back and causing his arms to throb with pain. Meanwhile, Blackbeard hurriedly sought refuge on a nearby vessel, muttering curses under his breath. This lunatic Kaido, arriving with such a vicious attack. As everyone struggled against the overwhelming heat, Kaido's dragon form twisted, sweeping his massive tail in a fierce arc, creating a tempest that sent nearby ships and pirates tumbling in disarray. He then transformed back into his human form, descending like a mountain from the sky, wielding an enormous spike club that was his signature weapon. Upon hitting the ground, a colossal wave surged across the sea, violently rocking the surrounding vessels, causing many to lose their footing and tumble onto the deck. Kaido gripped his spiked club tightly, raising it high above his head. As black lightning coiled around it, crackling ominously in the air, The sight was enough to instill dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. Kaido bellowed, "Thunder Bagua!" His voice boomed like a great bell, resonating across the sea and leaving everyone's ears ringing. Just as Luffy began to recover from the impact of the flame breath, he saw Kaido raising his club and gritted his teeth, summoning his courage to charge forward once more. Rubber rubber. King Kong gun. Luffy's body elongated swiftly, his leg muscles tensing before he rocketed toward Kaido, his fist imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Kaido's abdomen. However, Kaido remained unfazed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. He sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding Luffy's attack, and swung his spike club with a flick of his wrist, aiming for Luffy's back. The electrified weapon moved with blinding speed, and Luffy had no time to evade, receiving a devastating blow to his back. With a thunderous crash, Luffy was sent hurtling like a meteor, crashing heavily into the distant sea and causing a massive splash. Ripples spread across the surface of the water as Luffy struggled to stay afloat, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and the others cried out in alarm, rushing toward the direction where Luffy had fallen. Zoro's expression hardened, his eyes ablaze with determination as he gripped his sword tightly and shouted at Kaido, "Kaido, you bastard, today you will pay the price." With that, he sprang into action, gripping his sword with both hands and unleashing his form of three-sword style. Ultimate 1000, 3000 world. Three brilliant arcs of blade light intertwined, coalescing into a formidable cutting force aimed at Kaido's waist. Kaido, however, merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading Zoro's strike. He then swung his spiked club backhandedly towards Zoro's head. Zoro, unable to dodge in time, could only raise his sword in defense. The clashing of metal rang out with a resounding crash, sparks flying in the air. Zoro felt an immense force emanating from the spiked club, causing his wrist to tingle and his body to be flung backward, landing heavily on the deck of a ship, nearly losing his sword. Aiden took a deep breath, aware that he must give his all at this moment. Otherwise, everyone would fall into dire straits. In a flash, he appeared beside Kaido, his weapon glinting with cold light as he aimed for Kaido's wrist, attempting to make him release the club. Kaido sensed Aiden's attack, swiftly twisting his wrist to evade the thrust, and then reached out with his other hand to grab Aiden. Caught off guard, Aiden found himself hoisted by the collar, akin to a chick being lifted. You think you can challenge me?" Kaido sneered, tightening his grip as if intending to crush Aiden. Just as Aiden felt he might be crushed, Blackbeard Teach intervened. He secretly activated the powers of the dark fruit, and the surrounding light seemed to be absorbed into his hands, creating a zone of dark matter. He shouted at Kaido, "Kaido, feel my power." With that, Blackbeard thrust the dark matter toward Kaido with great force. Kaido felt the eerie power from the dark fruit and furrowed his brow. He released Aiden and turned to confront Blackbeard's assault. The dark matter struck Kaido, instantly engulfing part of his body and forming a black void. However, Kaido, being immensely powerful, stomped his foot, causing the dark area to dissipate like smoke, returning him to his original state. "Blackbeard, your ability is somewhat interesting, but you will find it far too early to defeat me." Kaido laughed maniacally, raising the spiked club once more and charging at Blackbeard. Seeing Kaido rush toward him, Blackbeard dared not underestimate the threat and activated the dark fruit's powers again, ready to defend with all his might. Yet, Kaido's speed was blindingly fast, and in an instant he was upon Blackbeard, the club descending with the force of a thunderbolt. Blackbeard could only brace himself with both hands. The collision produced a thunderous noise as the dark matter clashed violently with the lightning-imbued club, erupting into a dazzling display of light and fierce energy waves. Blackbeard felt as though his arms might shatter, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a ship, leaving a massive dent in its hull. At that moment, Luffy leapt back onto the surface of the sea. Drenched yet resolute, he shouted to his comrades, "Everyone, don't lose heart. Together we can defeat him." Thus, Luffy, Aiden, Zoro, Blackbeard, and their respective allies surged toward Kaido once more. Each utilized their unique abilities. Luffy launched a series of surprise attacks, using the powers of the gum fruit. Aiden sought Kaido's vulnerabilities with his exceptional swordsmanship. Zoro unleashed relentless strikes with his blades. and Blackbeard continuously caused trouble with his dark abilities. However, Kaido's might was overwhelmingly formidable, and despite their best efforts, they struggled to inflict any substantial damage. Each attack that landed on Kaido felt like mere tickles, while his retaliations invariably left one of them severely injured. As the fierce battle raged on, the sea surrounding them was stained crimson. Ships suffered relentless damage, some even beginning to slowly sink. Yet the unyielding spirit within them propelled them to continue fighting against Kaido in this desperate struggle. Their fates intertwined with this brutal conflict amidst the tumultuous waves. Chapter 24. The Clash of Conquerors. Life and death battle. In the previous brutal encounters with Kaido, Luffy, Aiden, Blackbeard, and others had exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet they remained suppressed by Kaido's nearly invincible power. The battlefield lay in ruins, smoke billowing above the sea, and blood thickening the waters, while the ships endured relentless assaults on the verge of sinking. Just as they regrouped to launch another offensive against Kaido, a terrifying force, seemingly rising from the abyss, erupted from him. It was a pressure so immense that it seemed to solidify the very air. As Conqueror's haki surged from Kaido, wrapping around his colossal spiked club in an unimaginably potent manner, Kaido was enveloped in a profound black light, resembling tangible black flames that spiraled along the club's contours. Cloaking it entirely, each strand of haki seemed to roar, emanating an aura of annihilation that warped the surrounding space. This was the true might of Kaido's Conqueror's haki. It was not merely a deterrent, but a force capable of geometrically amplifying its destructive power, rendering it a terrifying force capable of obliterating all resistance in an instant. Humph, little brats, prepare to be shattered under my strike. Kaido's face twisted into a ghastly grin, his eyes ablaze with a ferocity that seemed capable of igniting the entire ocean. Luffy was the first to feel the terror of this power, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon him, rendering every movement excruciatingly difficult. Yet, Luffy was not one to yield easily. His gaze grew more resolute, the flame of defiance within him burning ever brighter, almost incinerating the oppressive aura. Gum gum. Great serpent cannon, Luffy bellowed with all his might, disregarding the weight and restraint on his body, forcibly activating the powers of the gum gum fruit. His arm elongated like a black serpent breaking its chains, surging toward Kaido with unyielding momentum, his fist pulsating with his full strength. Kaido, noticing this, merely lifted the spiked club enveloped in Conqueror's haki, swinging it lightly. The motion appeared casual but concealed a force capable of overturning the heavens. When Luffy's fist met the club, time seemed to freeze momentarily. Then came a cataclysmic backlash. Luffy felt as though his fist had collided with a wall forged of steel and imbued with divine power. Not only did he fail to budge Kaido, but he was also sent hurtling backward as if struck by cannon fire. The air along his trajectory erupted in explosive sounds, and Luffy soared through the sky like a meteor, ultimately crashing onto a ship that was already swaying precariously, creating a massive dent in its hull and fracturing the deck upon impact. Zoro, too, felt the soul-shaking pressure, yet his gaze remained as icy as ever, devoid of any retreat. Gripping his sword tightly, he elevated his haki to its zenith and shouted, "Three sword style! Ultimate 1,000, 3,000, Great Thousand World!" In an instant, three brilliantly radiant sword lights intertwined like a dragon emerging from a sea, manifesting a force potent enough to rend the sky itself. This time, he relied not only on his exceptional swordsmanship, but infused his will, conviction, and desire for victory into this strike, striving to breach Kaido's seemingly insurmountable barrier of Conqueror's haki. As Zoro's slash approached Kaido, the entangled power of haki surged forth like a slumbering beast awakened. The black light clashed violently with Zoro's blade, producing a deafening sound that reverberated across the entire sea. The noise resonated as if the heavens were roaring, a symphony born from the clash of two extreme forces. Zoro felt a tremendous force, akin to that emerging from the depths of the universe, pushing back against him, nearly causing him to lose grip of his sword. His arm went numb, and his body was forced to slide backward, leaving deep, jagged scratches on the deck, while the surrounding railings and barrels were swept away, scattered in disarray. Aiden inhaled deeply, Striving to maintain composure beneath this dreadful pressure, he closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy, channeling his strength into his weapon like a river converging into a single point. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, determination flashing within, and dashed toward Kaido like a bolt of lightning. Nearing Kaido, he unleashed a series of swift and fierce sword techniques, each strike aimed precisely at Kaido's vital points. His blade gleaming with a cold light, resembling the scythe of death in motion. However, Kaido's conqueror's haki was overwhelmingly potent. Aiden's sword had yet to truly touch Kaido when it was violently deflected by the invisible, tyrannical force. Aiden felt as though he had been struck by a force from hell, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, flipping through the air several times before crashing heavily against the ship's mast. The mast splintered under the impact, sending wooden shards flying, while Aiden was jolted, spitting blood as his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing this turn of events, was secretly astonished. He understood that if he did not unleash his full potential, he might meet his doom here today. Thus, he discreetly activated the abilities of the dark fruit, voraciously absorbing all surrounding light, energy, and even the very fabric of space into his hands, forming a realm of dark matter so dense it bordered on the tangible. Subsequently, he consolidated this dark matter around his body, attempting to counter Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's haki-infused assault. Blackbeard Teach's body now resembled a black hole, devouring every force that dared to approach, his eyes shimmering with an eerie light as he shouted, "Kaido, do not think you can so easily defeat us." With that, he charged towards Kaido. As Blackbeard Teach drew near, Kaido swung his spike club with ferocity, bringing it crashing down upon him. Blackbeard Teach raised his hands to defend, and the clash between the conqueror's haki and the black matter of the dark fruit ignited a cataclysmic explosion, powerful enough to plunge the entire sea into chaos. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the dim battlefield, its radiance akin to the sun descending upon the ocean. The shockwave radiated outward in concentric circles, capsizing and tearing apart nearby vessels, some even obliterated into fragments. The sea was violently upheaved. Colossal waves reaching dozens of meters high surged forth in all directions, engulfing everything in their path. Blackbeard Teach felt a devastating force coursing through his body, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface. The impact sent plumes of water soaring skyward. Resembling a miniature fountain, struggling in the water, Blackbeard Teach coughed up seawater, his face as pale as parchment, his body battered from the immense shock, blood gradually staining the water around him. That moment, the onlookers surrounding the battlefield were staggered by Kaido's conqueror's haki assault, many collapsing into unconsciousness. Ships, under the strain of this overwhelming force, began to sink, while others were overturned, the situation growing increasingly dire. Luffy, having painfully risen from the ship he had dented, wiped the blood from his lips and gazed at his injured comrades, a fierce sense of indignation swelling within him. "Everyone, rally together. We cannot be defeated like this," Luffy shouted, striving to reignite the fighting spirit of his allies. Hearing Luffy's call, Nami, Sanji, and the others struggled to their feet. Despite their injuries, their eyes still sparkled with an indomitable spirit. "Luffy, we're with you," they exclaimed in unison. Thus, Luffy, Aiden, Blackbeard Teach, and their remaining allies summoned their courage once more, converging upon Kaido. This time, they cast aside all hesitation, pooling their strength, will, and conviction, preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with Kaido. Luffy unleashed the full extent of his gum fruit abilities, stretching and contorting his body to execute a variety of surprise attacks, such as Gum Gun and Gum Grizzly Magnum, launching assaults at Kaido from all angles in an effort to distract him. After steadying himself, Zoro gripped his swords tightly, unleashing an even more ferocious three-sword style. Oath of the Shura, great thousand worlds that in a flash of blinding steel, he lunged at Kaido like an enraged demon, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Aiden, enduring the pain racking his body, regained his composure, gripping his weapon tightly as he darted through the hail of gunfire, searching for an opening in Kaido's defenses. Upon spotting a chance, he thrust his sword with unerring precision, Each strike aimed to be fatal. Blackbeard Teach, emerging from the depths of the sea, gritted his teeth and once again activated the powers of the dark fruit, absorbing the surrounding seawater and wreckage into his hands, forming an even mightier sphere of dark matter, which he then hurled towards Kaido, seeking to disrupt his movements and inflict significant damage. Yet Kaido, confronted by the onslaught, remained unfazed. He swung his conqueror's hockey-imbued club with a calm demeanor, either blocking or countering attacks, each swing generating powerful energy ripples. His movements, though seemingly simplistic, were laden with boundless strength. The collective strikes against him, while causing him to furrow his brow slightly, failed to inflict any substantial harm. In the midst of this fierce melee, the sea surrounding the battlefield became a murky blend of blood and seawater, with the remnants of shattered vessels bobbing on the surface, painting a grim tableau. Yet the unwavering spirit of defiance within them propelled the fighters to continue their desperate struggle against Kaido. Their fates entwined with this brutal combat amid the tumultuous sea, where life and death danced precariously between each strike and defense. Chapter 25. Desperate Counterattack. Dawn yet to break, the fierce battle raged on, with Kaido's conqueror's hockey-wrapped club seeming capable of tearing apart the chaotic heavens and sea with each swing. Despite their utmost efforts, the collective assault of the fighters failed to sway Kaido, who stood like an immovable mountain, a disdainful smirk etched upon his fearsome visage. Luffy's gum gun rained down upon Kaido like a torrential downpour, yet Kaido merely waved his club casually, effortlessly deflecting each successive attack. The collisions erupting into thunderous roars that sent shockwaves through the surrounding waters. Luffy's frustration intensified. Gritting his teeth, he stretched his body to its limits, unleashing a new technique. Gum Giant Fist. His fist swelled to the size of a small mountain, hurtling towards Kaido with unstoppable momentum. Kaido, momentarily taken aback, quickly unleashed the full power of his conqueror's haki once more, gripping his club tightly as he met Luffy's gigantic fist with a mighty swing. The collision erupted like the cataclysmic clash of titans, generating a fierce energy shockwave that radiated outward from their point of impact. Luffy felt an irresistible force rebound against him, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably backward, crashing onto the deck of a half-submerged ship, which splintered into pieces upon impact, leaving Luffy momentarily dazed at Zoro's three-sword style. Oath of the Shura. Great Thousand Worlds shimmered with lethal intent as he lunged at Kaido. However, Kaido's reflexes were razor-sharp. He sidestepped Zoro's frontal assault, swinging his club in a sweeping motion. Zoro had no choice but to parry with his sword, the force of Kaido's haki sending tremors through his arms, almost dislodging his weapon. Though he managed to stabilize himself, the deck beneath him splintered, and he plummeted into the sea. Aiden, weaving through the maelstrom of gunfire, finally spotted an opening. He darted towards Kaido like a wraith, his sword aimed for Kaido's throat. Yet, in a moment of uncanny awareness, Kaido turned just as Aiden's blade was about to connect, his club crashing down with a ferocious wind. Aiden barely evaded, but the residual force of Kaido's haki sent him reeling, a mouthful of blood erupting from him as he was hurled onto another ship, breaking its mast once more. Seeing his comrades falter, Blackbeard Teach's rage ignited fiercely. He understood that without deploying more formidable tactics, their chances of victory were slim. Thus, he discreetly summoned the powers of the dark fruit, a mysterious and potent ability that opened a portal to boundless darkness. The space around his hands began to warp, light seemingly pulled by an invisible hand, coalescing into an eerie region of darkness. The surrounding seawater and debris lost their luster and vitality, becoming dull as if their very souls were drained, before being slowly absorbed into the void. Even the pervasive energy of haki in the air was drawn towards him, threads of power flowing into the increasingly dense sphere of black matter between his hands. This dark matter resembled a ravenous black hole, voraciously consuming everything within reach, emitting a chilling black glow, its edges flickering with arcs of black electricity that crackled ominously, as if narrating its insatiable thirst to devour all. Blackbeard Teach bellowed, "Kaido, do not underestimate my power." Having uttered those words, he darted towards Kaido with the swiftness of lightning, As he approached Kaido, he unleashed a surge of concentrated black dark matter from his hands, which surged forth like a roaring behemoth, baring its gaping maw as it lunged at Kaido. Simultaneously, Blackbeard Teach swiftly drew a specially crafted dagger from his waist, its blade entwined with his unique haki. Under the cover of the black dark matter, he stealthily closed in on Kaido, aiming to deliver a fatal blow while Kaido was preoccupied with defending against the dark matter attack. Kaido, however, remained unfazed in the face of the raging dark matter. He thrust his spiked club forcefully into the sea, transmitting a domineering force that instantly raised a colossal curtain of water. This water curtain acted as a formidable shield, repelling Blackbeard Teach's dark matter assault entirely. Following this, the water curtain transformed into countless sharp water arrows that hurtled back towards Blackbeard Teach. Caught off guard, he was struck multiple times by the water arrows, his body teetering on the brink of collapse as blood seeped from his wounds. Yet, he did not yield. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he activated the powers of the Yami Yami, Nomi once more, absorbing the water arrows that had pierced him and various debris around him, replenishing his dark matter strength. Subsequently, Blackbeard Teach swiftly formed hand seals before his chest, chanting incantations as the black dark matter enveloping him began to whirl, creating a massive black vortex. This vortex emanated an overwhelming suction, drawing in not only the surrounding seawater and debris, but also the very air itself. Within the swirling vortex, an eerie black luminescence flickered, interspersed with streaks of black lightning that danced amidst the shadows. Each flash accompanied by a low, rumbling roar, echoing like the wrath of the abyss. Blackbeard Teach abruptly thrust the vortex towards Kaido, attempting to disrupt his movements with its powerful pull, while simultaneously creating an opportunity for his allies to launch a counterattack. At that moment, Zoro emerged from the sea, gripping his sword with renewed determination evident in his gaze. This time, he not only maximized his armament haki, but also sought to employ a more advanced technique of internal destruction. He understood well that mere external strikes would not inflict substantial damage on Kaido. Only by penetrating his defenses could he hope to find a sliver of opportunity. Zoro concentrated all his mental energy, intricately weaving his armament haki around his sword like fine threads. With deft precision, he unleashed this haki upon making contact with Kaido, allowing it to seep through the gaps in Kaido's defenses like a subtle electric current. Once inside Kaido's body, the armament haki would erupt violently, akin to detonating tiny bombs within, wreaking havoc on his bodily tissues and meridians. As Zoro swung his sword towards Kaido once more, the blade imbued with the technique of internal destruction glimmered with an intensified sharpness. Kaido sensed something amiss. He attempted to evade, but it was too late, and he could only brace himself to take the hit with his spiked club. When the sword met the club, Zoro felt a distinct resistance. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling all his strength into the strike. Despite Kaido's outward appearance of unyielding stability, a tremor coursed through him. He felt a subtle force wreaking havoc within him, threatening his bodily functions. However, drawing upon his extraordinary physical resilience and mastery over haki, Kaido forcibly suppressed this internal disruption. Yet he could no longer afford to underestimate Zoro's technique. At that juncture, the battlefield situation grew increasingly dire for everyone involved. Most ships had either sunk or lay in ruin, the seawater stained crimson with blood. Nami, Sanji, and the rest of their comrades, though anxious, found their options severely limited in the face of Kaido's overwhelming power. Just as despair began to settle over them, Luffy gradually regained consciousness from his stupor as he gazed at his severely injured comrades, reigniting the indomitable flame of defiance within him. Struggling to his feet, heedless of his wounds, he activated his gum fruit abilities once more. This time, his body radiated an extraordinary light, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Luffy inhaled deeply and shouted, "We can't give up yet. My friends, let's unite our strength and strike together." Zoro surged forth from the sea, resolutely gripping his sword, his eyes ablaze with determination. Aiden, enduring his own pain, rose from the ship, gripping his sword once more. Blackbeard Teach gritted his teeth, gradually standing upright, his hands once again coalescing dark matter. The group seemed to share an unspoken bond, connecting their individual strengths, will, and beliefs through an invisible thread. They charged at Kaido once more, this time with the resolve of those fighting for their very lives, uncertain if they might glimpse a ray of hope to conquer Kaido amidst this dire strait. AS Kaido faced the renewed momentum of their combined efforts. The cold smirk on his face began to fade, replaced by a grave expression. It seemed this battle was on the verge of a pivotal turning point. Chapter 26, The Point of No Return. A glimmer of hope. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the stench of blood so thick it was nearly nauseating. Kaido remained as unyielding as an immovable mountain, steadfastly standing amidst the chaos. Although the relentless waves of attacks from the group had quelled his mocking grin, the overwhelming aura he exuded showed no signs of diminishing. Luffy had fully awakened, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire, a blaze seemingly capable of incinerating the very smoke that enveloped them. The pain coursing through his body was momentarily forgotten. His sole focus was to vanquish Kaido alongside his comrades. Once more, Luffy unleashed his gum-gum fruit abilities, his body stretching like a spring. He leapt high into the air, shouting at Kaido, "Gum-gum! Thunder God Hammer!" His feet rapidly enlarged, transforming into two colossal hammers enveloped in electrifying radiance. Crashing down towards Kaido's head, Kaido glanced upward at Luffy, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, yet he dared not underestimate the attack. Gripping his Haki-wrapped spike club tightly, he swung it upward with tremendous force, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and a deafening roar as Luffy's feet collided with the club. In that moment of collision, Luffy felt as if he had crashed against a dome forged from steel and Haki, the rebound propelling him uncontrollably backward through the air. Nevertheless, Luffy managed to stabilize himself mid-flight and launched into a new offensive. He wrapped his arms around his body, spinning rapidly as he charged toward Kaido. Exclaiming, "Gum-gum! Tornado!" his form became a massive black whirlwind, surging forth with tremendous force toward Kaido. Kaido merely shifted his stance slightly in response to Luffy's relentless barrage, regaining his equilibrium with each clash of their strikes. He wielded his spike club with precision, either blocking or countering, each encounter stirring new waves of chaos across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zoro had emerged from the sea, having been on the lookout for the opportune moment to strike. He recognized that against an adversary as formidable as Kaido, conventional attacks would prove ineffective. He needed to find a chink in Kaido's armor to deliver a decisive blow. Observing that Luffy's attack had drawn some of Kaido's attention, Zoro resolved to act without hesitation. But he gripped his three swords tightly, taking a deep breath as he elevated his armament Haki to unprecedented heights. Concurrently, he employed the technique of internal destruction once more, wrapping his Haki around his swords like delicate strands of silk. But a profound black glow enveloped the blades, flickering as if black lightning coursed through them. In a flash, Zoro dashed towards Kaido like a bolt of black lightning. As he closed in, he unleashed a powerful swing of his sword, bellowing, three-sword style. Ultimate, Ghost Cry, God Weep, Heaven and Earth Collapse. This strike shimmered with an even more dazzling brilliance than before, three arcs of light intertwining like enraged dragons in the air. Then cleaving towards Kaido with ferocity, the air itself seemed to rend asunder in the wake of the sword's passage, emitting sharp, piercing wails. Kaido sensed the lethal nature of Zoro's attack and attempted to pivot and counter. But Luffy's gum-gum tornado bore down upon him from the side, momentarily overwhelming his defenses. Yet Kaido was Kaido. His reflexes were lightning-dash fast. At the critical juncture, he swung his Haki-wrapped spiked club horizontally, striving to simultaneously fend off the attacks from both Luffy and Zoro. When Zoro's sword met Kaido's club, a tremendous shockwave erupted, sending tremors through the battlefield. Zoro felt an unstoppable force surging through his sword, nearly wrenching it from his grip. However, he clenched his teeth, maintaining a vice-like hold on his blade, channeling every ounce of strength into his strike. Kaido, too, felt the repercussions. While he successfully blocked Zoro's assault, the internal destructive force of the Haki surged through the club and into his body. He sensed a subtle force wreaking havoc within him, threatening to dismantle his bodily structure and meridians. This force has become even more formidable than before. Kaido's brow furrowed slightly, and he increasingly regarded Zoro's technique with trepidation. Aiden, observing Luffy and Zoro's assault from the sidelines, felt a surge of adrenaline. He steadied himself, gripping his sword tightly once more, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Like lightning, Aiden darted through the gaps of the battlefield, searching for Kaido's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting opening behind Kaido as he fended off Luffy and Zoro's attacks. Without hesitation, Aiden swiftly dashed towards Kaido's rear. In the instant he approached Kaido's back, he raised his sword high and shouted, "Gale thrust!" His blade shot forth like a silver lightning bolt towards Kaido's back. Although Kaido sensed the movement behind him, he was preoccupied with defending against Luffy and Zoro's strikes, leaving him unable to respond in time. Just as Aiden's sword was about to pierce Kaido's back, a faint black glow suddenly enveloped Kaido's body. His own haki defense, Aiden's sword collided with this layer of haki, causing a tremendous rebound that numbed his arm and nearly dislodged the weapon from his grasp. Yet he refused to yield. Instead, he leveraged the rebound to leap high again, adjusting his stance to thrust at Kaido's back once more, this time exclaiming, "Armor-piercing thrust." He poured all his strength into the sword, aiming to breach Kaido's haki defense. Blackbeard Teach, having faced setbacks from earlier attacks, felt his anger intensify, that he understood that if he could not unleash the true power of the dark fruit at this moment, victory would be elusive. Thus, Blackbeard activated the abilities of the dark fruit once more. With hands clasped before his chest, he chanted incantations, and the space around him began to warp violently. The surrounding seawater, debris, and even the air were drawn towards him by an overwhelming force. The dark matter between his hands thickened, resembling an insatiable black hole. Eerie black glimmers flickered within the dark substance, with tendrils of black lightning crackling ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Blackbeard bellowed, "Vortex of darkness. Destruction descends." He thrust his hands forward violently, causing the dense dark matter to spiral rapidly, forming a massive black vortex. This vortex emanated a formidable pulling force, drawing everything in its vicinity into its MAW as it spun. The interior of the vortex shimmered with a dark glow, interspersed with flashes of black lightning that erupted with a deep, rumbling roar, akin to the wrath of the abyss. Blackbeard directed the black vortex towards Kaido, hoping to disrupt his movements and create better opportunities for his allies to strike. Kaido sensed the immense suction emanating from the vortex. Recognizing the threat posed by Blackbeard's assault, he planted his feet firmly against the ground, attempting to stabilize himself, while swinging his haki-imbued kanabo towards the black vortex, aiming to disperse it with haki's might. The moment the kanabo met the black vortex, a powerful wave of energy erupted. The vortex's pull and the kanabo's haki clashed, forming a momentary equilibrium. However, this balance proved fleeting as Blackbeard intensified the vortex's suction, gradually consuming the haki's power from the kanabo. Kaido's heart raced. He had not anticipated the vortex's strength. He quickly amplified his haki output, striving to regain the upper hand. Yet, just as he was distracted, Luffy launched a new assault. Seeing Kaido preoccupied with Blackbeard's attack, Luffy seized the opportunity. He activated the powers of the rubber fruit once more, stretching his body rapidly as he charged towards Kaido. Shouting, rubber, rocket launcher, his arm transformed into a massive cannon, hurtling towards Kaido's chest. Caught off guard, Kaido had no choice but to brace himself against Luffy's strike. Luffy's fist struck Kaido's chest with tremendous force, causing Kaido to lean back slightly before quickly regaining his stance. Although the blow delivered a measure of impact, it was far from sufficient to topple him. Meanwhile, the battlefield descended into further chaos. The wreckage of vessels floated amid the waves, swaying with the tides. The seawater was stained crimson, resembling a sea of blood. Nami, Sanji, and their comrades were not idle, though they did not engage directly with Kaido. They provided support in their own ways. Nami wielded the weather stick, conjuring lightning and tempest to disrupt Kaido's vision and movements. She chanted incantations as she wielded the stick with vigor, bolts of lightning shooting forth towards Kaido. Sanji, on the other hand, busied himself preparing delectable dishes, Well aware of his comrades' fatigue after such a fierce battle, he hoped to rejuvenate them with his culinary creations, swiftly cooking as enticing aromas wafted across the battlefield. Though the scent was faint amid the stench of blood and gunpowder, it still ignited a warmth in his comrades' hearts. Just when everyone thought the battle would remain in a stalemate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the midst of Luffy's relentless assaults, his rubber fruit abilities seemed to resonate with an enigmatic force. This resonance triggered subtle changes in Luffy's physique. A soft golden glow began to radiate from his body, growing stronger and ultimately enveloping him entirely. Sensing this transformation, Luffy's heart soared. He recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to defeat Kaido. Without hesitation, he activated the powers of the rubber fruit once more, stretching towards Kaido while exclaiming, "Rubber, golden fist." His fist, now encased in a thick layer of golden light, appeared imbued with unparalleled strength. Kaido, taken aback by Luffy's newfound attack, felt a flicker of surprise. Yet he dared not underestimate it, promptly raising his hockey-wrapped kanabo to meet Luffy's strike. When Luffy's rubber golden fist collided with Kaido's kanabo, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted. This wave of energy spread like a tsunami in all directions. The surrounding seawater surged upward, forming towering waves that crashed far and wide. The wreckage of ships was overturned and shattered by this energy shockwave, some even reduced to splinters. Luffy felt as if his fist had struck a wall forged from divine power. The recoil sent him hurtling backward uncontrollably. However, unlike before, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air. Kaido, too, was affected. Though he had blocked Luffy's strike, he felt a tingling numbness in his arm, and his kanabo nearly slipped from his grasp. Furthermore, he sensed that Luffy's punch contained not only raw physical force, but also a mysterious power capable of penetrating his defenses. This enigmatic energy coursed through the kanabo into Kaido's body, wreaking havoc within, attempting to disrupt his bodily tissues and meridians. Kaido's expression shifted. He quickly summoned his haki to suppress this mysterious force. Just as he focused on containing this energy, Zoro spotted an opportunity. He tightened his grip on his sword, darting towards Kaido while shouting, "Three-sword style. Secret technique. Dragon slash. Sky breaking." His blade gleamed like a radiant galaxy as it descended towards Kaido's neck. Kaido sensed Zoro's attack, but found himself unable to evade in time. He could only swing his kanabo horizontally in a futile attempt to block Zoro's blow. When Zoro's sword light met Kaido's kanabo, another powerful wave of energy erupted. Zoro felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade, nearly wrenching the sword from his grip. Yet gritting his teeth, he held on tightly, continuing to inject power into the strike. Kaido, too, was jolted once more. His arm felt numb, and the kanabo nearly slipped from his grasp. Moreover, a portion of the power from Zoro's strike flowed through the kanabo into Kaido's body, joining the previous mysterious energy in wreaking havoc within him. Kaido's expression darkened further. He realized he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. He inhaled deeply, elevating his conqueror's haki to its utmost potential, while simultaneously mastering the art of its application to an extraordinary degree. Gripping his spiked club with both hands, the dark aura surrounding him deepened, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss of shadows. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "You little brats truly believe you can defeat me." Having spoken, he swung the club enveloped in Conqueror's haki, launching a fierce counterattack against the crowd. Kaido's onslaught was ferocious. Each swing of his club unleashed formidable waves of energy. He directed his assault towards Luffy, who, unable to evade in time, braced himself to absorb the impact. The club struck Luffy with immense force, sending his body hurtling backward to crash onto a dilapidated ship, which disintegrated upon impact. Next, Kaido aimed at Zoro, who, caught off guard, could only defend with his sword as the club collided with the blade. Zoro felt an overpowering force coursing through the sword, nearly wrenching it from his grip. The impact propelled him backward, crashing into the sea and sending up a tremendous splash. Kaido then turned his attention to Aiden, who likewise could not evade and resorted to blocking with his sword. When the club met the blade, Aiden experienced a similar overwhelming force, his hands nearly losing their hold. This collision sent him flying back onto another vessel, leaving a significant dent in its hull. Finally, Kaido targeted Blackbeard Teach, who, unable to dodge, defended with both hands, and as the club clashed with Teach's hands, he too felt an irresistible force, his grip almost slipping. The impact sent him crashing down onto the ocean surface, creating a massive splash. This moment. Everyone sustained varying degrees of injury, their bodies battered and bruised. Luffy lay on a shattered ship, racked with pain, feeling a deep-seated unwillingness to yield, yet momentarily powerless to re-engage in battle. Zoro struggled in the water, attempting to rise, but the resistance of the ocean and his injuries hindered him. Aiden, sprawled on the damaged vessel, gazed at the dented hull, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach floated in the water, weakened, harboring a bitter resentment towards his insufficient strength. Yet, just when all believed the battle was destined for defeat, Luffy abruptly sat up on the wreckage. He surveyed his injured comrades. A surge of defiance and fighting spirit igniting within him, that he recalled his dreams and the countless experiences shared with his friends, understanding that he could not simply give up, struggling to his feet. Disregarding his pain, he activated the powers of his gum-gum fruit once more. His body began to shimmer with an extraordinary light, as if resonating with some mysterious force. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed, "Partners, we cannot give up yet. Let us unite our strength." Zoro, inspired by Luffy's rallying cry, felt his spirits lift. He fought against the waves, finally regaining his footing and resolutely gripping his sword, his eyes filled with determination. Aiden, too, responded to Luffy's call, rising from the ship and tightly clutching his sword, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. Blackbeard Teach, hearing Luffy's words, struggled to rise from the water, his hands gathering dark matter once more. It was as if they were all connected by an invisible thread, intertwining their strength, will, and belief. They charged at Kaido once more, their attacks fueled by a desperate resolve, uncertain if they could find a glimmer of hope against the overwhelming might of Kaido. As Kaido faced the renewed vigor of his opponents, the sneer on his face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. This battle appeared poised for a crucial turning point. Chapter 27. Counterattack from the brink. Dawn breaks the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, thick as fog, a pungent odor that threatened to induce nausea. The stench of blood mixed with the briny scent of the sea permeated the air, enveloping the space in a heavy, oppressive shroud. Luffy's spirited shout pierced through the dark atmosphere like a bolt of lightning, reigniting the flames of determination within his comrades. Luffy was the first to launch an attack. His form enveloped in a strange luminescence as he stretched and transformed once more. That moment, a singular thought consumed him. "Kaido, this time I shall utterly defeat you, for my friends, for our dreams. I shall not retreat." With this resolve, he roared, "Gum Gum, New Star Punch." His arm soared through the air like a meteor, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards Kaido. The power of this punch seemed to surpass all previous strikes, the air roaring as it was compressed, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that echoed across the smoke-laden battlefield, like the battle's fury rallying behind Luffy. Kaido, witnessing Luffy's fierce attack, felt a shiver run down his spine. The boy had grown stronger, but he was still far from being able to defeat him. He was determined not to falter, raising his conquerors Hakurap club high, his aura coalescing once again, the black glow flickering about him like hellfire, casting an even more sinister shadow over the battlefield. "Humph, you think you can defeat me? Such delusions," he roared, swinging down to meet Luffy's punch. When their forces collided, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted. This impact was more intense than any prior clash, sending ripples of energy cascading outward from their epicenter. The ocean surged as if disturbed by an invisible giant's hand, waves rising dozens of meters high, crashing violently like a furious beast, roaring in all directions. The remnants of ships were lifted as if they were mere leaves, some disintegrating mid-air into powder, falling like confetti into the blood-red sea. Luffy felt an overwhelming recoil, his body uncontrollably flung backward. In mid-air, he gazed down at the chaotic battlefield. The sea churned into a murky whirlpool, smoke and debris swirling about. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, his thoughts resolute. "I cannot give up. My friends are waiting for me. I must continue to fight." He prepared to launch another assault that on Zoro's end, He moved like lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Kaido amidst the tumultuous waters. The sea was a roiling tempest, the splashes of water glinting under the sun's refracted light. Gripping his sword tightly, he pondered. Kaido, your flaw must lie within this round of attacks. I shall find it and deliver a fatal blow. For Luffy, for everyone, I cannot fail. With this determination, he shouted, three-sword style, secret technique, breaking the sky, severing the sea. His three swords struck simultaneously, their blades forming brilliant arcs as they slashed towards Kaido. The light of the blades embodied Zoro's unwavering resolve, as if cleaving the very heavens apart. The air slicing through with a faint, piercing whine. Kaido, sensing Zoro's assault, attempted to pivot and defend, but the residual force from Luffy's prior attack still reverberated in the air, distorting it and momentarily hindering his movements. In that fleeting instant, Zoro's blades reached their mark. Kaido was forced to swing his club horizontally, striving to block the fierce onslaught. The clash of blades and club erupted into a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. The brilliance illuminated a vast area of the dark battlefield, akin to daylight breaking, only to be swiftly swallowed by the encroaching smoke. Zoro clutched his sword with unwavering resolve, even as the recoil threatened to wrench it from his grasp. He gritted his teeth, channeling his haki into the blade, thinking, this time, I must breach his defenses. I cannot let my friends down. The surrounding waters surge high once more, the crashing waves scattering droplets into the air, intertwining with the pervasive smoke. Aiden, not to be outdone, darted like a silver streak across the battlefield, weaving through the chaos. As he moved, the smoke swirled around him, forming dark vortices. Encouraging himself, he thought, my strength may not match theirs, but I possess my own convictions. For the peace of this sea, to stand shoulder to shoulder with my comrades, I must play my part in this battle. As he contemplated, he shouted loudly, Whirlwind Phantom Strike. The sword in his hand transformed into countless shimmering sword lights, resembling a swarm of silver hummingbirds, darting towards the vital points of Kaido's body. His speed was astonishing, and the flickering sword lights dazzled the eyes, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the true attack. Along the path he traversed, the wreckage of ships floating on the sea was swept about by the gusts he generated, some even being shattered anew, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught of sword lights, Kaido was taken aback. These fellows truly are relentless, but injuring me will not be so simple. He swung his kanabo, spinning rapidly to create a dark barrier, attempting to block Aiden's assault. I could see this moment. The surrounding seawater was also whipped into small whirlpools by the currents generated from his weapon, swirling with fragments of debris. However, Aiden's sword lights were agile and unpredictable, and a few managed to breach this dark defense, piercing towards Kaido's body. Blackbeard Teach's hands emanated an increasingly dense black substance, resembling two profound black holes. At this juncture, the air around him seemed to warp under the immense gravitational pull of this dark matter, casting an ominous gloom over the surroundings. He gazed at Kaido, silently contemplating. Kaido, do not underestimate my dark fruit. Today marks your demise, and I shall demonstrate the might of Blackbeard Teach to all. With that, he bellowed, Dark Devourer, Endless Abyss. He thrust his hands forward, and the dark matter slithered like two colossal black serpents towards Kaido. Wherever they traveled, everything was consumed by their formidable suction. Seawater was violently drawn up, forming towering columns of water that converge upon the dark mass, while wreckage was directly shattered, and even the air seemed to be extracted, creating a chaotic realm of darkness that appeared increasingly eerie on the already dim battlefield. Kaido sensed the threat posed by the dark matter and mused. Blackbeard Teach's abilities are indeed troublesome. He must be dealt with swiftly. He stomped forcefully on the ground, which had become uneven and pitted from the earlier battles, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Steadying himself, he swung his kanabo, enveloped in conqueror's haki, down upon the dark substance with great force. The collision of the kanabo and the dark matter unleashed a tempest of darkness and might, flashing erratically as energy waves impacted everything in their vicinity. The energy surge raised the dust from the ground anew, mingling with the smoke, while water columns on the surface were obliterated, showering down like a torrential downpour. as the chaos of battle raged between the others and Kaido. Nami was not idle. She wielded her weather stick, and the sky, already clouded by the smoke of conflict, grew even darker under her command, with ominous clouds looming as if ready to descend and envelop the battlefield in shadow. Lightning flickered and thunder roared amidst the clouds, illuminating portions of the battlefield momentarily before being swiftly engulfed by darkness. In her heart, she thought, I may not fight Kaido directly like the others, but I shall do my utmost to create better conditions for my comrades' assaults. I must persevere. With that, she shouted, "Lightning strike!" A formidable bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, aimed at Kaido's position. This lightning carried Nami's anger and hopes, attempting to provide a boost to her comrades' attacks. The moment the lightning struck, the surrounding air seemed to ionize, releasing a sharp tang, while a section of the sea was illuminated, the water shimmering with an eerie glow. Sanji had long prepared a feast, and seizing the moment, he tossed the delicacies towards his comrades. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos, with smoke swirling, waves churning, and debris floating. Yet his gaze remained fixed on his companions. He silently urged, "My friends, you must endure. Eat my food to replenish your strength and bring down that beast. Kaido," he shouted, "everyone, eat something to regain your stamina." The delicacies arced through the air, exuding an enticing aroma. Though this fragrance was somewhat muted amidst the stench of blood, smoke, and briny seawater, it still managed to infuse a semblance of warmth into the brutal battlefield. In the brief lulls of combat, his comrades eagerly reached out for the food, devouring it swiftly. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through their bodies, replenishing their energy to some extent. Seizing the opportunity, while Kaido was momentarily distracted by the attacks from his comrades, Luffy activated his gum-gum fruit powers once more. That he observed Kaido, whose dark aura appeared increasingly sinister amidst the chaotic environment, and his spirit surged with determination. "Kaido, you are beginning to show vulnerabilities. This time, I shall unleash my mightiest attack upon you." With that, he thundered, "Gum-gum, 1,000-kilo hammer." His feet rapidly enlarged to the size of two gigantic hammers, infused with an enigmatic force, and he brought them crashing down upon Kaido's head. This attack was imbued with Luffy's pent-up frustration, trust in his comrades, and all his hopes. As he launched his assault, the air around him whistled in response to his movement, while the churning seawater was stirred into small waves. Kaido sensed the impending attack above and attempted to raise his head to defend himself, but the simultaneous onslaught from Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard left him no room to maneuver. Just as Luffy's feet were about to make contact with his head, Kaido could only raise his kanabo wrapped in conqueror's haki to block. With a resounding crash, the collision sent tremors throughout the entire battlefield. The energy waves generated by the impact of Luffy's feet and the kanabo caused the surrounding seawater to explode upwards, creating a massive curtain of water. This water curtain sparkled under the sunlight, yet was quickly shrouded by smoke and dust. Luffy's body was once more thrust backward by the force, and in midair, he gazed down at the increasingly chaotic battlefield, where seawater splashed wildly, debris soared higher and farther, and smoke and dust thickened. Yet he forcibly twisted his body in the air, preparing to launch a renewed attack. Resolutely thinking, "I will not be defeated by this setback. I must bring down Kaido." Zoro, witnessing Luffy's assault, felt his own resolve swell. He took a deep breath, elevating his armament haki to unprecedented heights. At this moment, the seawater around him rippled slightly with his inhalation, and some of the smoke was drawn into him, prompting a few involuntary coughs. He fixed his gaze on Kaido, silently vowing, "Kaido, I shall carve deeper wounds upon you, making you aware of our strength." With that, he bellowed, three-sword style, supreme secret. Heaven-splitting, earth-shattering. 3 swords were wielded simultaneously, the brilliance of this strike outshining all previous attempts. The sword lights resembled 3 blazing torches, fiercely slashing towards Kaido's chest. In the fleeting moment the blade light flashed, the air around seemed ignited, exuding a searing heat, illuminating a portion of the sea, with the water sparkling brilliantly under the sword light. Kaido, preoccupied with fending off Luffy's assault, was caught unawares by Zoro's sudden and fierce strike, barely able to evade in time. He could only slightly tilt his body to avoid a fatal blow. However, Zoro's blade still carved a deep gash into him, black blood gushing from the wound and staining the surrounding waters black. "You insignificant ants dare to wound me!" Kaido roared in fury, his eyes glinting with boundless malice. He swung his kanabo toward Zoro with great force, thinking, "I will make you all pay for this." Zoro, unable to evade, could only raise his sword to defend. When the kanabo collided with his blade, he felt an overwhelming force surge through his weapon, nearly forcing him to relinquish it. Yet he gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the sword, and leveraging the recoil, leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Kaido, thinking, "Humph. You think you can take me down so easily? I will find another chance to strike." At that moment, the seawater behind him erupted in a high spray, shimmering in the sunlight, intertwining with the surrounding smoke and dust. Aiden, seeing Kaido injured, felt a surge of joy that he swiftly darted towards Kaido's wound. He thought, "This is my chance. I must exploit this opportunity to widen his injury and assist my comrades." With that, he shouted, "Blood piercer." He thrust his sword sharply towards Kaido's wound, intent on exacerbating the injury. As he charged forward, the surrounding seawater churned violently due to the air currents he stirred, while fragments of debris swirled around him. Kaido sensed Aiden's intentions and swung his club, imbued with conqueror's haki, horizontally in an attempt to intercept Aiden's assault. However, Aiden's speed was astonishing. Just as the club was about to connect, he flickered out of sight, evading the blow, and once again lunged towards Kaido's wound, fervently thinking, "I must seize this opportunity and not allow him to deflect my strike so easily." Blackbeard Teach, witnessing Kaido's injury, seized the moment as well. The dark matter between his hands began to whirl rapidly, forming a massive black vortex. The surrounding air was drawn into this vortex's formidable pull, becoming increasingly distorted, with light struggling to penetrate. He gazed at Kaido, delight bubbling within him. "Haha, Kaido, look at you today. Watch how I deal with you." With that thought, he bellowed, "Dark vortex. Destruction enhancement." He thrust the vortex towards Kaido's wound, attempting to utilize its immense suction to draw out Kaido's power. Intensifying his injuries simultaneously, as the vortex moved, the seawater was violently sucked up, creating towering columns of water, while debris was shattered and the air around became desolate and chaotic. Kaido felt the threat of the black vortex. He yearned to evade it, but his body was sluggish from the previous attacks. The vortex enveloped his wound, and its powerful suction began to take effect. He sensed a force within him being gradually drained, and the pain at the wound intensified, thinking, "These bastards are indeed cunning, but I shall not be defeated so easily. You lot want to succeed." Kaido roared, channeling all his haki to resist the vortex's grip. Simultaneously, he swung his club with ferocity towards Blackbeard Teach, determined to eliminate him first before dealing with the others. Blackbeard Teach could not dodge in time and was forced to block with his hands. When the club collided with his palms, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, nearly causing him to lose his grip. The impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea and splashing up a tremendous spray of water. The droplets sparkled in the sunlight, intertwining with the surrounding smoke and debris, as he thought, "Damn Kaido, his strength is formidable, but I won't give up easily." Seeing his comrades fight so desperately fueled Luffy's own fighting spirit. He activated his gum fruit power once more, stretching his body and charging towards Kaido. As he approached, the dark glow surrounding Kaido appeared increasingly ominous amidst the chaos, and Luffy's heart swelled with determination. "Kaido, today is your doom. I will bring you down alongside my comrades." With that thought, he shouted, Gum, ultimate pistol." His fist, enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, shone brighter than before, seemingly harboring boundless power. As he rushed towards Kaido, the air around him whistled, and the turbulent seawater was stirred up into small waves. Kaido, preoccupied with resisting the black vortex's pull, was caught off guard by Luffy's fierce punch. Luffy's fist struck Kaido's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying backward and crashing onto a dilapidated ship, which splintered beneath the impact. In that instant, seawater erupted into a towering spray. Debris was sent soaring. and the smoke and dust thickened even further. That punch seemed to shatter some equilibrium. Lying on a shattered ship, Kaido's body throbbed with agony. Though anger coursed through him, he felt an unprecedented sense of weakness. He attempted to rise, but his body betrayed him, as if all his strength had been sapped away, thinking, "How could this be? How could I be defeated by these fools? I am Kaido." Luffy, Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach exchanged glances of triumph upon seeing Kaido toppled. They rushed towards his position, their hearts filled with exhilaration. "Have we won?" Luffy asked incredulously. "Not yet. We must completely defeat him," Zoro replied, gripping his sword with a serious expression. They gathered around Kaido, gazing at his weakened form, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. After enduring such grueling battles and countless near-death experiences, they finally glimpsed a sliver of victory. Chapter 28. Aftermath and New Journeys. Kaido's colossal form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and splintered wood. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Only the lingering smoke drifted slowly, and the relentless waves continued to crash against the remnants of the ships, producing a series of dull thuds. Luffy and the others huddled around Kaido, fatigue evident in their eyes, yet overshadowed by an uncontrollable excitement and disbelief. Luffy crouched down, checking for Kaido's breath, confirming he had temporarily lost his fighting ability. He exhaled a sigh of relief and stood up, addressing his companions. "This guy has finally gone down." That was exhausting. He plopped down on a nearby broken plank, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword. His gaze still vigilant, he surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, "Don't let your guard down. With all this commotion, who knows what trouble might come our way?" Aiden nodded in agreement, gripping his sword tightly, ever ready for any unexpected developments. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was quietly scheming, his eyes darting between Kaido and the area around them as they took a moment to catch their breath. Dark shapes gradually emerged on the distant horizon. As time passed, those shapes became clearer, ships approaching their vicinity. Luffy squinted, attempting to discern the situation aboard the vessels, muttering, "Tiska, who are these people? Why are they joining the fray?" The first ship to draw near bore a group of individuals clad in varying attire. At the forefront stood a towering man with a thick beard, arms crossed, scrutinizing Luffy and his companions as well as the fallen Kaido. He boomed, "Hey, are you the ones who defeated Kaido? Impressive, indeed." Luffy stood up to respond. "So what if we are? What do you want here?" The burly man laughed heartily and replied, "No need to be tense. I'm Baro, captain of the Storm Pirate crew. We operate in these waters nearby, and hearing the ruckus, we came to check it out. Never expected to find Kaido defeated by you lot. That is quite a relief. However, you should know that with Kaido's fall, this sea will undergo a transformation." Luffy frowned, perplexed by his words, and inquired, "Transformation? What do you mean?" Baro jumped down from his ship, approached Luffy and the others, and explained, "Kaido has dominated these waters for many years, and his sphere of influence is considerable. Now that he is down, those factions he suppressed, along with other pirate crews eyeing the sea's resources, will surely stir. Although you've defeated Kaido, you've stirred up a massive hornet's nest." Upon hearing this, Luffy scoffed dismissively. Who cares? If anyone dares to cause trouble, we'll just defeat them too." Zoro chimed in, "Exactly. We are not afraid of any trouble." Baro observed their unwavering confidence and nodded slightly, saying, "Haha, I like your spirit. However, if you need assistance, consider collaborating with our Storm Pirate crew. After all, having one more ally is better than gaining another enemy." Luffy pondered for a moment, about to respond when several more ships arrived. The individuals disembarking varied vastly, some wearing friendly expressions, while others bore hostile gazes, evidently harboring their own agendas. Among them was a man clad in extravagant garments, adorned with a tall hat, who approached with a mocking tone. Well, if it isn't the little kids who defeated Kaido. Don't think this means you can run rampant in these waters. With Kaido down, everyone will want a piece of that pie." Luffy's temper flared at these words, and he pointed at the man, shouting, "Who are you calling a little kid? Say that again if you dare." The atmosphere instantly shifted to a tense standoff, both sides poised for confrontation. Just then, Nami stepped forward, wielding her climate baton, and summoned dark clouds overhead, with thunder rumbling ominously. She declared, "Enough with the bickering. Now is not the time for disputes. Although Kaido has fallen, the chaos in these waters is only just beginning that if you all wish to fight to the death here, none will walk away unscathed." Nami's words brought a sense of calm to the crowd, as they exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of their current predicament. The man wearing a tall hat scoffed and inquired, "So what do you propose we do? Are we to simply stand by and watch as you monopolize the benefits of this sea?" Nami turned to Luffy, who scratched his head and replied, "I'm not quite sure. We never intended to claim any benefits for ourselves. We merely wish to ensure that this sea is free from tyrants like Kaido." Zoro then suggested, "We could convene to discuss and redefine the territorial boundaries of this sea, ensuring that everyone receives their fair share of the benefits." The crowd fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a moment, Barrow was the first to speak up. That idea sounds quite promising. However, achieving fairness will not be an easy task, as everyone's strengths and needs differ." Just as their discussion heated up, a white sailboat gently approached. At the bow stood an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, his gentle countenance radiating wisdom that he held a cane topped with a blue gem that emitted a soft glow. The elder disembarked and approached the crowd, stating, "Greetings, I am Elvin, the sage of this sea. I have heard of the events that transpired here and understand the predicament you faced to resolve the issues of this sea. We must first establish a common goal, to uphold peace and prosperity." The crowd turned their attention to Elvin as he continued, "We could form an alliance, comprising various pirate crews and other factions. Within this alliance, resources and responsibilities would be allocated based on each group's strength and contributions, thereby collectively maintaining order in these waters. This approach would not only prevent unnecessary conflict, but also ensure mutual benefit." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "That sounds fantastic. I love it." Zoro then inquired, "But what if someone violates the alliance's rules?" Elvin smiled gently and replied, "In such cases, the alliance will convene to deliberate on appropriate penalties, with severe offenders potentially facing expulsion." After considerable discussion, the majority embraced Elvin's proposal, agreeing to establish an organization named the Ocean Peace Alliance, with Luffy's pirate crew naturally becoming a significant member. In the ensuing days, the alliance commenced addressing the myriad issues left in the wake of Kaido's downfall. The first task was to clear the battlefield debris, a monumental undertaking that required the collective efforts of various factions. Luffy and Aiden took charge of moving larger fragments, utilizing their strength to transport heavy planks and steel pieces to designated locations. Zoro led a team to patrol the surrounding waters, vigilant against any unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit the chaos. He remained ever alert, his sword ready at a moment's notice. Nami employed her weather rod to regulate the climate, facilitating the cleanup process. At the tea times when the heat became unbearable, she conjured clouds to shield the sun. Other times, when rain threatened to hinder progress, she dispersed the clouds to allow sunlight to shine through. Sanji busied himself in a makeshift kitchen, preparing delectable meals for the weary workers. His culinary creations not only nourished their bodies, but also provided warmth and comfort amid their exhaustion. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, although participating in the Alliance's efforts, remained fixated on enhancing his own power. During breaks, he stealthily sought secluded spots to practice the abilities of the dark fruit, striving to grow even stronger. As time passed, the battlefield debris was gradually cleared, and the sea began to regain its former vitality. The flora on the islands flourished anew, seabirds soared through the skies, and fish swam freely in the waters. The Alliance's operations began to fall into a rhythm, with cooperation among factions becoming increasingly harmonious. However, just when it seemed that all was progressing positively, discordant voices began to emerge within the Alliance. Some factions, harboring ulterior motives, started to conspire in secret, seeking to disrupt the existing balance for their own gain. One day, while Luffy's crew convened at the Alliance headquarters to discuss their next steps, they were suddenly startled by a commotion outside. Luffy dashed out first, only to witness a group of armed individuals clashing with the Alliance's guards. "What is going on?" Luffy shouted as a guard rushed over. Breathless with urgency, Captain Luffy. These people barged in and demanded to see the Alliance's leader. When we asked them to wait, they resorted to violence. Luffy furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the intruders, and called out, "Who are you? What do you want?" Leading the group was a man with a scar across his face, who sneered, "We are from the Shadow Pirates, and we come to tell you that this alliance is nothing but a farce. Why should we adhere to your directives and share our rightful benefits? We want to make our own decisions." Luffy, filled with indignation, retorted, "You're trying to destroy the harmony of the alliance. We worked hard to unite and improve this sea. Yet you seek to cause chaos. Spare us your lofty ideals. We're here to stir trouble." The scarred man brandished his weapon and charged at Luffy. Unyielding, Luffy activated his Gum fruit powers, stretching his body as he met the man head-on. Gum rocket, he shouted, his arm transforming into a massive cannon, launching towards his opponent. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard quickly drew their weapons, joining the fray. Zoro's three swords glinted ominously in the sunlight as he darted into the enemy ranks. Unleashing his technique, three-sword style, Oath of the Demon, Cry of the Gods, Collapse of Heaven and Earth, his voice thundered as his blades slashed fiercely at the foes. Aiden, capitalizing on his speed, weaved through the crowd, striking with precision at the enemy's vital points. Blackbeard conjured dark matter between his hands, yelling, "Dark Devour." Endless Abyss, he unleashed the black mass towards the adversaries, who were drawn into its powerful vortex. Crying out in terror, Nami and Sanji were also active in the chaos. Nami manipulated the weather rod, causing lightning to strike down upon the enemies. Sanji busily prepared meals on the side, knowing that his comrades would need sustenance after such an intense battle. Striving to whip up delicious dishes swiftly, the battle raged fiercely, with neither side yielding ground. Other alliance members rushed in to provide support, and soon the entire headquarters was engulfed in a melee. Despite Luffy and his friends' formidable strength, the Shadow Pirates were no mere pushovers. They had clearly come prepared and held a numerical advantage. As the conflict wore on, Luffy and his crew began to feel the strain. Their stamina waned while the enemy's assault showed no signs of abating. That moment, Elvin appeared on the battlefield, the blue gem atop his cane radiating a brilliant light. He chanted softly, and a gentle aura emanated from a gem, enveloping the entire battlefield. "Cease this at once," Elvin commanded, his voice imbued with a strange enchantment that compelled both sides to halt. "What you're doing will only plunge this sea back into chaos. Have you forgotten the very purpose for which we formed this alliance?" Elvin lamented. The Scar Man scoffed, "We couldn't care less about your purpose. We desire greater profits, and this alliance stifles our growth." Elvin gazed at him and replied, "Do you truly believe that destruction will yield you greater gains? You are mistaken. Only through collective effort can this sea thrive, and in turn, your rewards will far exceed what you currently possess." The Scarred Man fell into contemplation at Elvin's words. The other members of the Shadow Pirates exchanged glances, seemingly pondering his message. After a moment, the Scarred Man conceded, "Fine, we will give this alliance another chance. But if our demands are not met in the future, we will not back down." Elvin nodded and assured him, "Rest assured, we will strive to ensure that every member receives fair treatment and their due rewards." Although the conflict has temporarily subsided, it has sounded an alarm for the Alliance. Everyone has come to the realization that in order for the Alliance to endure in the long term, it is imperative to not only strengthen cooperation and trust among its members, but also to establish a more comprehensive management mechanism and supervisory system. In the days that followed, the Alliance began to reform its management structure. They formulated more detailed rules and regulations, clearly defining the rights and obligations of each member, while also establishing a dedicated supervisory committee to oversee the actions of all members, ensuring adherence to the Alliance's regulations. The Straw Hat Pirates played a significant role in this reform. Luffy, with his exuberance and charisma, encouraged other members to actively engage in the reform process, contributing ideas for the Alliance's development. Zoro, with his meticulousness and sense of responsibility, assisted in drafting regulations concerning security measures to ensure the safety of the Alliance's headquarters and its members. Aiden utilized his intelligence and communication skills to help coordinate relationships among the members, fostering better collaboration. Though Blackbeard was not particularly adept at social interactions, he offered valuable suggestions regarding strength enhancement and crisis management, drawing on his own experiences. Nami and Sanji continued to play vital roles in logistics. Nami provided favorable weather conditions for the Alliance's activities by manipulating the climate, while Sanji tirelessly prepared delicious meals, ensuring that everyone had the energy needed during their busy work and battles. As the reforms progressed, the cohesion of the Alliance grew stronger, and cooperation among its members became increasingly seamless. Under the collective efforts of the Alliance, this maritime region continued to advance towards peace and prosperity. However, fate seemed to relish presenting challenges. Just as the Alliance was gradually stabilizing, a mysterious prophecy began to circulate throughout the waters. It was said that on a distant island lay a treasure imbued with the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Upon the revelation of this prophecy, a sensation swept through the maritime realm, prompting numerous pirate crews and factions to stir with anticipation, eager to seek out the elusive island and its treasure. The Straw Hat Pirates, too, caught wind of this prophecy, and Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed to his comrades, "Wow! A mysterious treasure! It sounds incredible. Let us go find it." Zoro furrowed his brow and replied, "Luffy, we are members of the Alliance now, and we have a responsibility to uphold the peace and prosperity of these waters, that we cannot abandon them for the sake of a prophecy." Luffy scratched his head and countered, "But it's a mysterious treasure. Who knows? Finding it might help us protect these waters even better." Aiden chimed in, "I think Luffy has a point. We could search for the treasure while simultaneously maintaining peace in the region. Perhaps we might discover something beneficial for the Alliance along the way." After a thorough discussion, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to report their intentions to the Alliance before embarking on their quest for the mysterious treasure. They believed that with their courage and strength, they could overcome the numerous challenges that lay ahead in their search, while also bringing new hope and change to the maritime region. Thus, after informing the Alliance, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail towards uncharted waters. Before them lay a journey filled with uncertainty and challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation and hope, for they understood that every challenge was an opportunity for growth, and each adventure served as a stepping stone towards their dreams. During their voyage, they encountered a myriad of difficulties. At times, they faced fierce storms, with waves towering like mountains, repeatedly crashing against their vessel as if seeking to engulf them. Luffy and his comrades clung tightly to the ropes aboard the ship, braving the onslaught of the tempest. There were moments when they confronted mysterious sea monsters, colossal creatures with bizarre forms, lunging at them with gaping maws. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard unsheathed their weapons, engaging in fierce battles with the beasts of the deep. Meanwhile, Nami utilized her weather-controlling staff to attempt to alter the conditions, providing the ship with a better chance to evade the monsters' attacks. Sanji busied himself in the kitchen, preparing meals for his companions, ensuring they could replenish their strength after the battles. Despite the myriad of obstacles, the Straw Hat Pirates never wavered in their resolve. With their unwavering trust and unity, they overcame each challenge and pressed onward toward their goal. As they delved deeper into the unknown waters, hints of the mysterious treasure gradually began to surface. From an ancient stone tablet on a deserted island, they deciphered vague inscriptions and symbols, which, through Nami's analysis, seemed to point towards a direction deep beneath the ocean. Deep beneath the ocean? That could be problematic, Luffy remarked with a frown. Zoro added, "Indeed, the deep-sea environment is complex, with immense pressure, and we have no idea what dangers await us." Aiden responded, "However, since we have come this far, we have no reason to retreat." Blackbeard nodded in agreement, stating, "Humph, regardless of the dangers, I am determined to discover what this treasure truly is." Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates resolved to venture into the depths of the sea. They prepared the necessary equipment, such as diving suits and oxygen tanks, and cautiously submerged into the ocean's depths. Upon entering the deep sea, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming pressure, as if a great weight bore down upon them. The water was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of their lighting devices. Strange sounds echoed around them, sending shivers down their spines. Luffy led the way, his body agile and flexible in the water. using his rubber fruit abilities to explore the path ahead. Zoro, Aiden, and Blackbeard Teach followed closely, weapons at the ready for any potential threats. Nami monitored their surroundings, employing her weather staff to sense changes in currents and pressure, providing her comrades with timely warnings. Sanji carried provisions, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. In the depths of the ocean, they encountered a variety of marine life, some of which they had never seen before. Gigantic jellyfish floated by, their translucent bodies shimmering with a ghostly blue light, their long tentacles swaying gracefully in the water. Chapter 29. Deep-sea treasure. The Straw Hat Pirates proceeded cautiously through the deep sea, the immense water pressure making every movement laborious. With each descent, the sense of oppression intensified, as if countless invisible hands were squeezing their bodies, attempting to prevent them from entering this enigmatic underwater realm. Yet their determination remained unshaken. Luffy stretched out his body, continually seeking the path ahead, his gaze fixed on the surroundings, fearful of missing any clues related to the treasure. In the pitch-black depths, even the faintest glimmer of light or an oddly shaped rock could serve as a vital hint toward the treasure. Suddenly, a vague light appeared in the distance, standing out starkly against the surrounding darkness. It shone like a brilliant star in the void, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Luffy excitedly waved his arms, nearly losing his balance in the water from the vigor of his movements. He eagerly gestured for his companions to follow and accelerated towards the light, his heart filled with anticipation for the secrets of the treasure that lay ahead. In this mysterious maritime realm, legends of the deep-sea treasure had persisted for ages. It was said that in ancient times, a legendary pirate known as the Sea King commanded an invincible fleet, traversing the seas with unmatched prowess. This Sea King possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of navigating tumultuous waters with ease, and wielded many mystical powers and skills. He could summon winds and rains at will, commanding the waves to heed his call, and even communicated with the mysterious creatures of the deep, as if he were the sovereign of the ocean. His wealth was said to be immeasurable, with treasures and riches abundant enough to drive the world into a frenzy. His ship was laden with rare artifacts from across the globe, each possessing immense value, from dazzling diamonds to enigmatic gemstones glowing with mysterious light, to ancient and precious relics and exquisitely crafted gold and silver ornaments. Everything was encompassed within his vast hoard. However, after a harrowing naval battle, the Sea King bore witness to the bloodshed and destruction wrought by war, seeing countless lives extinguished and families shattered. The harrowing scenes pierced his heart, awakening him to the endless suffering and devastation brought about by conflict and plunder. Thus, he resolved to conceal his lifetime's amassed fortune, along with the artifacts imbued with mysterious powers, within a hidden location deep beneath the sea. He hoped that one day, these treasures would be discovered by those truly in need and with righteous hearts, to benefit the world rather than incite further strife and bloodshed. According to legend, among this treasure lay a mysterious fruit capable of controlling the elements of the ocean. This fruit appeared translucent, its surface shimmering with a faint blue halo, as if it contained the profound and enigmatic essence of the entire sea. Consuming it would. Those who consume it can wield the ebb and flow of the sea as effortlessly as they command their own limbs, guiding the currents and the rise and fall of waves. Even breathing freely beneath the ocean's depths and communicating seamlessly with marine creatures, becoming the true favorites of the ocean. Moreover, there exists a magnificent sword known as the Blade of Abyss, forged from the hardest minerals found in the deep sea. Its blade is imbued with a profound black hue, reminiscent of an endless abyss of darkness. Embedded within is a fiery gem, sourced from the depths of an underwater volcano, radiating a brilliant red. Once unsheathed, the sword ignites in a blazing flame that refuses to be extinguished, even under the immense pressure of the deep sea. Its power is sufficient to cleave through the sturdiest of reefs and breach the defenses of any foe. Additionally, it is said that the treasure contains a cloak of the sea, crafted from the hide of a long-extinct, enigmatic sea creature. Donning it allows one to glide through the water with the grace of a fish, moving faster than any aquatic being, while also providing resistance against the crushing pressure of the deep and serving as protection against various marine predators. The cloak's texture is both soft and resilient. adorned at the edges with delicate shells and pearls, shimmering enchantingly under the light, enhancing its aura of mystery. In addition to these precious artifacts, the guardians of the treasure are shrouded in secrecy. Legends speak of mysterious beings inhabiting the vicinity of the treasure's location. One such entity is the deep-sea phantasm, a jellyfish-like creature, almost transparent, yet radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors. These hues are not merely for aesthetic appeal. It is said that when uninvited guests approach, the deep-sea phantasm can unleash a disorienting power through its luminescence, ensnaring intruders in endless illusions, causing them to lose their way and even turn upon themselves. They glide gracefully through the water, reminiscent of a troupe of ethereal sprites dancing in a dream, yet the peril concealed behind their beauty is not to be underestimated. Another formidable presence is the Shadow Leviathan, a colossal creature resembling an octopus, draped in an inky blackness. Each of its powerful tentacles is adorned with sharp suckers. The Shadow Leviathan typically lurks in the darkness. Upon sensing an intrusion near its treasure, it stealthily approaches, ensnaring its prey with its massive limbs before dragging them into the unfathomable depths of darkness, ensuring their utter demise. Its eyes gleam with an eerie red light, akin to two ominous beacons in the dark, ever watchful for any who covet the treasure. Aiden leads his pirate crew alongside Luffy and his companions into the enigmatic depths of the ocean. The boundless darkness and tremendous pressure seem to present the first formidable trial bestowed upon them by the deep sea. Yet Aiden's gaze remains resolute and fearless. He understands that this quest for treasure is not merely about the glory of his own crew, but could potentially shape the future of the entire sea. The members of Aiden's crew mirror his seriousness, gripping their weapons tightly as they follow their captain's lead. In this profound abyss, they rely on one another, their trust binding them like a sturdy rope. Each individual comprehends that this adventure is fraught with unknown dangers, but for the sake of the potential treasure and the significance it embodies, they are willing to confront it with bravery. As they draw closer to the source of light, a grand and magnificent underwater palace emerges before them. The palace walls appear to be constructed from some mysterious crystal, emanating a soft and enchanting glow that casts the surrounding dark waters into a dreamlike panorama. The flickering light seems to narrate ancient and enigmatic tales, enticing the group to approach step by step. Surrounding the palace's grand entrance, they scrutinize the intricate carvings, seeking a method to unlock the door. The ornate engravings depict various marine creatures and mystical naval battles. Some portray colossal whales battling sea monsters, the intensity of the conflict seemingly alive. Others depict ancient pirates bravely braving the waves, their faces radiating a fearless spirit that evokes admiration. That moment, Luffy inadvertently pressed a protrusion on the door, which began to sink slowly. Accompanied by a deep rumbling sound, the door creaked open. This sudden turn of events filled the group with both excitement and trepidation, uncertain of what awaited them beyond the threshold. However, having come this far, they steeled themselves to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A mysterious aura wafted toward them as they entered a vast hall, at the center of which stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested a treasure chest radiating a brilliant light. This chest appeared neither crafted from gold nor wood, its composition remarkably unique, adorned with intricate and opulent patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Surrounding the chest were various other treasures, glistening fruits emanating different hues of light, some a soft blue, others a fiery red, each seemingly infused with mysterious and immense power, as if consuming them would bestow unimaginable abilities. Additionally, ancient weapons lay scattered about, their blades and hilts inlaid with precious gems, sparkling brilliantly in the glow of the chest. The design of these weapons was equally extraordinary. Some blades undulated like waves, while others were sculpted in the likeness of sea creatures, unmistakably extraordinary, promising to unleash staggering might in battle. Luffy and his companions were instantly captivated by the chest, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. "Wow, this must be the legendary treasure," Luffy exclaimed, eager to rush toward it. "Wait, Luffy, don't rush in. There might be traps around," Zoro quickly intervened, surveying their surroundings with caution. Aiden nodded in agreement, equally awestruck by the treasure before them. Yet acutely aware of the need for vigilance in such a mysterious place, he led his crew, alongside Luffy's band, to approach the pedestal with heightened caution. As they moved closer, they carefully observed their environment, vigilant of any potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Each step was taken with utmost deliberation, as if traversing a minefield rather than a palace floor. Upon nearing the pedestal, they discovered ancient inscriptions carved into its surface, enigmatic and obscure, leaving the group exchanging puzzled glances. "Nami, can you decipher these inscriptions?" Luffy inquired, turning to her. Nami furrowed her brow, studying the inscriptions intently. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "I can only understand a fragment. It seems to suggest that this treasure belongs to a powerful ancient pirate king, containing items capable of altering the world. However, to claim the treasure, one must endure numerous trials, or face dire consequences." Upon hearing Nami's words, a mixture of excitement and anxiety washed over the group. "Humph. No matter the trials, we fear nothing," Luffy declared, fists clenched in determination. "Indeed, to uncover the treasure that can protect our seas, we must press onward," Aiden concurred. Just as they braced themselves for the impending trials, a deep, resonant hum echoed through the hall, as if something were awakening. The sound reverberated in the silent chamber, sending chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the radiant treasure chest remained quietly on the pedestal, awaiting them to unveil its mysterious veil and claim the invaluable treasure capable of transforming the world and influencing the future of the seas. The group immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly and assuming defensive stances. They scanned the hall, searching for the source of the ominous sound. As the humming intensified, a swarm of deep-sea phantasms slowly materialized. True to legend, they were nearly transparent, yet emitted an enchanting array of colors that enveloped the entire hall, rendering everyone's vision hazy. "Everyone, be careful. It's the deep-sea phantasm. Do not be deceived by their luminescence," Luffy shouted. However, some members began to succumb to hallucinations. Some saw their deepest desires manifest before them, irresistibly drawn toward that vision. Others were confronted by terrifying monsters, sending them into a frenzy. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Luffy fought to maintain his clarity. He extended his arms, waving at the deep-sea phantasms in an attempt to disperse them. Aiden quickly reacted, directing his crew to remain vigilant and avoid falling into illusions. They shut their eyes, relying on memory and sensation to navigate the hall, seeking ways to evade the phantasm's mesmerizing light. Through their collective efforts, they gradually uncovered a strategy to counter the deep-sea phantasms. Nami wielded the weather stick to conjure faint breezes, striving to disperse the enchanting light that bewildered their senses. Meanwhile, Zoro, with his acute hearing, listened intently for the voices of his companions, moving resolutely towards their location, his sword ever at the ready to fend off any encroaching deep-sea phantoms. Luffy continued to stretch his body, darting through the hall and scattering the deep-sea apparitions that threatened his friends. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke free from the phantom's enchantment, and the hall's radiance gradually returned to its normal state. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal shadowy beast suddenly erupted from the darkness. Its massive form swiftly occupied a significant portion of the space, its inky blackness accentuated by robust, tentacle-like appendages adorned with sharp suckers. The shadowy beast unleashed a deep, resonant roar as it lunged towards them. Luffy was the first to confront it, activating the powers of his rubber fruit, his body elongating rapidly as he delivered a powerful punch to the beast's head. The blow, charged with immense force, merely caused the beast to sway slightly. Observing this, Aiden led his pirate crew to launch a flanking attack, wielding their weapons as they struck at the beast's tentacles, attempting to sever its means of assault. Zoro, refusing to be outdone, unsheathed all three of his swords, striking at the shadowy beast's body, with flashes of blade light stirring dark, ink-like liquid. The battle against the shadowy beast was exceptionally arduous. Its formidable defenses rendered the crew's attacks merely annoying rather than lethal. Its tentacles swung relentlessly, ensnaring those who ventured too close and attempting to drag them into the abyss. Luffy narrowly escaped being ensnared multiple times. Thanks to his agile physique, Aiden's crew fought valiantly, coordinating their efforts. Some distracted the shadowy beast, while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. During the fray, they discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Thus, they concentrated their firepower on its eyes. Luffy once more called upon his rubber fruit abilities, stretching to the limit as he aimed a kick at the beast's eye. The kick struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. Seizing the moment, Aiden rallied his crew to unleash a fierce barrage upon the injured eye, their weapons striking their mark and inflicting further damage. Zoro's swords played a crucial role at this juncture, as he slashed at the surrounding areas of the beast's eye, exacerbating the wound. United in their assault, the crew finally overwhelmed the shadowy beast, which collapsed to the ground, motionless. After vanquishing the creature, they took a moment to recuperate before advancing towards the stone pedestal housing the treasure chest. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the treasure, yet they remained wary, having just endured 2 fierce battles. They understood that the guardianship of this treasure would not be easily overcome, and further dangers and trials likely awaited them. Upon reaching the pedestal, they gazed at the chest emanating a dazzling glow, their desire intensifying. "What should we do now? Should we open the chest directly?" Luffy inquired, eyeing the treasure. "Let us hold off for a moment. Didn't Nami mention that we must undergo numerous trials to claim the treasure?" "We need to exercise caution," Zoro replied. Aiden nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us first survey our surroundings to see if there are any additional clues or mechanisms." Thus, they resumed their meticulous examination of the area surrounding the pedestal, hoping to uncover the correct method to unlock the treasure chest while remaining vigilant for any potential threats. During their careful scrutiny, Nami discovered a small recess on the pedestal, its peculiar shape suggesting that something needed to be inserted to unlock the chest. "Look, there's a recess here. Perhaps we need to place something in it to open the chest," Nami pointed out. The group gathered around, contemplating the recess and speculating about its purpose. "Could it be one of those fruits we saw earlier?" Luffy suggested. "That seems unlikely. The shape of the fruit doesn't quite match the recess," Zoro countered. "What if it's a component from a weapon?" Aiden speculated. They commenced a search for items that might fit the recess. But after a thorough investigation, they found nothing. Just as frustration began to set in, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there appears to be a hidden compartment in that wall." The group immediately turned to where Usopp was pointing and indeed spotted a subtle, concealed compartment in the wall. They hurried over to examine it closely. Inscribed on the compartment were ancient texts, somewhat more comprehensible than those on the pedestal. Nami scrutinized the inscriptions and remarked, "It states that we must find 5 special pearls and place them in the 5 corners of the palace to unlock this compartment, which likely contains the key item to open the treasure chest. 5 special pearls? That sounds challenging to locate." Luffy scratched his head. "Regardless, we must search for them," Aiden declared. Consequently, the group divided into smaller teams to scour the palace for the 5 special pearls. They meticulously searched every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding spot unexamined. Some looked behind stone pillars, others in the crevices of murals, while still others inspected the gaps between the stone tiles on the floor. After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the first pearl. This pearl radiated a gentle white light. Larger than an ordinary pearl, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. "We've found one," Luffy cheered, bolstered by the discovery of the first pearl. Everyone felt invigorated and continued their search for the remaining 4, but during their quest, they encountered several minor traps and mechanisms. Some areas featured sudden pitfalls, while others released jets of high-pressure water or shot out sharp stone spikes. However, through their collective ingenuity and cooperation, they successfully evaded these hazards and pressed on in their pursuit of the pearls at long last. After an extended effort, they found all 5 special pearls. "Fantastic. Now we can open that hidden compartment," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. The group returned to the compartment with the 5 pearls in hand. Following Nami's interpretation, they placed the pearls in the specified positions around the compartment, as the last pearl was positioned. The compartment slowly opened, revealing a delicate key adorned with a blue gem that shimmered enticingly in the light. "This key must be the key to unlocking the treasure chest," Zoro stated. It's very likely. Let us hurry and try it out, Luffy urged. The group, clutching the key, returned to the stone pedestal where the treasure chest rested. Luffy cautiously inserted the key into the lock, turning it gently. With a crisp click, the lock sprang open, and a surge of even more intense light erupted from the chest, illuminating the entire hall as if it were day. As the light gradually faded, the group beheld an array of precious items within the chest. Beyond the previously mentioned mysterious fruits capable of manipulating oceanic elements, the abyssal blade, and the cloak of the sea, there were additional treasures. An ancient navigation log lay within, containing long-lost maritime knowledge and secrets pertaining to the surrounding waters. This wisdom represented an invaluable asset for them as pirates, promising to facilitate their future voyages and adventures. Chapter 30. The Claim of Treasure and a New Journey as the radiant brilliance dissipated. Luffy and the members of Aiden's pirate crew gathered around the now-open treasure chest, their eyes filled with awe and delight. The myriad treasures within exuded a mysterious and alluring aura, each item seemingly imbued with boundless potential. Luffy's gaze was first drawn to the enigmatic fruit capable of commanding oceanic elements. It remained crystalline and translucent, its surface shimmering with a blue halo that appeared to beckon the worthy to consume it. Unable to resist, Luffy reached out to touch it, only to be halted by Zoro's firm grip. Luffy, hold on. We don't yet know the consequences of consuming this fruit, and we must discuss how to allocate these treasures. Zoro intoned seriously. Realizing his oversight, Luffy scratched his head and replied, "All right, we should talk this over." Aiden approached as well, surveying the treasures within the chest. Indeed, these items are extraordinary. We have endured numerous hardships to acquire them, and we cannot allow disputes over distribution to mar our camaraderie. The crowd nodded in agreement. They gathered around to discuss the distribution of the treasure. Nami was the first to speak. The navigational log is of paramount importance to us pirates. The maritime knowledge contained within could save us from numerous misadventures in our future escapades that I believe it should be entrusted to the Straw Hat Pirates, as we have been traversing these waters and require such knowledge to enhance our strength. Everyone concurred with Nami's reasoning, and Aiden added his approval. Then the navigational log shall belong to your crew, Straw Hat Pirates, that I hope you will utilize it wisely to explore more uncharted waters. Next, Zoro cast his gaze upon the abyssal blade, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This sword possesses incredible power and will surely play a crucial role in battle. I believe I can wield it to its fullest potential. So, I wish to claim this blade for myself. Luffy chuckled. Zoro, you are indeed still enamored with swords. Very well, it shall be yours. Just make sure you use it to defeat some formidable foes in the future. The members of Aiden's crew raised no objections, for they were all well aware of Zoro's prowess with a sword. This blade would undoubtedly serve its greatest purpose in his capable hands. As for the sea cloak, Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this cloak seems extraordinary. Wearing it would grant me the ability to move freely in the ocean and withstand various attacks. If I had it, I could better assist everyone during our adventures. May I have it, please? The others chuckled at Usopp's eagerness, and Luffy waved his hand. All right, Usopp, the cloak is yours from now on. You must charge bravely ahead. Thus, the primary treasures found their rightful owners. As for the remaining mysterious fruits radiating with various hues and some ancient weapons, after a thorough discussion, they decided to allocate them based on individual needs and contributions to the crew. Once the treasure had been distributed, the atmosphere was filled with elation, having triumphed over countless hardships to acquire such precious spoils. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a deep rumble echoed through the palace, and the ground began to tremble. Oh no, could there be more trouble? Luffy stood alert, clenching his fists. The others swiftly grasped their weapons, adopting defensive stances, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The rumbling intensified. Cracks began to appear in the palace walls, as if some tremendous force were assaulting the ancient structure from within. Everyone be cautious. Danger may be imminent. Aiden shouted. Suddenly, a massive hole was torn open at the top of the palace, and a gargantuan monster descended slowly. Its body was covered in tough scales, its head reminiscent of a dinosaur, yet adorned with 3 enormous eyes, each flickering with an eerie red glow. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws as sharp as blades, emanating an aura that instilled fear. What manner of beast is this? It appears even more formidable than the shadow behemoth. Chopper quivered, hiding behind Luffy. Yet Luffy gazed at the newly emerged monster with unwavering courage. Filled with determination, whatever it is, if it dares to disrupt us, we shall defeat it. With that, Luffy charged forward, activating his gum-gum fruit abilities, his body stretching rapidly as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at the creature's head. The blow, fueled by Luffy's fierce wrath, struck the monster squarely, yet it merely swayed its head, as if the attack had not inflicted significant damage. Seeing this, Aiden led his crew members to flank the beast from the sides and rear, wielding their weapons to strike ferociously at its limbs and body in an attempt to uncover its vulnerabilities. Zoro, not to be outdone, brandished the newly acquired abyssal blade and lunged forward, thrusting the sword into the monster's abdomen. The fiery gem on the sword ignited with blazing flames, which spread along the blade and enveloped the creature. However, the monster's scale seemed impervious to fire, showing little effect from the flames. Enraged by the onslaught, the monster unleashed a deafening roar and swung its massive claws towards the group. Luffy and the others quickly dodged, but several members of Aiden's crew were caught off guard, struck by the monster's claws, and sent crashing to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. Do not panic. Focus your attacks on its eyes. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough, Nami commanded, observing the monster's movements with her weather stick while directing the others. Heeding Nami's advice, the group adjusted their strategy, concentrating their firepower on the creature's three eyes. Luffy once more activated his gum-gum abilities, stretching his body to the limit and delivering a precise kick to the center eye. The strike hit its mark, causing the eye to flicker, clearly indicating it had sustained some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led his crew in a renewed assault on the injured eye, their weapons striking true and inflicting further harm. Zoro also swung the abyssal blade, targeting the areas around the monster's eyes, exacerbating the wound. Through their collaborative efforts, the middle eye finally succumbed to their relentless assault, obliterated by their combined might. The monster emitted a pained roar, its body starting to sway. Yet, rather than collapsing, it grew even more frenzied in its attacks. Its remaining eyes glowed with a more ferocious red light as it lunged at the group without hesitation. The fight raged on, and amidst the chaos, the group began to discern that the monster's abdomen seemed to be another weak point. Each time they struck at its midsection, it would emit a painful howl, and its attacks would weaken. Thus, they adjusted their strategy once more, dodging the monster's wild attacks while concentrating their fire on its abdomen. Luffy utilized his gum-gum abilities, alternating between stretching and contracting his body, nimbly weaving through the monster's strikes to deliver punch after punch to its belly. That Aiden's crew members worked in close coordination, some drawing the monster's attention while others seized the opportunity to attack its abdomen. Zoro, with his exceptional swordsmanship, wielded the abyssal blade, etching deeper gashes into the creature's midsection, causing its injuries to worsen. After an arduous and grueling battle, the monster finally collapsed, crashing to the ground, motionless, though exhausted and panting. The group radiated the joy of victory, having once again vanquished a formidable foe. Phew, that monster was truly a tough opponent. Luffy wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, but thankfully we have emerged victorious once more, Aiden replied with a smile. Having dealt with the sudden appearance of the monster, the group realized that this palace might still harbor more dangers, and they dared not let their guard down. They began to meticulously inspect every corner of the palace, hoping to uncover more secrets about the palace and the treasures hidden within. During their exploration, Nami discovered a colossal mural on one of the palace walls. The mural depicted the ancient Sea King and the deeds of his pirate fleet. In the image, the Sea King stood at the bow of a ship, exuding majesty, with a fleet of massive pirate vessels behind him, their sails billowing in the wind. Mysterious creatures surrounded the fleet, seemingly providing them protection. Nami studied the mural intently, hoping to glean useful information. Look, there appear to be some strange symbols on this mural. Perhaps they are related to the secrets of this place. She pointed to the intricate symbols. The others gathered around, gazing at the symbols, but their expressions were blank. None could decipher their meanings. If only Robin were here, she would surely understand these symbols, Luffy lamented. Indeed, Robin is the expert on ancient texts and symbols, Zoro concurred. Just as they were at a loss, a member of Aiden's crew suddenly exclaimed, I believe I have seen similar symbols before. Perhaps in an ancient book, but that book is on our ship. I must return to retrieve it. Then hurry back, Aiden urged. The crew member nodded and swiftly turned to dash outside the palace, intent on retrieving the book that might unravel the mystery of the symbols. While awaiting the return of their comrade, the group continued their exploration of the palace. They discovered several passageways leading to other rooms. Cloaked in darkness, concealing unknown secrets, Luffy's curiosity got the better of him, and he attempted to venture inside, but Zoro restrained him. Luffy, don't be impulsive. Let that guy return with the book first, and we'll ascertain the situation before entering. Otherwise, we might encounter more danger, Zoro remarked. Although Luffy felt a sense of restlessness within, he recognized the validity of Zoro's words and could only endure the wait with patience. After a brief interval, a member of the Aiden pirates returned, breathless, clutching a tattered book. He handed the book to Aiden, stating, Captain, this is the book. I recall it contains similar symbols. Aiden accepted the book and, upon opening it, discovered several symbols akin to those depicted in the mural. He passed the book to Nami, saying, Nami, examine this book and see if you can uncover a method to decipher the mural's symbols. Nami took the book and began to scrutinize it intently. After some time, she gradually lifted her head, a look of astonishment gracing her features. I comprehend some of it. These symbols appear to narrate how the Sea King, after concealing the treasure, established a series of trials to prevent easy access. For each trial completed, a deeper secret about the treasure can be unveiled, and the monster we just vanquished was merely one of those trials, Nami explained. Upon hearing Nami's words, the group felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. They were exhilarated by the prospect of uncovering more secrets about the treasure, yet anxious about the unknown trials that lay ahead. Then let us press onward, regardless of the number of trials. We shall overcome them, Luffy declared, clenching his fists with determination. Indeed, to unravel all of this, we must continue our exploration. Aiden concurred. Thus, with Nami having interpreted some of the mural symbols, they began to traverse one of the passages. Preparing to face the forthcoming trials, they cautiously entered the passage, which was dark and damp, suffused with an air of mystery. The walls intermittently glimmered with faint light, as if guiding them toward their destination. After traversing a distance within the passage, they encountered a massive stone door. The door was firmly shut, adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. Nami stepped forward to carefully examine the designs and writings on the stone door. After a considerable time, she remarked, This stone door seems to indicate that we must locate 3 special keys, each to be inserted into one of the 3 keyholes on the door to unlock it. Another treasure hunt. This won't be easy. Luffy scratched his head. Regardless, we must search for them, Aiden said. Consequently, the group divided into several teams, embarking on a quest to find the 3 special keys throughout the passage and other areas of the palace. They meticulously scoured every corner, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Some searched within stone crevices, others behind murals, and still others in concealed compartments on the floor. During their search, they encountered various small mechanisms and traps. In some areas, the ground would suddenly give way, while in others, high-pressure jets of water would erupt, and sharp stone spikes would shoot forth. However, thanks to their collective ingenuity and cooperation, they skillfully evaded these traps and continued their search for the keys. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the first special key. This key was uniquely shaped, embedded with a green gem that shimmered with a mysterious glow in the darkness. We found one, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Encouraged by the discovery of the first key, their motivation surged, and they resumed their search for the remaining 2 keys. Along the way, they encountered new challenges done on one occasion. They entered a room reeking of a pungent odor that made breathing difficult. Additionally, strange instruments filled the room, emitting a sense of dangerous energy. Everyone, be cautious. There may be danger here, Luffy shouted. The group covered their mouths and noses, carefully entering the room, trying to discern the purpose of the instruments and how to avoid their peril. After some exploration, they realized the instruments were part of an ancient defense mechanism. Triggering certain mechanisms would release toxic gas or unleash powerful energy attacks, WY observing the markings and indicators on the instruments. They carefully navigated around them, continuing their quest for the keys. After further arduous efforts, they located the second special key. Unlike the first, this key was crafted from a golden metal, adorned with intricate engravings that sparkled dazzlingly under the light. "We found another one," Luffy cheered. With only the final key remaining, their anticipation heightened, yet they remained cautious. They continued searching the palace, leaving no potential hiding place overlooked. At last, in a concealed corner, they discovered the last special key. This key was silver gray, adorned with tiny crystals that refracted a kaleidoscope of colors in the light. "Fantastic! Now we can unlock that stone door," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. The group, armed with the 3 keys, returned to the stone door. Following Nami's interpretation, they inserted the 3 keys into their respective keyholes. As the final key was placed, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing an even more mysterious aura that piqued their curiosity. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast circular chamber, at the center of which stood a colossal crystal ball emitting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire room. Surrounding the crystal ball were various ancient artifacts and unknown objects, each exuding an enigmatic energy that suggested they contained immense power. "What are these things?" Luffy inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know. We need to study them thoroughly," Nami replied. The group gathered around the crystal ball, commencing a detailed examination of the artifacts. During their study, they discerned that these items seemed intertwined with the ancient Sea King and his treasure. Some bore the Sea King's emblem, while others appeared to be tools for controlling mysterious forces. They attempted to handle some of the object for closer inspection, but found that each seemed to have a protective mechanism. Touching them would trigger traps or emit warning signals. "Everyone, be careful not to disturb these items. We must ascertain the situation first," Zoro cautioned. Thus, the group resorted to careful observation to glean information about the artifacts without daring to touch them. While examining, Nami noticed flickering images within the crystal ball, though they were too vague to discern clearly. "Look, there seem to be images within the crystal ball. Perhaps we can uncover some vital information about the treasure from them," Nami suggested. The group gathered closer, focusing on the images in the crystal ball, striving to decipher their content. After considerable effort, they finally discerned some of the images that appeared that the images depicted scenes from the ancient Sea King during the hiding of his treasure, how he selected the treasure items, established protective mechanisms and trials, and his hopes for those who would one day discover the treasure. "So, the Sea King wished for us to utilize these treasures to safeguard these waters, rather than to selfishly vie for them." Luffy pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed, we must not disappoint the Sea King's expectations," Aiden affirmed. With this newfound understanding, the group recognized the greater mission they now bore. They resolved to safeguard the treasures and knowledge acquired from his place, ensuring they could better protect these waters in their future maritime adventures. Subsequently, they cautiously departed from the circular chamber, preparing to exit the mysterious underwater palace. During their exit, they again encountered minor mechanisms and traps. But thanks to their accumulated experience and teamwork, they successfully navigated through them. Finally, they emerged triumphantly from the underwater palace, returning to the depths of the ocean. Gazing upon the magnificent underwater palace, they felt a rush of emotions. Despite the myriad challenges encountered during this deep-sea treasure expedition, they had gained invaluable treasures and knowledge, and more importantly, they had come to understand the mission they now carried. Next, we shall continue to brave these vast seas, using the treasures and knowledge we have acquired to protect these waters," Luffy proclaimed, raising his arms in excitement. "Indeed, let us embark on a new journey together," Aiden echoed, with their hearts brimming with newfound treasures and unwavering resolve. The group swam deeper into the ocean, commencing their next nautical adventure. Chapter 31. The Aiden Pirates' Predicament. Aiden led his pirate crew onward, continuing their adventurous journey across the vast ocean after parting ways with Luffy and the others. However, difficulties and challenges shadowed them, continuously testing their courage and ingenuity. Initially, a sudden change in weather posed significant troubles. The previously clear skies were abruptly obscured by dark clouds, as fierce winds howled and waves surged violently. The ship rocked violently amidst the turbulent waters, akin to a leaf that could be upended at any moment. Everyone, steady yourselves. Hold on to everything on the ship. Don't get thrown overboard. Aiden shouted loudly, gripping the ship's helm firmly as he struggled to maintain its course. But the ferocity of the tempest rendered navigation exceedingly arduous. The crew stood at the ready, some desperately secured supplies that risked being blown away, while others worked in unison to lower the sails, attempting to reduce the vessel's exposed surface area against the gale. Yet, even with these efforts, the waves relentlessly battered the hull. Icy seawater continually surged onto the deck, complicating their movements further. Just as they battled the harsh elements, a massive whirlpool silently formed nearby. Its powerful suction was akin to an invisible hand, slowly drawing the ship toward its center. "Captain, it's a whirlpool. We must devise a way to evade it," a crew member exclaimed in terror. Aiden gritted his teeth and shouted, "Row with all your might. Adjust the ship's course, and whatever you do, do not get pulled in." The crew exerted every ounce of strength, their foreheads bulging with veins as they fervently paddled. However, the whirlpool's pull was overwhelming, inching the vessel closer, with each approach amplifying the peril in this moment of dire urgency. Aiden made a decisive choice. He instructed the crew to jettison some heavier supplies overboard, hoping to lighten the ship and increase their chances of escaping the whirlpool's grasp. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke free from the whirlpool's threat, though the ship bore numerous scars, with cracks marring its hull and several paddles having snapped during the turmoil, necessitating urgent repairs. Having narrowly survived the dual crises of storm and whirlpool, Aiden's pirate crew docked at a seemingly tranquil, uninhabited island, preparing to mend their vessel and seek supplies. However, this uninhabited isle was not as safe as it appeared. Upon setting foot on the island and venturing into the woods, they were confronted by a pack of ferocious beasts. These creatures, resembling enormous wolves, possessed razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs, their eyes gleaming with malice and greed. The moment they spotted Aiden and his crew, they emitted deep, rumbling growls and charged toward them en masse. "Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle." Aiden unsheathed his sword, leading the charge. The crew swiftly armed themselves, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. Yet, these creatures were exceptionally agile and vicious, launching attacks from all directions in a bid to breach the pirate crew's defenses. During the fray, Aiden discerned that the beasts seemed extremely sensitive to sound. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted commands for the crew to concentrate their assault on one area, simultaneously striking his sword against his shield to create a deafening noise, aiming to distract the beasts and disrupt their rhythm. After a protracted battle, Aiden's crew ultimately succeeded in repelling the ferocious beasts, though several crew members sustained varying degrees of injuries. After tending to the wounded, they resumed their search for timber and other materials essential for repairing the ship. However, they had not ventured far when they encountered a new predicament. Certain areas of the island were rife with marshlands. A misstep could lead to entrapment and despair. One crew member, failing to heed his surroundings, suddenly found himself ensnared in the mire, crying out in panic for help. "Stay calm. Everyone, toss him a rope and pull him out together," Aiden commanded. The crew quickly threw out a rope, gripping it tightly. And after considerable effort, they successfully rescued the ensnared crew member. Henceforth, they proceeded with heightened caution, ever vigilant of the ground beneath their feet. After considerable effort, they finally located suitable timber for ship repairs. But upon attempting to transport it, they discovered that the surrounding trees seemed to possess some enigmatic protective mechanism. Whenever they attempted to fell a tree, sharp thorns would suddenly spring forth, not only striking swiftly, but also possessing a dangerous sharpness, risking injury with the slightest miscalculation. "What do we do now? Without cutting these trees, we cannot repair the ship," a crew member fretted. Aiden observed the trees with keen scrutiny, noting a discernible pattern to the thorn's emergence. After thorough examination, he deduced that by tapping specific nodes on the tree trunks in a particular sequence, they could temporarily disable the thorn-triggering mechanism. Under Aiden's guidance, the crew meticulously followed his method, successfully neutralizing the thorns and procuring the necessary timber. With the ship repaired, Aiden's pirate crew set sail once more, continuing their adventurous journey. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a mysterious expanse of sea. The water exhibited an eerie hue, shrouded in a faint mist that obscured the horizon. Additionally, strange ripples occasionally surfaced, as if something was stealthily gliding beneath the waves as their vessel entered this enigmatic waterscape. The compass abruptly malfunctioned, its needles spinning aimlessly, rendering them directionless. "Captain, the compass is broken. We have no idea where to go," the helmsman exclaimed anxiously. Aiden furrowed his brow, acutely aware that losing direction in this vast ocean was perilously dangerous. He ordered the crew to reduce their speed, while dispatching several skilled swimmers overboard to investigate, hoping to uncover the cause of the compass's failure and ascertain a correct course. The submerged crew members cautiously explored the depths, only to soon encounter trouble that a colossal creature, resembling a jellyfish but of immense size, appeared around them. Its translucent body emitted a faint glow, and its long, slender tentacles were lined with tiny stingers that a brush with these tentacles would result in immediate pain, followed by a numbing sensation that would hinder movement. "Beware of these jellyfish-like creatures. Avoid contact," one of the submerged crew members shouted. They attempted to evade the creature's attacks, but maneuvering underwater proved far less agile than on land. And a few crew members inadvertently came into contact with the tentacles, their bodies freezing in place, struggling helplessly in the water. Aiden and the others aboard the ship watched in distress, promptly tossing ropes in an effort to pull the submerged crew members back on board. After a harrowing rescue, all the submerged crew members were finally returned to the ship, though their condition was far from ideal, necessitating immediate medical attention. Meanwhile, the vessel continued to drift in this mysterious sea, directionless and facing unknown dangers. The plight of Aiden's pirate crew grew increasingly dire. To ensure the ship could proceed, Aiden resolved to have the crew use the positions of the stars and the sun to temporarily ascertain their direction. However, this method was imprecise, serving only as a makeshift solution in the absence of a compass. They navigated cautiously, ever alert to potential threats lurking nearby. Not long after, yet another complication arose. A powerful current suddenly surged on the surface, its swift flow resembling a raging river coursing through the ocean. "Hold on tight. This current is too fierce. Do not get swept away," Aiden shouted. The crew clung tightly to the ship's railings and other secure fixtures. Yet the vessel was still ensnared by the current, rapidly propelled toward an unknown destination. Driven by the force of the current, the ship accelerated, causing unsecured supplies to roll chaotically about the deck, with some items being flung overboard. Aiden, in a state of frantic urgency, attempted to steer the helm to alter their course, but the current's power was overwhelming, rendering the helm nearly ineffective as they struggled against the current. A treacherous area of submerged reefs came into view. The reefs were densely scattered across the surface, their sharp stones occasionally revealed by the crashing waves. "This is bad. It's a reef zone. Everyone, be careful and try not to let the ship collide," Aiden warned. The crew sprang into action, some attempting to use long poles to push away the encroaching reefs, while others focused on stabilizing themselves to prevent being hurled into the sea. Despite their utmost efforts, the ship inevitably crashed into a larger reef. With a thunderous bang, the hull collided violently with the reef, causing it to shudder violently, and several planks began to splinter. Water gushed through the cracks into the hold, prompting the crew to frantically bail out the water while assessing the damage. Fortunately, although the impact had inflicted wounds upon the vessel, it was not enough to sink it immediately. Aiden directed the crew in executing emergency repairs, using planks and ropes to seal the breaches and minimize the inflow of seawater. After a tense and urgent repair effort, the ship regained some navigational capacity, albeit at a noticeably reduced speed and in need of further thorough restoration. As they continued their voyage, they encountered a flock of seabirds. These birds were numerous, blotting out the sky, circling the ship and emitting piercing cries. Initially, the crew paid little heed to the birds, assuming they were merely passing by. However, they soon discovered that these seabirds appeared to possess an unusual intent. Some of the seabirds began to dive from the sky towards the ships, their talons incredibly sharp, attempting to seize supplies from aboard or to attack the crew. "Be wary of these seabirds. Their intentions are malevolent," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily armed themselves, striving to fend off the birds. Some swung swords to repel them, while others launched stones using slingshots. Yet the sheer number of seabirds made it exceedingly difficult to drive them away. Moreover, their agility allowed them to evade the crew's attacks, only to charge again in this chaotic melee with the seabirds. Several crew members sustained minor injuries, and some supplies were snatched away. Aiden realized that this approach was futile. He observed the flight patterns of the seabirds and discerned that they seemed to be circling around a focal point. Thus, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to direct the crew to concentrate their fire on that central point. Once the crew followed his instructions and focused their assault on the focal point, the seabirds' formation indeed began to falter. They ceased their previously coordinated attacks and scattered in disarray. After considerable effort, the crew finally succeeded in driving the seabirds away. However, the troubles of Aiden's pirate crew were far from over. They continued their voyage, soon entering a frigid expanse of ocean where the water temperature plummeted. The icy waters caused frost to form on the hull of the ship, while the crew felt an unbearable chill. Everyone wore more clothing and huddled together for warmth. "We must hasten our departure from this treacherous region," Aiden urged. The crew hurriedly donned their thick garments and closely huddled for warmth. Yet, the frigid conditions hampered their ability to function. Some crew members' hands and feet began to numb, making navigation increasingly challenging. Moreover, lurking within this cold sea was a perilous creature known as the ice shark. These ice sharks were a pale gray, adorned with razor-sharp scales, swimming swiftly through the frigid waters with ferocity. Upon spotting Aiden's ship, they stealthily approached. "Everyone, be alert. Something dangerous seems to be drawing near," Aiden warned. The crew gripped their weapons tightly, anxiously scanning the surrounding waters. Suddenly, an ice shark erupted from beneath the waves, lunging with its gaping maw towards one crew member. The crew member cried out in terror, hastily defending himself with his weapon. Other crew members rushed to assist, engaging in a fierce battle with the ice shark. The creature's attacks were ferocious. Its teeth could leave deep gouges in the ship's hull with a single bite. In the midst of the struggle, the crew discovered that the shark's eyes appeared to be its weak point. They then focused their efforts on targeting the creature's eyes. After a grueling fight, they finally managed to repel the ice shark, though the ship sustained additional damage. As they continued their journey, Aiden's pirate crew encountered a mysterious island. The island was shrouded in a thick mist, appearing as a mere indistinct silhouette from a distance. As they drew closer, they discerned peculiar sounds emanating from the island, resembling low chants or the calls of some enigmatic creature. "Exercise caution. This island exudes an air of mystery and may harbor dangers," Aiden cautioned. The crew cautiously disembarked onto the island, embarking on an exploration. During their foray, they encountered bizarre trees with twisted trunks and branches adorned with what appeared to be fruit, exuding a strange odor. Additionally, the ground was soft, akin to walking on cotton candy, and one misstep could lead to being ensnared. One crew member, failing to heed the terrain, became trapped in the ground and began to cry out for help. "Stay calm. Toss him a rope, and we shall pull him out together," Aiden commanded. The crew swiftly threw a rope, gripping it tightly, and with great effort, they successfully rescued the ensnared crew member. Henceforth, they became increasingly cautious during their explorations, ever vigilant of their footing. While continuing their examination of the island, they encountered another peculiar phenomenon. Certain stones appeared to move of their own volition, rolling across the ground as if possessing a will of their own. When the crew approached these stones, they would suddenly emit a flash of light, followed by a force that repelled anyone nearby. "What in the world are these?" one crew member exclaimed in astonishment. Aiden, too, found the sight peculiar and observed the stones closely, attempting to discern their pattern. After considerable observation, he deduced that the stones moved in a specific sequence, triggering their luminous response only when an individual ventured too close. He surmised that if they could navigate through the stone's movement pattern while avoiding their activation range, they might safely pass under Aiden's guidance. The crew meticulously maneuvered to evade the stone's triggering distance, successfully traversing that area. As they delved deeper into the island, they stumbled upon a vast cavern, dark and emanating a mysterious aura. "Caution, this cavern may conceal dangers," "Shall we venture inside?" Aiden inquired. The crew exchanged glances, finally deciding to explore, having encountered so many oddities on this island. Perhaps the cave held secrets about the island or a means of escape. They entered the cavern cautiously, weapons drawn, ready to confront any potential threats. After traversing a short distance within the darkness, they heard a low, rumbling growl, suggesting the presence of a colossal creature lurking inside. "Prepare for battle. Something massive awaits us," Aiden whispered. Tension mounted among the crew as they gripped their weapons tightly. Proceeding with utmost caution, as they advanced, a gigantic monster emerged before them. Towering and robust, its body was covered in tough scales. With a head reminiscent of a bear, yet adorned with enormous tusks, its eyes gleaming with a fierce red glow. "What manner of beast is this?" a crew member exclaimed in terror. Aiden furrowed his brow and declared, "Whatever it is, we must first subdue it." With that, Aiden unsheathed his sword and charged forward. The crew rallied, brandishing their weapons, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the monster. During the struggle, they discovered that the creature's abdomen seemed to be its vulnerable spot. They then concentrated their fire on the monster's belly. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to bring the creature down, though the crew was left panting and several members were injured. After administering basic first aid to the wounded, they resumed their exploration of the island, hoping to uncover something useful or a means of escape. Eventually, on the opposite side of the island, they discovered a dilapidated small boat. While it appeared worn and weathered, a thorough inspection revealed that it could still barely navigate. "Splendid. We can use this small vessel to leave this strange island," Aiden exclaimed with joy. The crew dragged the small boat to the shore, and after making repairs and preparations, they boarded and departed from the mysterious island. As they continued their voyage, Aiden's pirate crew encountered a tempestuous storm. This storm was fiercer than any they had faced before, with howling winds, flashing lightning, and towering waves. "Hold on tight. This storm is ferocious. We must not be thrown overboard," Aiden shouted. The crew clung desperately to anything they could grasp, struggling to survive the tempest at the storm's peak. A massive bolt of lightning struck the ship, igniting it in an instant, flames rapidly spreading to— "Oh no! The ship is on fire! Everyone extinguish the flames!" Aiden cried. The crew sprang into action, some using buckets to douse the fire, while others beat at the flames with blankets and other materials. After a strenuous effort, they managed to extinguish the fire, but the ship had sustained severe damage, rendering it nearly unfit for further navigation. Aiden gazed at the battered vessel, filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet he understood that they could not afford to give up. They had to devise a way to press on, together with the crew. He undertook final repairs, striving to mend the ship's damaged sections. Although the ship was barely seaworthy after the repairs, its speed was drastically reduced, and it was prone to further malfunctions. Nevertheless, the members of Aiden's pirate crew did not waver. They firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose, armed with courage and ingenuity, they would surely overcome the myriad challenges ahead and continue their adventures across the vast, uncharted seas. Chapter 32. Surviving despair and embracing new hope, Aiden's pirate crew sailed slowly upon that barely repaired vessel, each inch forward proving to be an arduous endeavor. The battered appearance of the vessel seemed to narrate the numerous hardships it had endured along its journey. While at this moment, the crew, though utterly exhausted, still exhibited a resolute glimmer in their eyes. As time progressed, the condition of the ship deteriorated further, with cracks in its hull gradually widening under the relentless assault of the waves, occasionally emitting a heart-wrenching creaking sound. The helmsman struggled to maintain the course, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, acutely aware that even the slightest miscalculation could doom the entire ship to the depths of the ocean. "Captain, we cannot continue like this. The ship won't hold out much longer," the helmsman urgently called out to Aiden. Aiden furrowed his brow, gazing at the precarious ship, his heart heavy with concern. Yet he feigned composure and replied loudly, "Everyone, remain calm. Keep an eye on the surroundings and see if we can find a place to dock for repairs." Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the lookout suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, a small island has been spotted ahead. It seems there's a harbor where we can dock." This news was like a ray of hope piercing through the darkness, instantly igniting the spirits of the crew. They all turned to look in the direction indicated by the lookout, and indeed, a verdant island emerged before their eyes, its tranquil harbor seemingly beckoning them. Aiden promptly ordered them to steer towards the island with all their might. As the ship slowly approached the harbor and secured its mooring, the crew exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, they dared not let their guard down, for in this enigmatic ocean, none could predict what dangers might lurk on the seemingly serene island. Aiden led a few crew members ashore, stepping onto the island's soil. The air was fresh and pleasant, suffused with a subtle floral fragrance, surrounded by dense woods where various exotic birds chirped joyfully from the branches. Let us split into groups. One group will keep watch around the perimeter, while the other will accompany me to explore the island and seek materials for repairing the ship, Aiden meticulously organized. During their exploration, they stumbled upon a grove of towering trees that appeared ideal for ship repairs. However, as they prepared to fell the trees, they discovered a mysterious force seemingly guarding them. Whenever someone approached, vines would descend from the trees, wrapping around the intruder's body with astonishing speed, rendering them immobile. "What should we do now? We're in trouble again," one crew member lamented helplessly. Aiden observed the vines closely and noticed they reacted to sound in a peculiar manner. With a spark of inspiration, he instructed the crew to shout loudly and strike their weapons to create a cacophony. Indeed, under the persistent noise, the vines gradually released their grip on the crew members. Seizing the opportunity, they sprang into action, beginning to chop down the trees. Meanwhile, those on watch at the harbor encountered a situation of their own, that a peculiar school of fish appeared on the surface of the water. Their bodies flat and shimmering with vibrant hues, swiftly encircling the vessel. "Be cautious. Those fish seem off," shouted the crew member on lookout. Almost immediately, the fish leaped from the water, spitting a viscous substance at the crew aboard the ship. This substance, upon contact with the skin, induced a searing pain that was most unbearable. The crew scrambled to evade the assault. Some raised shields for protection, while others dashed back into the cabin. Yet a few unfortunate souls were struck by the viscous spray, writhing in agony on the ground. "Quick, carry the injured ones to shore, and see if Choba can provide treatment," Aiden exclaimed anxiously upon learning of the situation. Fortunately, after some care, the condition of the injured crew members gradually stabilized. Back in the grove, Aiden and the others, through great effort, managed to gather sufficient timber. They returned to the harbor, commencing the repair of the ship. With their collective effort, the restoration progressed relatively smoothly. After several days of toil, the vessel regained some navigational capacity. Just as they prepared to set sail once more, a melodious sound of a flute resonated from the island. The enchanting notes seemed to come from another realm, captivating everyone's attention. "Where is that flute music coming from? It sounds like something is calling us," Aiden mused with curiosity. The crew, equally entranced, gazed towards the source of the melody. Aiden resolved to lead a group of crew members to investigate. Following the sound, they traversed through the dense foliage until they reached an open meadow. In the center of the meadow sat an elder clad in white robes, leisurely playing a flute. His visage was kind, yet his eyes held an air of profound mystery. "You have finally arrived, distant travelers," the elder said, pausing his music and addressing them slowly. Aiden stepped forward, cautiously inquiring, "Who are you? What are you doing here? And what is the meaning of this flute music?" The elder smiled gently, saying, "I am the guardian of this island, and I have awaited the arrival of fate's chosen ones for a long time. I have observed the trials you have faced." Aiden was taken aback, realizing the presence of such a mysterious figure on the island. The elder continued, "Although your ship has been repaired, it remains fragile. I can assist you in fully restoring it and endowing it with special abilities, but you must help me with a task." "What task?" "We will do our utmost to fulfill it," Aiden replied without hesitation. The elder rose, pointing towards a cave at the end of the meadow, saying, "Within that cave lies a mystical crystal ball, the treasure of this island, which has been corrupted by malevolent forces for many years. I need you to enter the cave, retrieve the crystal ball, purify it, and then return it to me." Aiden glanced at the cave, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. But in order to ensure the ship's complete restoration and the continued journey of the pirate crew, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall proceed at once," Aiden declared resolutely. Leading the crew towards the cave, they were met at the entrance by an eerie atmosphere, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. They cautiously entered the cave, weapons at the ready. The passage within was rugged, the walls sporadically illuminated by faint glimmers of light, barely guiding their way. After traversing a distance, they heard a low, rumbling growl, suggesting that some colossal creature was lurking in the depths. "Everyone, be alert. There seems to be a monster within," Aiden whispered, heightening the tension among the crew members, who tightened their grips on their weapons. Preparing for battle, they ventured deeper. A gigantic spider emerged before them, its body the size of a house, covered in sharp spines, with 8 eyes gleaming eerily in red. Its powerful legs trembled the ground with each movement. "What sort of creature is this?" A crew member gasped in terror. Aiden took a deep breath and shouted, "Do not fear. Let us unite and defeat it." Without hesitation, Aiden charged forward, swinging his sword towards the spider's head. The crew rallied behind him, some targeting the spider's legs with blades to incapacitate its mobility, while others aimed their spears at its eyes for a lethal strike. The battle against the spider was fierce. Its defenses were formidable, and Aiden's sword merely grazed its surface. The spider swung its legs, knocking aside those who ventured too close, while attempting to ensnare them with its silk. However, the crew of Aiden's pirate band did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, continually searching for the creature's weakness amidst the chaos. After a grueling struggle, they discovered that the spider's underbelly was its Achilles heel. They concentrated their attacks on that vulnerable spot. Aiden lunged forward again, thrusting his sword into the spider's abdomen. The crew adjusted their aim, directing their weapons towards the same target. With their combined might, the spider finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Motionless, they pressed onward into the depths of the cave, ultimately locating the enigmatic crystal ball that rested upon a stone pedestal, emanating a soft glow, yet within that radiance lurked a sinister black aura, unmistakable evidence of its corruption by evil forces. Aiden gingerly picked up the crystal ball, feeling a chilling cold seep into his hand. "Everyone, be cautious. This crystal ball feels wrong. Let us leave this place," Aiden urged. They hastily exited the cave, returning to the elder in the meadow. Upon seeing them return with the crystal ball, the elder beamed with satisfaction. "Excellent. You have succeeded. Now, hand me the crystal ball, and I shall purify it, fulfilling my promise to restore your vessel and bestow upon it extraordinary abilities," the elder declared. Aiden handed the crystal ball to the elder. Upon receiving the crystal orb, the elder cradled it in his hands, murmuring incantations as he commenced the purification spell. Gradually, the dark aura enveloping the orb dissipated, its radiance becoming increasingly pure, ultimately restoring it to its original crystalline clarity. The elder placed the purified orb back in its rightful position, and then turned to the harbor where the ship was docked. With a wave of his hands, a gentle luminescence enveloped the vessel. Under this light, the ship's fissures swiftly mended, and its damaged components seamlessly restored themselves. Moreover, the hull appeared to be imbued with a unique strength, rendering it more resilient and markedly enhancing its sailing speed. "Your vessel has been restored, and now possesses the capability to withstand certain malevolent forces that I hope you continue to forge ahead bravely on your journey and safeguard the peace of these waters." The elder smiled as he addressed Aiden and his crew. The members of the Aiden pirate crew gazed at their rejuvenated ship with hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, kind elder. We shall forever remember your kindness and continue to roam these seas," Aiden declared earnestly. After bidding farewell to the elder, the Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, armed with newfound hope and enhanced equipment. Embarking on their adventure filled with uncertainties, they understood that further challenges and tribulations awaited them. Yet at that moment, their hearts were filled with confidence, ready to embrace whatever was to come. Chapter 33. The mysterious ruins and ancient curses. The Aiden pirate crew bid farewell to the guardian of the small island and set forth once again on their rejuvenated vessel. The sea sparkled under the sun's rays, as if the previous hardships were merely a fleeting nightmare. However, they were acutely aware that this enigmatic ocean never lacked new challenges. Days later, the lookout cried out from the mast, "Captain, a vast expanse of fog looms ahead, and it seems rather ominous." Aiden furrowed his brow and peered through his telescope, discerning a mysterious aura emanating from the fog, shrouding it in enigma, yet with no alternative. The ship pressed forward, slowly entering the mist. As they crossed the threshold into the fog, the temperature plummeted abruptly, causing the crew to shiver involuntarily. Their visibility diminished dramatically, and the helmsman nervously navigated the vessel, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, the ship jolted as if it had collided with something, prompting everyone to grasp onto nearby objects. "Assess the ship's condition," Aiden shouted. The crew sprang into action, discovering that the ship remained undamaged, yet peculiar rocks had emerged around them, varying in shape, some resembling grotesque monsters, others ancient ruins. Just as they prepared to advance, a low rumbling growl echoed from the depths of the fog, akin to a roar from the underworld. Subsequently, decrepit small boats materialized from a mist, devoid of crew, yet emanating a chilling presence. Aiden sensed the impending danger and commanded his crew to prepare for battle. However, these small vessels did not launch an assault. Instead, they circled their ship slowly, as if awaiting something. As time passed, the growling intensified, and a colossal outline of ruins emerged from the fog. The ruins appeared ancient and weathered, their walls etched with strange patterns and symbols. Aiden resolved to lead a portion of his crew into the ruins, hoping to uncover a means of escape from a mist, leaving some crew members to guard the ship. They boarded a small boat and rowed towards the ruins. Upon entering the ruins, Aiden and his companions advanced cautiously. The stone pathway beneath their feet was uneven, with sections already fractured, and a pungent odor filled the air. They delved deeper into the ruins along a corridor, where torches along the walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the path ahead. On either side of the corridor stood ancient armor and weapons, each bearing the marks of time, seemingly recounting tales of past grandeur. At the end of the passage lay a vast circular hall. In the center stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested a crystal skull emanating a ghostly glow. The eyes of the skull flickered with an eerie light, dissuading direct gaze. As Aiden approached to examine it, the air around them seemed to solidify, and then, from the corners of the hall, a swarm of skeletal warriors surged forth. Armed with rusted weapons, they charged towards the intruders. "Fight!" Aiden commanded, as the crew engaged in a fierce struggle with the skeletal foes. Though devoid of flesh and blood, the skeletal warriors possessed formidable strength. Blades striking them only sparked a shower of sparks. Aiden wielded his sword, clashing with one of the skeletal warriors, and discovered that their weakness lay in their spinal column. When he focused his might on that point, the skeletal warrior would crumble. Upon receiving this insight, the crew adjusted their tactics and gradually gained the upper hand. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished all the skeletal warriors. Aiden approached the pedestal. Scrutinizing the crystal skull, he noticed peculiar markings surrounding it, reminiscent of the vines of the guardian trees they had seen on the island and the symbols on the abandoned ship. He surmised that this crystal skull might be the key to controlling the mist and the ruins, perhaps even the means to escape. Just as he prepared to seize the crystal skull, a voice resonated from the hall's apex. "Foolish mortals, you have awakened an ancient curse. This mist shall forever shroud you, and you shall be buried here with us." Aiden retorted, "We merely passed through, unintentional in our offense. Is there a way to lift the curse?" The voice scoffed. "Lift the curse? Only by retrieving the sacred artifact stolen by your ancestors and returning it here can the curse be undone. But that is impossible. Your forebears have long vanished with the artifact into the annals of history." Aiden's heart sank. He knew not of this so-called ancestor or artifact, but he understood that surrender was not an option. He began searching the hall for clues, hoping to find any hint regarding the artifact. That on one wall of the hall, he discovered a mural depicting a grand sacrificial scene, where a radiant box rested upon an altar, surrounded by individuals in fervent prayer. Aiden speculated that this box might be the sacred artifact. Beneath the mural, some indistinct writings caught his eye. He strained to decipher the text, and after considerable effort, learned that the artifact had been taken to a place known as the Island of Illusions, a realm rife with various illusions and traps, but the only route to find the artifact lay through there. Aiden relayed this revelation to his crew, who, though apprehensive, expressed their willingness to follow their captain in seeking the artifact to lift the curse. They departed the circular hall, traversing another passage in search of a way to escape the ruins. Within the passage, they encountered an array of traps, statues that spewed venom, floors that suddenly collapsed, and spinning blades, among others. The crew worked in unison, using their agility and ingenuity to navigate through perilous situations. At long last, they discovered the exit and returned to their ship. By then, the small boats that had encircled them had vanished, yet the fog remained dense. Aiden commanded the vessel toward the direction of the Island of Illusions. Although they knew not its precise location, they had no choice but to proceed based on scant clues. As they sailed, phantasmal figures intermittently emerged from the fog, some beautiful mermaids, others terrifying sea monsters, attempting to ensnare the crew's minds. The crew shut their eyes tightly, relying on one another's encouragement and trust to resist the influence of the illusions. Time seemed to stretch as they sailed, and eventually, a hazy island materialized within the fog, shimmering with vibrant colors. Aiden recognized that this could very well be the Island of Illusions. As their ship neared the island, a powerful force drew them toward the shore. The members of the Aiden pirate crew gripped their weapons tightly. Bracing themselves for the forthcoming challenges, their fates intertwined with the mysterious Island of Illusions, and whether they could lift the curse and regain their freedom remained an uncertainty. Upon landing on the Island of Illusions, they found themselves in a dreamlike landscape. Flowers bloomed abundantly, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet Aiden detected an intoxicating quality within the scent. He cautioned the crew to cover their mouths and noses with damp cloths, lest they fall prey to the allure of the fragrance. They ventured along a narrow path, flanked by trees with peculiar shapes, resembling animals locked in combat. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path. Each route presenting different sights. One path was laden with heaps of treasure, glimmering gold. Another showcased beautiful fairies dancing gracefully. The last offered comfortable beds and sumptuous feasts. The crew wavered, their eyes betraying their desires. Aiden shouted, "These are mere illusions. Do not be deceived." He observed 3 crossroads and discovered a few tiny footprints near a pile of treasure, suggesting that something guarded the riches. The intersection where fairies danced. Strange powders littered the ground, while at the path adorned with beds and delicacies, ethereal threads floated in the air. After a moment of contemplation, he chose the route marked by peculiar powder, suspecting that these substances might serve as conduits for an illusion, and that uncovering their source could potentially unravel the enchantment. Although the crew felt a pang of reluctance to abandon the treasure and comforts, they ultimately complied with the captain's orders. They cautiously advanced along the chosen path, and soon encountered a swarm of butterflies, resplendent in vibrant colors, flitting around them. With each flutter of their wings, a fine powder cascaded down. The crew began to feel dizzy, and Aiden realized that these butterflies were the source of the illusion. He commanded the crew to use the power of wind elementals to disperse the butterflies. The crew swiftly executed their skills, summoning a gust that scattered the butterflies, causing the surrounding scenery to transform. The once beautiful flowers morphed into thorny brambles, peculiar trees twisted into monstrous forms, and an ancient castle emerged before them. The castle's grand doors stood firmly shut, intricate patterns etched upon them. Aiden approached and meticulously studied these designs. Recognizing some symbols reminiscent of those he had seen in the previous ruins, he attempted to decipher the mechanism of the door by arranging the symbols in the same manner as he had observed in the ruins. After considerable effort, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of powerful energy. As they entered the castle, they found a hall filled with various magical artifacts and ancient tomes. In the center of the hall stood a crystal coffin, its lid adorned with the same ceremonial scene depicted in the murals. Aiden surmised that the relic they sought might be within the crystal coffin. As they approached, the surrounding magical items began to emit light, coalescing into beams of energy that surged toward them. The crew quickly dodged, and Aiden observed the pattern of the beams. Realizing they were emitted in accordance with a specific magical array, he directed the crew to dismantle several nodes of the magical arrays within the hall. After an intense battle and destruction, the beams ceased. They stood before the crystal coffin, and Aiden took a deep breath before pushing open the lid. Inside lay no corpse, but rather a box radiating brilliance, presumably the relic they had been seeking. The moment Aiden grasped the box, the castle began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. They hurriedly fled the castle and returned to their ship on the shore, as the vessel departed from the island of illusions. The surrounding mist gradually dissipated, signaling the successful lifting of the curse. The Aiden pirate crew erupted in cheers, carrying the relic and tales of new adventures as they continued their voyage across the seas, heading toward the unknown, for they knew countless secrets awaited their exploration. Chapter 34. The phantom ship and the terror of the whirlpool with the ease of having lifted the curse in anticipation for new adventures. The Aiden pirate crew sailed onward across the sea. Sunlight shimmered on the undulating waves, as if draping their journey in a golden glow. However, this tranquility was short-lived, for a new storm brewed silently in the distance. On what appeared to be an ordinary afternoon, the lookout's voice shattered the ship's calm. "Captain, ahead lies a peculiar sea. The water has darkened, and strange whirlpools are swirling." Aiden swiftly grabbed his telescope. Observing an aura of mystique emanating from the waters, the whirlpools resembling enormous black eyes, deep and perilous. "Remain vigilant, adjust our course, and navigate carefully around this region," Aiden commanded, and the crew sprang into action. Yet, the ship seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually veering toward the ominous waters. The helmsman strained against the wheel, veins bulging on his forehead, but the ship remained unresponsive. "What's happening?" "It feels as if something is pulling us," a crew member cried in terror. Just as the vessel was about to be engulfed by the whirlpool, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them, distinct from a mist they had encountered before. This one carried a chilling essence, as if it could penetrate one's very marrow. Amidst the fog, a colossal ghost ship materialized, its sails tattered and worn, as if ravaged by time and conflict, glowing with an eerie blue light that radiated palpable resentment. "It's a ghost ship. Prepare for battle." Aiden gripped his cutlass, his eyes alight with caution. The ghostly crew aboard the phantom vessel emitted blood-curdling wails, the sound echoing hauntingly through the fog. Some spectral sailors ascended from the ship, launching themselves toward Aiden's crew. Their forms were ethereal, yet their weapons glinted with a chilling gleam. But a fierce clash ensued, blades clashing, but their strikes merely passed through the apparitions, inflicting no tangible harm. Aiden realized that conventional attacks were ineffective against the phantoms and began to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled similar supernatural phenomena encountered in prior escapades. Perhaps elemental forces could be their salvation. "Let us try using fire elementals," Aiden shouted. The crew unleashed their fire elemental skills, flames igniting upon the deck. Surging toward the specters, the ghosts recoiled from the flames, seemingly wary. However, the ghost ship retaliated, unleashing waves of black energy that shattered the deck and injured crew members. Aiden deftly evaded the attacks while observing the ghost ship, discovering that its energy core appeared to reside within a massive crystal apparatus at the stern, that if they could destroy this crystal, perhaps they could free themselves from the ghost ship's grasp. "We must find a way aboard the ghost ship and destroy the crystal device at its rear," Aiden instructed his crew. Thus, leading a brave contingent of crew members, Aiden utilized ropes and grappling hooks to board the ghost ship as it drew near. The air was thick with resentment, and each step felt resisted by an unseen force. The ghostly crew surged toward them, and the battle intensified. Amidst their arduous advance toward the stern, they encountered a towering ghost captain. Clad in tattered captain's garb and a tri-cornered hat, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You intruder shall pay dearly for your recklessness," the ghost captain bellowed, brandishing a long sword at Aiden. Aiden engaged in a fierce duel with the specter. Realizing that the ghost captain possessed immense strength, each strike imbued with potent malevolence. Yet, Aiden stood firm, skillfully dodging blows while seeking the captain's weakness in the heat of battle. Aiden noted that the ghost captain's form grew increasingly insubstantial near the ship's railing. He surmised that this might be a vulnerable point connecting the captain to the ship. He deliberately maneuvered the ghost captain toward the rail. Then, as the specter attacked, he swiftly sidestepped and unleashed a powerful strike. The blow struck true, causing the ghost captain to emit a pained wail as his form began to blur. Everyone attacked together, Aiden shouted. The crew rallied, launching their assaults at the ghost captain, and under the combined force of their efforts, the captain's form gradually dissipated. Yet before they could catch their breath, more ghostly sailors surged forth. They pressed onward toward the stern, overcoming numerous obstacles, until they finally reached the crystal apparatus. The device pulsed with dark energy. Encased in a protective barrier, Aiden attempted to strike the barrier with his cutlass, only to have it rebound. We need to find a way to disable this shield. Aiden frowned. I could see that moment. A keen-eyed crew member discovered peculiar symbols etched on the base of the crystal apparatus, reminiscent of those they had seen in the mysterious ruins. Drawing upon their prior experiences, Aiden endeavored to decipher these symbols. After considerable effort, the barrier slowly began to dissolve. Aiden raised his cutlass and struck the crystal apparatus with all his might. Upon impact, the crystal erupted in dazzling light, quaking violently. The ghost ship too began to rock, the ghostly crew becoming increasingly agitated. "Keep attacking!" Aiden shouted. The crew united, relentlessly assaulting the crystal apparatus, with a resounding crash. The device shattered, causing the ghost ship to begin its slow descent, while the surrounding fog gradually lifted. The Aiden pirate crew's vessel broke free from its tether, regaining control. Yet before they could celebrate, the ocean manifested new changes. The previously strange whirlpools expanded and merged, forming a colossal, abyss-like super whirlpool. The super whirlpool generated a formidable suction, drawing in the surrounding waters and creating a towering wall of water. "We must leave this place," Aiden commanded, and the crew swiftly adjusted their course, striving to escape the super whirlpool's pull. The ship battled through the raging winds and towering waves, the crew exerting every ounce of strength against the overwhelming forces of nature. Sails were torn by the tempest, and new fissures appeared in the hull, yet they refused to relent. After a harrowing struggle, the vessel finally succeeded in escaping the clutches of the super whirlpool. The weary crew lay exhausted upon the deck, gasping for breath. Yet, they were keenly aware that their adventure was far from over, and that this enigmatic sea held countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. Following the recent incident, the Aiden pirate crew's vessel required extensive repairs. They anchored off the shore of a deserted isle nearby, in search of suitable materials to mend their ship. The island boasted an abundance of timber resources, yet it also concealed perilous creatures. During their lumbering endeavors, the sailors encountered a swarm of enormous venomous spiders. The venom of these arachnids contained lethal toxins. A single bite could spell dire consequences. A fierce battle ensued as the crew fought against the poisonous spiders, deftly employing flames and weaponry to outmaneuver their foes. In the heat of the conflict, one unfortunate sailor fell victim to a spider's bite. Aiden hurriedly produced an antidote, but the supply was limited, merely offering a temporary reprieve from the spread of the venom. They needed to swiftly discover additional means of counteracting the toxin, lest the sailor's life be forfeit. Aiden resolved to search the island for antidotal herbs. He led several crew members deep into the heart of the isle, where amidst a dense jungle, they stumbled upon a peculiar herb radiating an otherworldly glow. Based on Aiden's experience, this herb could very well be the antidote they sought. They carefully harvested the herb and swiftly returned to the injured sailor. After crushing the herb and applying it to the wound, they observed a gradual alleviation of the sailor's symptoms over time. Through their collective efforts, the repairs to the ship were completed successfully. The Aiden pirate crew set sail once more, filled with reverence for the unknown and a fervor for adventure. Navigating toward new waters, unaware of the challenges and mysteries that awaited them. Chapter 35. Phantoms and Sirens after setting sail again. The weather at sea proved to be capricious. Times, howling gales assaulted them, and waves surged like mountains toward the vessel. At others, gentle rains enveloped the world in a shroud of mist. Yet, none of this could deter their resolve to explore the unknown. Amidst a brief moment of tranquility, the lookout atop the mast suddenly cried out, "Captain, an island lies ahead, shimmering with strange lights." Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately seized his telescope to gaze ahead. The island was shrouded in a mysterious halo, with lights pulsating rhythmically, resembling a massive heart in the throes of breath. They steered toward the island, but Aiden cautioned all to remain vigilant. After issuing his command, the ship glided slowly toward the isle. As they approached, they observed the shoreline's sands displayed an unusual hue, as if covered in countless jewel-like particles. Once ashore, Aiden and a contingent of crew members stepped onto this enigmatic land. The vegetation on the island flourished remarkably, with colossal ferns and vines intertwining to form natural barriers. As they navigated these obstacles, they uncovered ancient architectural remnants. The walls of these ruins were adorned with cryptic patterns and symbols. Some appeared to depict ancient rituals, while others showcased unknown creatures. Aiden scrutinized these symbols, noting that several bore resemblance to those he had previously encountered on the base of the crystal apparatus aboard the ghost ship, deepening his conviction that this island harbored monumental secrets. As they ventured further into the ruins, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Suddenly, ethereal figures began to materialize from the walls, resembling ancient warriors clad in ornate armor, wielding spears and shields. Their vacant gazes exuded an air of authority. "Phantoms, everyone, be cautious," Aiden called out. The spectral warriors launched an assault upon them, prompting the crew to draw their weapons in defense. However, conventional attacks proved futile against these apparitions. Swords and blades passed through their forms as though they were mere air. Aiden realized that these phantoms might require a unique approach. Recalling his prior encounter with the specters aboard the ghost ship using elemental fire, he urged the crew to channel elemental forces. As the fire elements surged toward the phantom warriors, their forms flickered momentarily, yet they swiftly regained their original appearance. "It seems fire has little effect. Let us experiment with other elements," Aiden suggested. The crew began to employ various elemental skills. And when one sailor unleashed a gust of wind, the phantom's movement slowed. "It is the wind element. Let us concentrate our efforts on it," Aiden commanded. United in purpose, the crew unleashed a formidable tempest of wind, which swept through the ruins, gradually dissipating the phantom's forms. With the spectral threat neutralized, they pressed deeper into the ruins to the heart of the remnants. They discovered a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a brilliant light. Within the orb, images appeared to swirl, revealing a deep-sea vista, showcasing a grand palace surrounded by an array of bizarre creatures. Just as they were about to further examine the crystal, the environment shifted dramatically. A melodic chant resonated from all directions, a siren song that ensnared the crew in a trance-like state. "It is the song of the siren. Cover your ears," Aiden shouted, but some crew members had already succumbed to the enchanting melody. Their eyes glazed as they wandered toward the source of the sound. In desperate bid, Aiden grasped a nearby sailor, striking his shield with his sword to create a resounding clang, attempting to rouse those entranced. "We must locate the siren and put an end to this song," Aiden proclaimed. Following the sound, they discovered an underground passage at the opposite end of the ruins. The enchanting melody emanated from deep within. Aiden led the alert crew cautiously into the tunnel that was dark and damp, the walls glimmering with phosphorescent light. The tunnel's end, they beheld a magnificent siren. Her upper body resembled a beautiful woman, while her lower half was that of a fish, her hair flowing like seaweed in the water, and her eyes glimmering with an alluring glow. Upon noticing their presence, her song grew even more beguiling. Aiden felt his own consciousness beginning to wane. He bit down hard on his tongue, the pain serving as an anchor to his awareness. "Attack her," Aiden shouted, and the crew unleashed wind elemental skills upon the siren. Yet, she appeared to possess a degree of resistance to the wind element, summoning walls of water to deflect their assaults. Aiden observed swirling eddies in the water surrounding her, surmising that these whirlpools might be the source of her power. "Focus your attacks on those whirlpools," Aiden commanded. The crew redirected their strikes, unleashing potent gusts toward the swirling waters. As the whirlpools were dismantled, the siren's song faltered, her expression twisting into a snarl. "You wretched humans dare to disrupt my plans." She seethed. The siren unleashed a more formidable onslaught, conjuring a barrage of water arrows directed at the crew. They struggled to evade the onslaught, with several sustaining injuries from the impact, seizing a critical moment. Aiden unleashed his most powerful wind elemental skill, charging toward the siren. The strike landed squarely, and she emitted a piercing wail, her song abruptly ceasing. The entranced crew gradually regained their senses, with the Sirens' menace quelled. They returned to the stone platform. The crystal orb continued to radiate its brilliance, and Aiden resolved to take it with them, believing it might unlock further mysteries. However, as he grasped the orb, the entire ruin began to tremble violently. Fissures appearing in the surrounding walls. "This is bad. The ruins are collapsing. We must flee," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily sprinted toward the exit, dodging falling debris as they made their escape. At last, they emerged from the ruins and returned to the shore. The weather had worsened dramatically. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The ship rocked violently upon the waves, and the crew rushed aboard. Yet, as they prepared to set sail from the island, they discovered their vessel ensnared by massive seaweed. The resilient tendrils posed a formidable challenge, and despite their efforts to sever them with blades, the task proved arduous. Just as they grappled with the relentless seaweed, a new threat emerged from the depths that a swarm of enormous sharks circled the ship, their eyes glinting with menace as they awaited the opportune moment to strike. Aiden directed a portion of the crew to continue battling the seaweed, while the rest readied themselves to confront the impending shark assault. The sharks lunged at the vessel, their speed alarming, jaws agape to reveal razor-sharp teeth. The crew retaliated with harpoons and cannon fire, yet the sheer number of sharks made it difficult to repel them. In the midst of the fierce skirmish, additional crew members sustained injuries. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Aiden resolved to plunge into the depths himself to sever the entangling seaweed, securing a safety rope and arming himself with a sword. He leaped into the water. There, he engaged in a fierce struggle against the massive seaweed. Its tendrils writhed around him, but he deftly evaded their grasp, wielding his sword with determination to slice through the snarl. After considerable effort, he managed to sever a significant portion of the seaweed. Upon returning to the ship, the crew, under the cover of cannon fire, finally repelled the shark swarm. The vessel was freed from its restraints and began to gradually drift away from the island. However, the battle had left the crew utterly exhausted, many bearing injuries. They required a safe haven to recuperate as they sailed onward. One sailor, tending to the wounded, noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Upon contact with seawater, the wounds of the injured crew members began to emit a luminescent substance, seemingly accelerating the healing process. Upon hearing this, Aiden conducted an examination of the seawater and discovered it contained a unique energy. Potentially linked to the mysterious forces they had previously encountered on the island, they continued their voyage in search of a suitable place to dock. In the distance, a seemingly tranquil island came into view, wisps of smoke rising from it, suggesting human habitation. Aiden resolved to head towards this island, hoping to find assistance and supplies to ensure better treatment for the wounded crew as their vessel approached the island. They were warmly welcomed by its inhabitants. The residents, dressed modestly and bearing kind expressions, immediately offered their aid upon noticing the injured crew members. Among them was a highly skilled elder who treated the wounds using the island's unique herbs. During the treatment, Aiden recounted their adventures in the mysterious waters, and the elder's countenance grew grave upon hearing their tale. "What you have encountered is tied to the ancient curse of these waters. Legend has it that long ago, the sea god of this realm was corrupted by malevolent forces, unleashing a series of calamities. The ghost ships, phantom warriors, and sea monsters you have faced are all manifestations of these disasters." The elder proclaimed that, "Is there a way to lift these curses?" Aiden inquired. "According to legend, only by locating the heart of the ocean and purifying it can the curse of this region be dispelled. However, the heart is hidden in the depths of the ocean, fraught with peril, and countless adventurers have perished in their quest to find it," the elder replied. Aiden, inspired by the elder's words, felt a renewed sense of determination. He resolved to continue the search for the heart of the ocean once the crew's injuries had healed. He understood that this would be an immensely challenging adventure, but for the peace of these mysterious waters and to prevent further harm to others, he was willing to take the risk. During their stay on the island, the crew received ample rest and treatment. They formed a harmonious bond with the islanders, learning much about the legends and lore of these waters. Simultaneously, they gathered supplies to prepare for the impending adventure. When the crew's injuries had largely healed, Aiden's pirate crew bid farewell to the islanders and set sail once more. They steered their vessel towards the depths of the ocean, unaware of the challenges that awaited them, yet their eyes sparkled with resolve and fearlessness. As they ventured further into the deep sea, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and floating ice began to appear on the water surface. These ice floes bobbed with the waves, posing a considerable danger to their navigation. The crew skillfully maneuvered the ship to avoid collisions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ocean depths, and a colossal figure emerged from the abyss. It was a gigantic ice beast, its body composed of hard ice, resembling an enormous bear with eyes that gleamed with a blue luminescence. The ice beast let out a furious roar directed at the ship before lunging toward them. With a single swipe of its massive paw, it generated towering waves. Aiden's pirate crew struggled to stabilize the vessel while preparing to confront the ice beast. Aiden commanded the crew to fire cannons at the creature, but the projectiles merely shattered some ice chunks, failing to inflict any significant damage. "We must find its weakness," Aiden shouted. Observing the beast's movements, he noted that its abdomen momentarily exposed itself when it attacked with its claws. "Target its abdomen," Aiden ordered. The crew concentrated their firepower, aiming at the beast's vulnerable underbelly. After a series of relentless strikes, cracks began to appear on the creature's abdomen. It seemed to sense the pain, becoming even more ferocious and intensifying its assaults. In the heat of battle, the ship was struck by the beast's attack, resulting in a significant breach in the hull. Water began to flood the cabin as the crew rushed to patch the ship while simultaneously battling the creature. Seizing an opportune moment, when the beast lunged at the ship once more, Aiden unleashed his most potent wind elemental skill, charging toward the fissure in the beast's abdomen. This strike successfully targeted the creature's weakness, causing it to emit a horrific wail as its massive form began to collapse, shattering into countless ice fragments that cascaded into the sea, with the threat of the ice beast neutralized. The crew devoted themselves to repairing the ship. However, the battle had inflicted severe damage, compelling them to seek a safe harbor for more comprehensive repairs. Not far away, they spotted an island blanketed in ice and snow, boasting natural harbors suitable for docking. Navigating through treacherous waters, they managed to reach the island and began their repairs using the abundant ice and snow resources. During their restoration efforts, they stumbled upon peculiar caves emanating a mysterious aura. Aiden resolved to lead a few crew members into the caves, hoping to uncover something beneficial. Inside, they discovered walls adorned with ice crystals, each displaying an array of bizarre shapes, some resembling flowers, others taking on animal forms. Deep within the cave, they uncovered ancient manuscripts preserved in special ice crystal containers, untouched by the ravages of time. Aiden perused the manuscripts. He found them laden with information regarding the heart of the ocean. The text revealed that the heart was sealed within an underwater labyrinth, accessible only by a special key. This key was fragmented into several parts, scattered across the enigmatic waters. One clue pointed to a mysterious location on this icy island. Following the manuscript's guidance, Aiden commenced a search for the key's fragment on the island. After a thorough exploration, they located a concealed cave atop the island's peak. Inside, they discovered a stone platform upon which rested a glowing shard of ice crystal, intricately inscribed with enigmatic symbols. Aiden surmised that this fragment was part of the key. Upon picking it up, a deep rumbling echoed through the cave, and the surrounding walls began to shift, revealing hidden passages. They ventured through the newly opened route, reaching its conclusion where a colossal ice sculpture stood. The sculpture depicted an ancient warrior, sword in hand, gazing resolutely ahead. At the base of the sculpture lay a strange apparatus that seemed connected to the ice crystal fragment. Aiden placed the shard into the device, causing the sculpture to emit a radiant glow as the temperature around them plummeted. As the illumination intensified, the sword wielded by the ice warrior suddenly moved, striking the wall before them. The wall was cleaved open, unveiling a passage leading underground. Aiden led his crew into the tunnel, which was thick with a sense of mystery. At the tunnel's end, they discovered an expansive ice lake, where something appeared to be swimming beneath the surface. As they approached the ice lake, several ice sprites leaped forth from the water. Composed of translucent ice, their eyes sparkled with a blue luminescence. The sprites danced around the crew, seemingly conveying a message. Aiden attempted to communicate with them, but they only emitted crystalline sounds without a clear response. In the midst of this interaction, Aiden discerned that the sprite's movements formed patterns across the ice lake surface. Observing these patterns closely, he realized they bore a connection to the clues regarding the heart of the ocean he had previously encountered in the manuscripts. Based on these designs, Aiden hypothesized that the center of the ice lake might hold vital information related to their quest for the heart. They cautiously made their way to the center of the lake, where a massive ice crystal pillar stood. The pillar was inscribed with intricate patterns and symbols, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. As Aiden deciphered the inscriptions, he gleaned further insights into the heart of the ocean and the underwater labyrinth, while also discovering the means to escape this place and clues regarding the next fragment of the key. Having gathered sufficient information, the crew followed the clues to depart from the lake and cave. Upon returning to their ship, they completed the necessary repairs. Aiden's pirate crew set sail once again, buoyed by new leads and hope. Steering deeper into the mysterious waters, drawing ever closer to their goal of locating the heart of the ocean. In the course of their subsequent voyage, they followed the new clues to a volcanic island, where plumes of smoke billowed and eruptions periodically sent lava cascading down its slopes. The island's temperature soared, distorting the very air around them. Yet Aiden understood that the next part of the key might be hidden upon this treacherous island, compelling them to brave the landing. As the ship approached the volcanic island, the crew was met with a wave of scorching heat. Clad in specially designed thermal gear, they cautiously set foot on the perilous terrain, where the ground was searing hot and rivers of molten lava flowed alongside steaming rocks. During their exploration, they encountered creatures formed of magma. These monstrous entities lack a fixed form, their bodies composed of searing magma, igniting flames wherever they tread. The crew engaged in a fierce battle with the magma creatures, employing water elemental skills to counteract the intense heat. During the skirmish, they discovered that these creatures moved sluggishly when in proximity to certain peculiar rocks on the island. Aiden observed these unique stones, noting that they emanated a mysterious energy that seemed to restrain the magma beasts. They utilized these special rocks as cover, skillfully maneuvering against the magma creatures in the midst of evading an attack. One crew member accidentally fell into a fissure of magma. Aiden swiftly summoned wind elemental skills, pulling the crew member from the chasm. However, the heat-resistant gear of the crew member was severely damaged, and his body bore burns from the intense heat. Aiden led the crew in dodging the magma creature's assaults while seeking a remedy for their injured comrade. Near a hot spring on the island, they discovered a unique herb that thrived in the extreme temperatures and possessed potent healing properties. They gathered the herb and treated the wounded crew member. After a period of healing, the crew member's condition improved. As they continued their exploration of the volcanic island, they stumbled upon an ancient temple near the crater. The walls of the temple were adorned with intricate carvings related to magma and flames. At the center of the temple stood a colossal altar, upon which rested a pulsating heart of lava radiating intense heat. Aiden surmised that this heart might be another part of the key, yet it was shielded by a formidable flame barrier. They endeavored to decipher the flame shield, but conventional methods proved ineffective. While studying the patterns on the temple walls, Aiden discovered a special ritual that required specific elemental combinations and rhythms to breach the flame barrier. The crew, following the ritual inscribed in the patterns, channeled their elemental powers. After considerable effort, the flame shield gradually dissipated. Aiden approached the altar and grasped the heart of lava. The moment he seized it, the volcano erupted violently, spewing forth torrents of lava and ash. "We must leave at once," Aiden shouted. The crew hastily sprinted toward their vessel. During their escape from the volcanic island, they encountered further peril. Yet with resilience and teamwork, they successfully boarded their ship, departing the treacherous island at this juncture. Aiden's pirate crew had gathered 2 parts of the key, bringing them a step closer to unveiling the secrets of the heart of the ocean. However, they were acutely aware that greater challenges lay ahead, with countless unknowns in this enigmatic sea awaiting their exploration. Driven by a fervor for adventure and a determination to lift the curse, they continued their voyage across the mysterious and perilous waters. Chapter 36. The enigmatic island's labyrinth and the shadow assailants. After departing from the volcanic island, Aiden's pirate crew set sail in a new direction. The weather at sea gradually calmed, a gentle breeze caressing them as the waves tenderly propelled their vessel forward. Yet this tranquility did not allow the crew to lower their guard, for they understood that in this mysterious sea, danger could strike at any moment. After several days of sailing, the lookout exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, there lies a massive island ahead. Its vegetation appears remarkably lush." Aiden raised his telescope to gaze upon the island, which resembled a verdant jewel embedded in the ocean's surface. However, experience cautioned him that this seemingly beautiful island might harbor undiscovered perils. As they approached the island, Aiden led a contingent of crew members ashore. The air on the island was fresh but imbued with an enigmatic aura. They followed a narrow path obscured by foliage, surrounded by towering trees whose branches intertwined, allowing only dappled sunlight to filter through the dense canopy. Suddenly, the leading crew member seemed to collide with an invisible wall, rebounding in surprise. What just happened? The crew members gasped, staring ahead in astonishment. Aiden reached out and indeed felt a formidable resistance, as if a translucent barrier impeded their passage. "Everyone be cautious. Something is amiss," Aiden warned. They explored the periphery of the barrier, seeking a means to breach it in a secluded corner. Aiden discovered peculiar runes inscribed upon a massive stone, glowing faintly as if connected to the barrier. He endeavored to decipher the runes, and after contemplation, Aiden surmised that they needed to activate specific elemental powers in the order of the runes to dismantle the barrier. The crew united their efforts, channeling elemental forces as directed by Aiden. With a final infusion of elemental energy, the barrier erupted in brilliance before vanishing entirely. They advanced further, but soon the environment began to shift. The once clear path grew indistinct, shrouded in thick fog, with vague silhouettes swirling within the mist that not disperse. "Maintain tight formation," Aiden commanded. Yet the fog thickened, severely obstructing their vision. Suddenly, black tendrils emerged from the mist, lunging toward the crew members. These appendages were immensely powerful, swiftly ensnaring several crew members. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, and the crew immediately engaged in combat with the tendrils. Blades clashed against the dark appendages, producing mere sparks, failing to inflict significant harm. Aiden observed that the tendrils seemed to rise from the ground. Suspecting that their roots might be the vulnerable point, "Target the roots of the tendrils," he commanded. The crew altered their strategy, striking at the base where the tendrils connected to the earth, under concentrated assault. Some tendrils began to loosen, dark liquid oozing from their roots. Yet more tendrils surged from all directions, escalating the urgency of their predicament. That moment, a crew member spotted luminous plants within the fog. These plants emitted a radiant glow that caused the tendrils to recoil upon contact. "Utilize those luminous plants," Aiden directed. The crew swiftly approached the glowing flora, using its light to repel the tendrils. Shielded by the radiance, they gradually forged a path through the chaos. Last, they emerged from the fog, but many in the crew were injured. They found themselves in an open meadow, where an ancient stone tower loomed at the center. The tower radiated a mysterious power, as if beckoning them closer. As they approached, the air grew chillingly cold. The tower's entrance stood sealed, etched with an array of cryptic symbols. Aiden meticulously examined the symbols, recognizing some as resembling those he had encountered aboard the ghost ship, and in the enigmatic ruins, he reached out to touch a particular symbol, and upon contact, the tower's entrance began to creak open. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few crystals on the walls casting a faint glow. They cautiously stepped into the tower and discovered a colossal stone platform at the center, upon which rested a crystal skull. The eyes of the skull flickered with an eerie light, seemingly observing them. "This crystal skull could be the key object," Aiden remarked. However, as he approached the skull, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the tower. Dark figures materialized from the shadows, brandishing sharp blades, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Shadow assassins," a crew member gasped. The shadow assassins moved with blinding speed, launching a swift assault. Their attacks were fierce and lethal, plunging the crew into a desperate struggle. Aiden clashed with one of the assassins, discovering that their forms were as elusive as shadows, making them difficult to strike. Amid the fierce combat, Aiden realized that when the shadow assassins launched their attacks, their forms solidified momentarily. Strike back the instant they attack? Aiden shouted. The crew adjusted their strategy, biding their time for the moment to retaliate. After a grueling battle, they successfully repelled the first wave of shadow assassins. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a second wave of shadow assassins descended from the upper levels of the tower. This time, their numbers were greater, and they appeared more attuned to the crew's combat style. During the fray, several crew members sustained injuries. Aiden, filled with urgency, understood that if they did not swiftly eliminate these shadow assassins, they would all perish. Observing the tower's environment, he noted that the crystals on the walls emitted a brilliant light when struck. An idea sparked within him, and he commanded the crew to attack the crystals. As the crystals were struck and released their radiant light, the shadow assassin's movement slowed considerably. Now, attack! Aiden cried. The crew capitalized on the opportunity, launching a fierce offensive against the shadow assassins. Under the combined effects of the blinding light and their assault, the second wave of shadow assassins was also driven back. However, the tower began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Take the crystal skull and let us flee. Aiden ordered. One crew member grasped the crystal skull, and they dashed toward the tower's entrance. As they escaped, debris tumbled from above. They narrowly evaded the falling stones and burst forth just before the tower fully collapsed. Back in the meadow, they discovered that their surroundings had once again transformed. The previously serene grassland was now marred by enormous fissures, from which black smoke billowed. Emerging from the smoke was a colossal shadow demon. Its massive form loomed ominously, wings spread wide like dark clouds obscuring the sun, with eyes ablaze in a deep crimson fire. You insignificant ants, how dare you disturb my slumber? The shadow demon roared fiercely. With a powerful sweep of its wings, it sent the crew members flying. From its maw erupted black flames, incinerating the grass into ashes wherever they touched. Aiden rose to his feet, knowing he must devise a strategy to confront this formidable foe, concentrate all elemental power, and strike at its eyes. Aiden commanded. The crew members gathered their elemental energies, forming a potent beam of energy aimed at the shadow demon's eyes. The demon, struck by the attack, let out an enraged howl. It charged toward the crew, its colossal claws reaching out to grasp them. Aiden led the crew in agile evasion while persistently launching elemental assaults. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerned that after each use of its black flames, the shadow demon experienced a brief period of weakness. Wait until it exhausts its flames, then attack its abdomen, Aiden instructed. When the shadow demon unleashed its flames once more, the crew seized the moment, directing their mightiest assault at its abdomen. The demon's midsection was grievously injured, causing its form to waver slightly. Yet, it remained immensely powerful, continuing its onslaught against the crew. Aiden realized that their strength alone might not suffice to vanquish the shadow demon. They must harness the power of the crystal skull. He grasped the crystal skull, concentrating to communicate with the force within. Through his efforts, the skull emitted a dazzling radiance, enveloping the shadow demon. The IT writhed in agony within the light, its strength gradually waning. All together now, Aiden shouted. The crew, steeling themselves, launched a final strike against the shadow demon, now weakened by the brilliance. Under their combined assault, the demon emitted a deafening wail before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the shadow demon vanquished, the peculiar phenomena on the island began to fade. Though utterly exhausted, Aiden's pirate crew had once again triumphed over a crisis. They understood that this was merely a minor episode in their quest for the heart of the ocean. With greater challenges awaiting them, in the aftermath, they discovered precious herbs and resources on the island to treat their wounded and replenish supplies. After a brief respite, they departed the island with the crystal skull in hand, continuing their voyage into the depths of the mysterious sea, ever in pursuit of the next clue and resolutely advancing towards the goal of breaking the curse. Chapter 37. A new journey and the exploration of mysterious ruins. Aiden's pirate crew, clutching the crystal skull obtained through arduous trials, departed from the island shrouded in mystery and peril. Their vessel sailed across the boundless ocean, the sea breeze howling past, as if recounting the heart-stopping adventure they had just endured. Although the crew was physically and mentally drained, their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Having faced the shadow demon in a life-or-death struggle, they now understood that the path toward discovering the heart of the ocean and lifting the curse was fraught with thorns. Yet they would never falter. Days passed at sea, and the weather remained capricious. At tea times, the sky was clear and bright, sunlight sparkling on the water like a vast expanse of flowing gold. At other times, dark clouds loomed overhead, fierce winds churning up monstrous waves, causing the ship to sway violently as if it might be swallowed by the ocean at any moment. Yet, Aiden's crew, armed with exceptional navigation skills and indomitable will, repeatedly turned peril into safety. Point one day, the lookout called out again. "Captain, land appears ahead, though it seems rather peculiar." The water surrounding it appeared darker, and a faint mist envelopes the area. Upon hearing this, Aiden raised his telescope for a closer inspection. The outline of the land was indistinct, indeed surrounded by a thin veil of mist, giving it an aura of enigma that a feeling of foreboding surged within Aiden. This newly emerged land might conceal significant secrets or dangers, but he commanded the ship to steer toward the land. And though the crew harbored some trepidation, they swiftly obeyed the order. As the vessel drew near, they discovered the coastline littered with jagged, bizarre rocks, upon which strange, previously unseen algae thrived, emitting an eerie blue glow that appeared particularly uncanny against the mist. Aiden led a contingent of crew members cautiously ashore, the ground feeling soft beneath their feet, as if it harbored some unknown power. They ventured along a winding path into the interior, flanked by trees of unusual shapes, their trunks twisted, the leaves a dark purple hue. Rustling softly in the breeze, as if whispering ancient tales, as they progressed, a massive stone door loomed ahead, firmly shut, etched with intricate and arcane runes and designs. Aiden approached the door for a closer examination, noting that these symbols bore some resemblance to those seen on the island with the stone tower. Yet there were distinct differences. When he dared to touch the runes, the moment his fingers made contact, the door began to creak open, emitting a deep, resonant sound as if an ancient beast was awakening from slumber. Beyond the door lay a long passage, its walls adorned with glimmering gemstones that cast a dim light. Illuminating the corridor, Aiden, leading his crew, stepped cautiously into the passage, all maintaining heightened vigilance, weapons firmly in hand. Not far into the tunnel, an odd sound suddenly echoed within, a low weeping mingled with the growl of some unknown creature. The crew's hearts raced, and they huddled closely together, forming a tight defensive formation. Just then, a horde of ghostly entities surged from the passage sides. They drifted ethereally, their hollow eyes glowing with a sinister light. These spectral beings lunged at the crew, who brandished their weapons in defense. However, blades struck the apparitions as if they were cutting through air, inflicting no harm upon them. Observing this, Aiden shouted, "Stay calm, everyone. Try attacking them with elemental power." The crew members immediately unleashed their elemental powers. Some conjured flames, others summoned torrents of water, while a few commanded fierce winds. As these elemental forces made contact with the spectral beings, anguished wails erupted from them, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal. Under the combined assault of the crew, the ghostly entities were gradually forced to retreat. Yet before they could catch their breath, a new obstacle emerged ahead in the passageway. Deep fissures suddenly appeared in the ground, filled with searing magma that exuded a scorching heat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Aiden scrutinized his surroundings and noticed protruding stones along the walls of the tunnel, which seemed to serve as footholds to traverse the chasms. He was the first to leap onto a stone, then cautiously bounded towards the opposite side. The other crew members, witnessing his actions, followed suit, one after another, crossing the molten lava trench. Just as the last crew member was about to succeed in his leap, a colossal fire lizard erupted from the magma, its gaping maw aimed at the unfortunate sailor. Aiden, quick to react, swiftly threw a rope, ensnaring the sailor's body and yanking him back with great force. The remaining crew members promptly turned and concentrated their elemental powers to attack the fire lizard. The creature writhed under the onslaught of elemental energy, its flames intensifying, as if seeking to engulf the entire passageway in fire. However, the crew did not falter, continuing their relentless assault. After an intense struggle, the fire lizard was finally driven back, submerging itself once more into the magma. The crew pressed onward, ultimately emerging from the perilous and lengthy tunnel. Before them stood a magnificent ruin, comprised of towering stone pillars and ancient walls. Exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity, at the center of the ruins lay a circular stone platform, upon which rested a treasure chest, radiating an otherworldly glow. Aiden approached the stone pedestal cautiously, sensing a powerful energy emanating from the chest. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a haunting melody resonated around the ruins, as if a celestial symphony from a bygone era had awakened. As the music played, ethereal images materialized on the walls of the ruins, depicting significant events that had transpired in this enigmatic sea, along with vague clues regarding the heart of the ocean. Aiden and his crew were captivated by these spectral displays, their eyes glued to the unfolding scenes, desperately attempting to glean valuable information from them. Yet, the images flickered rapidly, many details mere flashes, eluding their grasp. While they were immersed in the mesmerizing visuals, the light emanating from the treasure chest suddenly intensified, as if issuing a warning against careless touch. Nevertheless, Aiden understood that this chest might conceal crucial clues related to the heart of the ocean. Undeterred by the peril, he reached out once more towards the chest. The instant his fingers brushed against it, a blinding light erupted from the chest, enveloping Aiden within its brilliance. The crew gasped, rushing forward to rescue him. But the radiance was too intense, preventing them from approaching. Within the light, Aiden found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by a vast expanse of starlit sky, where countless brilliant stars twinkled. Before him stood a colossal figure, its features obscured, yet exuding an aura of immense authority. "Why do you disturb the tranquility of this ruin?" The immense figure's voice resonated, seemingly echoing from the depths of the cosmos. Aiden steadied himself and declared, "I seek the heart of the ocean to lift the curse upon these waters and save countless souls." The colossal figure fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "The secret of the heart of the ocean lies hidden within endless dangers. Do you truly possess the courage to pursue it further?" Without hesitation, Aiden replied, "My crew and I have resolved that, no matter the hardships that lie ahead, we shall not waver." The imposing figure appeared to nod slightly before saying, "In that case, I shall offer you a hint that at the deepest recesses of this mysterious sea lies an island forgotten by time, upon which stands an ancient temple. The heart of the ocean is concealed within that temple. Yet, to reach it, you must confront foes even more formidable than those you have faced thus far. Are you prepared?" Aiden resolutely answered, "I am ready." As his words faded, the blinding light gradually dissipated, and Aiden found himself back within the ruins. He relayed the colossal figure's words to his crew, whose eyes reflected a mix of concern and unwavering determination. They lifted the treasure chest from the pedestal, uncertain of its contents, yet confident it was a vital clue in their quest for the heart of the ocean. With the chest in hand, they departed the enigmatic ruins and returned to their ship, setting sail deeper into the mysterious sea to confront new challenges and journey towards the island forgotten by time. During their voyage, Aiden's pirate crew studied the treasure chest while preparing for the arduous trials that lay ahead. They understood that the road before them remained long and fraught with difficulty. Yet their conviction blazed like an unquenchable flame. Chapter 38. The Perilous Island. Faith as solid as rock, Aiden's pirate crew navigated at full speed towards the island forgotten by time, clutching the treasure chest acquired from the mysterious ruins. The sea winds howled, and the waves surged violently, as if the ocean itself were testing their resolve. Amidst the vast expanse of water, tales of the mysterious island circulated quietly among the crew. It was said that this island concealed an enormous treasure, not merely gold and silver, but rare artifacts left behind by an ancient and enigmatic civilization. These treasures were said to harbor potent and mystical powers. Whoever could gather them and unlock their secrets would wield dominion over certain arcane elements, gaining unparalleled authority. However, the path to this treasure was fraught with peril. Legend spoke of powerful enchantments and seals guarding the island, watched over by fierce monsters and enigmatic guardians. Many years prior, numerous intrepid adventurers, lured by the tales of treasure, had set foot on the island, but none ever returned, their fates forever entombed in that mysterious land. The crew gathered on the deck, meticulously polishing their weapons while quietly discussing the unknown challenges and the alluring treasures that awaited them. The mysterious island loomed in their minds, evoking a mix of anticipation and trepidation. After several arduous days at sea, the lookout exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Captain, I see the island. It's right ahead." Aiden, upon hearing this, swiftly grasped his spyglass. Before him emerged a colossal island, shrouded in a veil of mystical mist. With towering peaks and dense jungles barely visible beyond the fog as the ship approached the island, Aiden led the crew cautiously ashore. The moment they set foot on the land, a mysterious aura enveloped them. The ground beneath their feet exuded an ancient power, evoking both wonder and reverence. They proceeded along a winding path into the interior of the island, flanked by trees that formed a canopy overhead, allowing only dappled sunlight to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from ahead, as if a great beast was issuing a warning. The crew instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Aiden gestured for silence and cautiously advanced. Not far ahead, a massive black panther leapt from the thicket, its inky coat gleaming ominously, eyes glinting with ferocity as it unleashed a deafening roar at the gathered crew. "Be cautious. This panther is formidable," Aiden cautioned. The crew quickly dispersed, forming a protective circle. The panther, unperturbed by their encirclement, lunged at the nearest crew member. The sailor raised his sword in defense, the panther's sharp claws clashing against the blade, sending sparks flying. Observing this, the other crew members unleashed their elemental powers against the panther. Some ignited flames, attempting to scorch the beast, while others summoned ice shards that hurtled towards it. However, the panther was remarkably agile, deftly maneuvering through their attacks and evading most of the strikes. Seizing an opportunity, it pounced once more, toppling a crew member to the ground. Aiden rushed forward, wielding his long knife to strike the panther's back. Wounded, the panther relinquished its hold on the sailor, pivoting to charge at Aiden. A fierce close-quarters battle ensued between Aiden and the panther, each refusing to yield. With the crew's combined efforts, the panther gradually began to tire. Sustaining multiple injuries, the IT let out a final, defiant roar before retreating into the thicket. The crew exhaled in relief, yet they knew this was merely the first trial on the island, and the legendary treasure likely lay shrouded in even greater dangers. They pressed onward until they arrived at a marshland. A noxious odor permeated the air, and gas bubbles rose ominously from the mire. Aiden picked up a stone and tossed it into the swamp, which was instantly swallowed by the muck. "Everyone be cautious. This bog is treacherous. Follow my lead and watch your step." Aiden spoke that he cautiously traversed the edge of the swamp, searching for a safe path, with his crew following him in single file. Suddenly, one of the crew members slipped and fell into the mire. He struggled in terror, and the more he fought, the faster he sank. "Don't panic. Grab this rope." Aiden swiftly threw out a line, and the other crew members rushed forward to assist, pulling the unfortunate sailor from the swamp with combined effort. After much toil, they finally emerged from the quagmire, only to be met by the sight of an ancient castle ahead. Its walls were entwined with creeping vines, and the heavy door stood resolutely shut, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. There was a legend surrounding this castle, whispered to conceal a portion of the treasure's clues. It was said that a guardian of a long-lost civilization had left behind vital information within its confines, and only through a series of arduous trials could one discover the true path to the treasure's location. Aiden approached the grand entrance, scrutinizing the intricate carvings upon the door. These engravings seemed to narrate the island's ancient history. Though their meanings remained elusive, he attempted to push the door, yet it would not budge at that moment. A volley of arrows suddenly shot forth from the castle's battlements, aimed at the crew. They quickly ducked for cover, their timely reflexes sparing them from harm. "We must devise a way to open this door, or we shall be perpetually under attack," Aiden remarked. Furrowing his brow, he meticulously examined the area surrounding the door and discovered a peculiar mechanism nearby. inscribed with symbols that appeared to be related to the runes he had seen earlier. Drawing upon his past experiences, Aiden began to decipher the mechanism, pressing the symbols in accordance with his deductions. As he pressed the final symbol, the door creaked open with a heavy groan. The crew stepped into the castle, where the dim light and the scent of antiquity enveloped them. The great hall was adorned with numerous ancient statues, their visages eerily lifelike, yet imbued with an unsettling presence. As they advanced deeper into the hall, the statues seemed to come to life, brandishing weapons and launching an assault on the crew. Counterattack! Aiden bellowed, and the crew immediately engaged in fierce combat with the animated figures. The statues possessed immense strength, each strike delivering a tremendous impact. Despite their valiant efforts, the crew began to feel the strain. Aiden observed that the statues appeared to move in a certain rhythm. Keenly watching their actions for weaknesses at last, he discerned that the statues paused briefly after each attack. Seizing this moment to strike at their joints seemed to inflict greater damage. Following Aiden's lead, the crew adjusted their strategy. With their synchronized efforts, they eventually vanquished the reanimated statues, which collapsed to the ground, returning to their original forms. Continuing deeper into the castle, they arrived at the entrance to a vast underground chamber. A mysterious glow emanated from within, beckoning them to descend. Aiden guided his crew slowly into the depths, where an array of treasure chests and enigmatic artifacts awaited. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal ball radiating dazzling light. According to legend, this crystal was intricately linked to the treasure, potentially serving as a key to unraveling its secrets, or as a source of formidable power guarding the treasure. However, disturbing it might unleash a cascade of unforeseen dangers, yet might also yield crucial insights regarding the treasure. As Aiden approached the pedestal, he could sense the powerful energy pulsating from the crystal. Just as he reached out to touch it, a chilling laughter echoed through the chamber. "You foolish intruders, daring to trespass in my domain and disturb my slumber." A deep voice reverberated ominously. Moments later, a shadowy figure cloaked in black robes emerged from the darkness, its face concealed in shadow, yet an aura of malevolence emanated from it, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired. "I am the guardian of this island." "Your intrusion shall not go unpunished," the figure snarled, raising its wand to unleash beams of dark energy towards the crew. The crew scrambled to evade the onslaught as the beams struck the surrounding walls and treasure chests, shattering them into fragments. "Everyone, be cautious. Target his wand," Aiden commanded. The crew unleashed their elemental powers, directing their attacks at the dark figure's wand. The cloaked figure, noticing their assault, sneered and began chanting incantations. Suddenly, a swarm of black phantoms surged forth from the corners of the chamber. Lunging at the crew, caught in a dire predicament, they had to evade the figure's attacks while contending with the spectral onslaught. Yet, they refused to yield, fighting back with unwavering resolve in the heat of battle. Aiden discerned that the phantoms seemed to fear the light. Scanning the chamber, he spotted several burning torches. Grabbed the torches, used the flames to drive away the phantoms. Aiden shouted. The crew swiftly seized the torches and brandished them against the dark apparitions. The light from the flames indeed deterred the phantoms, causing them to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts on the dark figure. With their combined strength, they gradually breached its defenses. The figure's wand emitted a blinding flash before snapping in two with a resounding crack. Enraged at the loss of its wand, the dark figure let out a furious roar and charged at the crew, brandishing dark energy in a final desperate assault. Undaunted, the crew met the figure head-on, engaging in a climactic struggle. After an arduous battle, they ultimately defeated the dark figure, which collapsed to the ground and dissipated into a wisp of shadow, vanishing without a trace. That moment, the chamber was illuminated with a brighter light, and the crystal ball sparkled with renewed brilliance. Aiden approached the crystal and gently touched it. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind, revealing the precise location of the heart of the ocean and the means to obtain it. It turned out that the heart was hidden in the depths of the island, within a sealed temple. To acquire it, one must unravel a series of intricate seals and confront the powerful guardian beast that protected the sanctuary. Furthermore, The heart was said to be the core of the treasure, possessing the ability to lift the curse shrouding the mysterious waters and holding ties to the rare treasures left behind by the fabled ancient civilization. Once all related items were gathered and their mysteries unraveled, the true gateway to the treasure could be unlocked, granting dominion over the enigmatic elements of the world. Aiden relayed this information to his crew, their expressions a blend of excitement and apprehension. However, they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. Fueled by newfound hope, they departed the underground chamber, embarking towards the island's innermost depths. Along the way, they encountered numerous hardships, yet their steadfast belief and indomitable will empowered them to overcome each obstacle. Eventually, they arrived before the fabled sealed temple. The temple radiated a sacred and mysterious aura, its surroundings adorned with intricate sealing runes. Aiden's pirate crew stood before the temple, gazing at the tightly shut door, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the secrets to be unveiled and determination to conquer the impending trials. They knew this was the final barrier in their quest for the heart of the ocean, and they would give their all to break through this last obstacle, unravel the secrets of the heart, and lift the curse that loomed over the enigmatic waters, while taking a monumental step towards the legendary treasure. Although the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, their conviction stood unwavering, akin to an eternal beacon lighting their path forward. Chapter 39. The Enigma of Dual Hearts. The ultimate challenge. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the sealed temple, gazing at the closed door, their hearts filled with both anticipation for the secrets soon to be revealed and trepidation for the unknown challenges ahead. I could see that moment. Aiden clutched the heart of the ocean, feeling its mysterious power resonate within him, as if it whispered to his very soul. The ancient legends surrounding this temple were steeped in enigma. It was said to be not only the final barrier guarding the heart, but also to conceal deeper connections to the legendary treasure. Countless treasure seekers had attempted to approach, only to be repelled by the temple's arcane forces, with many never returning. Taking a deep breath, Aiden stepped forward to examine the sealing runes on the door. These symbols flickered with an otherworldly light, seemingly warning any visitor against rash actions. Drawing upon his prior experiences in deciphering mechanisms, Aiden sought to unravel the mystery of the runes. Everyone, stay alert. The defenses of this temple are surely formidable. He cautioned his crew. The crew nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes resolute as they surveyed their surroundings. Aiden retrieved a mysterious artifact he had acquired during their previous adventures, hoping it would assist him in unlocking the door's seals. He chanted incantations, guiding the apparatus with specific spells, while bringing it closer to the runes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted between the apparatus and the runes, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. With a deep rumble, the grand door slowly creaked open, unleashing an ancient and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. Inside the temple, the light was dim, with only a few feeble glimmers emanating from the gems embedded in the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. Aiden led the crew cautiously inside, each step feeling as though they were treading on the precipice of the unknown. As they entered the temple, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and in an instant, beams of laser light shot forth from all directions. "Get down," Aiden shouted, and the crew swiftly scattered to avoid the onslaught. The lasers grazed their bodies, leaving charred marks on the floor and walls. "This temple is riddled with traps. Stay close and be vigilant," Aiden commanded as they continued their exploration. Navigating the narrow passageway, they encountered various ancient artifacts on either side, some radiating an eerie glow while others exuded a chilling aura. As they progressed, a vast circular hall emerged before them. The floor was intricately engraved with complex patterns, seemingly narrating ancient tales of the heart of the ocean and the mysterious treasure it guarded. Though their meanings remained elusive, in the center of the hall stood a towering stone pedestal, upon which rested a vessel emanating a ghostly blue light, the very essence of the second heart of the ocean they sought. "Look, there lies the second heart of the ocean," one crew member exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could indulge in their elation, a sinister roar echoed around the hall. From the shadows, a horde of bizarre creatures surged forth. Resembling colossal wolves cloaked in black scales, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light as they lunged at the crew. "Prepare for battle!" Aiden cried, and the crew quickly formed a protective circle. Bracing themselves for the onslaught, these creatures moved with remarkable speed, reaching the crew in the blink of an eye. They opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at the sailors. The crew swung their weapons in defense. But the blades merely sparked against the creatures' tough hides, failing to inflict significant damage. "Focus your attacks on their underbellies. That may be their weak point." Aiden observed their assault patterns and shouted instructions. The crew immediately adjusted their strategy, aiming for the vulnerable spots beneath the creatures. Some crew members summoned elemental forces, conjuring sharp ice spikes to pierce the creatures' bellies, while others thrust their swords with all their might. At last, one creature was struck in its underbelly, letting out a pained howl as it momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the crew intensified their attacks, successfully driving the creature back. However, the remaining beasts did not relent and continued their frenzied assault. The battle grew increasingly fierce, although the crew began to uncover effective tactics. The sheer number of creatures posed a mounting challenge. Just then, Aiden noticed a series of protruding mechanism buttons on the walls of the hall. Suspecting they might be connected to the creature's appearance, he dashed toward the wall, risking an attack from the beast. As he approached, one creature lunged at him. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack, and pressed one of the buttons. As the button was activated, a number of the creatures suddenly slowed, seemingly caught in some form of restraint. The crew, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of morale and fought even harder against the remaining beasts. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled all the creatures, each member panting heavily yet radiating the glow of triumph. "Let us rest for a moment to regain our strength. We must prepare for the formidable guardian of the heart of the ocean that lies ahead," Aiden instructed. The crew found places to sit and took a moment to recuperate. Moments later, as they readied themselves to advance, a low, authoritative growl emanated from behind the glowing vessel. A colossal creature emerged. Resembling a dragon, its body adorned with scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, it bore two massive horns atop its head, and its eyes glowed like raging flames, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread. "This is the guardian of the heart of the ocean. Proceed with caution, for its power will surely exceed our expectations," Aiden warned the crew. The creature slowly approached the center of the hall, towering over the crew, as if scrutinizing the intruders who dared to invade its domain. Suddenly, it opened its maw wide and unleashed a frigid gust, a torrent of icy wind that surged toward the crew like a raging icefall. The crew scrambled to evade the onslaught, employing their elemental powers to counter the freezing blast. Some conjured massive flames in an attempt to melt the frost. Others summoned powerful gusts of wind to redirect the icy breath. Yet the creature's cold was too formidable. The flames extinguished instantly, and the winds barely altered the course of the icy blast. "Aim for its horns. That may be the source of its power," Aiden shouted, dodging the frigid assault while observing the creature. The crew swiftly redirected their attacks, channeling their elemental forces toward the creature's horns. Sensing the threat, the beast whipped its tail, a massive appendage akin to a thick whip. Striking toward the crew, they leapt to evade, but some were caught off guard, crashing to the ground as the tail swept by. Yet they refused to yield, enduring their injuries and continuing to strike. Through their collective efforts, the creature's horns were struck multiple times, eliciting an enraged roar as its scales began to shimmer with renewed brilliance, indicating it was gathering even greater power. "Prepare for its imminent, more devastating attack," Aiden shouted. Indeed, the creature opened its maw once more, this time exhaling an even more frigid gust, wider and more menacing than before. The crew exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the assault, with some shielding their companions with their own bodies, enduring the biting cold. Just as they thought they could not hold on any longer, Aiden suddenly recalled the power of dawn he had acquired during a perilous previous adventure. A force he had yet to fully unleash. He focused his mind, channeling the dawn power within him, and thrust his hands forward. A radiant beam of light erupted from his palms, resembling the first light of dawn. Colliding with the creature's icy breath in the clash of light and cold, the creature's freezing power began to wane. The crew seized the opportunity, once again concentrating their efforts on attacking the creature's horns. After a fierce battle, they finally triumphed over the beast. It released a thunderous roar before gradually collapsing, its luminescence dimming away. That we have succeeded, one crew member exclaimed with exhilaration. The crew approached the vessel radiating ghostly blue light, gazing at the second heart of the ocean within, their hearts brimming with excitement. Aiden carefully lifted the heart. The moment he did, a powerful energy surged into his being, and he sensed a remarkable connection between the two hearts of the ocean, as if they were two halves of a singular entity. Now, we are one step closer to unraveling the secrets of the mysterious treasure, Aiden declared, with both hearts of the ocean in hand. The crew departed the temple, aware that while they had made significant progress, their quest for the enigmatic treasure was far from over. Countless challenges still awaited them on the horizon. Yet, at this moment, they were filled with the dawn of hope, united by steadfast belief and collective strength, convinced that they would gather all items related to the treasure and unlock the supreme authority that commanded the mysterious elements of the world. After leaving the temple, they embarked on a new journey, continuing their exploration of the mystical island, steadily advancing toward the goal of unveiling the treasure's secrets. Along their path, they encountered more mysterious mechanisms and ferocious creatures. But armed with their accumulated experience and seamless teamwork, they overcame these obstacles with success. As they pressed forward, they uncovered various clues and relics connected to the treasure, further solidifying their belief that they were drawing ever closer to the enigma. Despite the road ahead remaining fraught with uncertainties and dangers, the faith of Aiden's pirate crew stood unwavering, like an unquenchable lighthouse guiding them boldly onward in their quest for the mysterious treasure. They arrived at a hidden valley on the island, shrouded in a mystical fog, within which ancient architectural ruins could be faintly discerned. Aiden led the crew into the valley, and as they stepped inside, they felt a peculiar force tugging at them. Be cautious. The energy here is somewhat strange, Aiden warned. They followed a winding path through the valley, flanked by oddly shaped trees, some of which bore strange symbols carved into their trunks. As they progressed, a massive stone door appeared before them, firmly shut and adorned with even more intricate and cryptic runes. Aiden approached the door, scrutinizing the runes closely in an attempt to decipher their meaning. He discovered that these runes appeared to possess a subtle connection to the ones he had previously encountered in the temple and the castle. Drawing on his past experiences, he began to attempt deciphering the runes inscribed on the stone door. After considerable effort, he finally unearthed the method to unlock it, pressing several mechanism buttons on the stone door in a specific sequence. With a deep, resonant sound, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of an even more ancient and mysterious aura. Inside lay a vast cavern, filled with an array of treasure chests and enigmatic artifacts, surrounded by several ancient statues standing sentinel. Surely, something of great significance related to the treasure is concealed within, Aiden remarked. The crew members eagerly stepped into the cavern, commencing a meticulous search. Just as they were scouring the area, a haunting melody suddenly reverberated through the cavern, as if celestial harmonies from a bygone era were echoing forth. As the music played, the statues seemed to spring to life, brandishing weapons and launching an assault upon the crew. "Counterattack!" Aiden shouted, and the crew immediately engaged in combat with the statues. The statues displayed formidable strength, each strike carrying immense force. Although the crew fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves struggling. Aiden noticed that the statues appeared to act according to a certain pattern. He attentively observed their movements, seeking a flaw. At last, he discerned that the statues paused briefly after each attack. Seizing this opportunity to strike their joints seemed to inflict greater damage. Following Aiden's guidance, the crew adjusted their offensive strategy through their seamless cooperation. They ultimately vanquished the resurrected statues one by one. As the statues collapsed, they reverted to their original forms. Continuing their search within the cavern, the crew stumbled upon a grand stone pedestal, upon which rested a dazzling treasure chest radiating brilliant light. This chest seems extraordinary. Perhaps it holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the treasure, Aiden stated. He approached the pedestal, preparing to grasp the chest. The moment his hand brushed against it. An eerie laughter echoed through the cavern. Did you think you could acquire the treasure so effortlessly? You are gravely mistaken. A deep voice reverberated within the cavern. Following this, a figure cloaked in a dark robe emerged from the shadows. The face of the robed figure was obscured in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable, yet the malevolent aura emanating from it sent shivers down their spines. "Who are you?" Aiden inquired. "I'm the final guardian of this treasure. You shall not take what belongs to me." The robed figure hissed menacingly. With that, the figure waved its wand, unleashing beams of black light directed at the crew. The crew hastily dodged, the beams striking the surrounding walls and treasure chests, obliterating them in an instant. "Everyone, be cautious. Attack his wand," Aiden commanded. The crew summoned their elemental powers and targeted the robed figure's wand. Observing their assault, the figure scoffed and began chanting incantations. Suddenly, a swarm of dark specters surged forth from the cavernous corners, lunging at the crew found themselves in a predicament, having to evade the attacks of the robed figure while contending with the onslaught of the black specters. Yet they did not falter. Continuing to resist with unwavering tenacity, in the heat of battle, Aiden realized that the black specters seemed to recoil in the presence of light. He scanned the cavern and spotted several burning torches. "Grab the torches, use the fire to repel the specters," Aiden directed fervently. The crew swiftly seized the torches and waved them at the dark specters. Indeed, the light from the torches deterred the specters, causing them to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, the crew concentrated their efforts on attacking the robed figure. Under the combined force of their assault, the figure's defenses began to crumble. Its wand emitted a blinding flash before snapping in two with a resounding crack. Upon witnessing the destruction of its wand, the robed figure let out a furious roar, charging recklessly at the crew, hands ablaze with black energy, attempting a final stand. The crew displayed no fear, meeting the figure head-on in a climactic confrontation. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark figure. It collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. In that moment, the cavernous illumination intensified, the once dazzling treasure chest now gleaming even more brilliantly. Aiden approached the chest and lightly touched it. Instantly, a series of images flashed through his mind, revealing the precise location of the treasure and the final steps required to unlock it. The treasure was concealed deep within the island, in a place sealed by powerful magic. To access it, not only were 2 ocean hearts required, but all the items previously collected during their adventures related to the treasure must be placed in specific positions, followed by the unraveling of a series of intricate magical seals. Aiden relayed this information to the crew, their expressions a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Yet, they understood that having come this far, there was no turning back. With the treasure chest in hand, they departed the cavern and set forth towards the island's depths. Along the way, they encountered numerous hardships, yet through steadfast faith and indomitable will, they overcame each trial. Ultimately, they arrived at the site sealed by powerful magic. An overwhelming sense of mysterious energy emanated from this place, evoking both reverence and trepidation. The Aiden pirate crew stood before the seal, gazing at the enigmatic barrier, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the treasure they were about to unveil and the unknown challenges that lay ahead. They knew this was the final hurdle in their quest for the elusive treasure, and they would exert every effort to overcome this last obstacle, unravel the secrets of the treasure, and unlock the door to the supreme authority over the mysterious elements of the world. Despite the treacherous path that lay ahead, their resolve remained unshakable, akin to an unwavering lighthouse, guiding them forward in their quest for the enigmatic treasure. Chapter 40. The Treasure Revealed. A fateful choice. The Aiden pirate crew, armed with 2 ocean hearts and various items related to the treasure they had painstakingly gathered through countless trials, stood before the heavily sealed site of magical enchantments. The mysterious energy here pressed down upon them like a tangible weight, rendering the air almost palpable, yet the determination in their eyes remained unyielding. According to legend, this final site of sealing guarded a mysterious treasure capable of altering the fabric of the world. Its power surpassed the imagination of mortals, bestowing upon its possessor unparalleled dominion over the mysterious elements of existence. while also concealing myriad miraculous effects capable of altering destiny. However, to unlock it, they would undoubtedly face the most stringent of trials. Taking a deep breath, Aiden stepped forward, scrutinizing the exceedingly complex magical seal before him. The seal shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining into various mysterious runes and patterns, seemingly conveying an ancient and solemn warning. Those who intrude shall bear unimaginable consequences. Everyone, stay alert. This is the final test. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. Aiden proclaimed, his voice echoing in the oppressive silence of the space. The crew responded in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons or channeling their inner elemental forces. Bracing for the imminent, unknown challenges, drawing upon his past experiences in deciphering numerous mysterious mechanisms and seals, Aiden devoted himself to the study of the seal before him. He retrieved several mysterious tools acquired during their adventures. These implements had proven pivotal at critical moments, and he hoped they would again aid him in unraveling this final enigma. Chanting incantations, he activated the tools and cautiously brought them near the seal. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted between the tools and the seal, the light intensifying and causing the surrounding air to tremble, just as the crew believed they were on the verge of successfully breaking the seal. A sudden and overwhelming force erupted from the seal, violently drawing all of Aiden's tools within. Instantly, a blinding beam of light shot forth from the seal, hurtling towards Aiden and the crew. "Get back!" Aiden cried out, and the crew hastily scattered. The light grazed their bodies, leaving deep, searing marks upon the ground, the scorching heat distorting the air around them. "This seal is more formidable than we imagined. We must observe closely for alternative methods of unlocking it," Aiden remarked, his brow furrowed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the seal, searching for a new breakthrough. As the crew regrouped, preparing to attempt the seal once more, the environment suddenly shifted. A chilling howl filled the previously silent space. As though countless tormented souls were lamenting, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures erupting from all directions, releasing tendrils of black mist that swirled ominously, revealing distorted shapes flitting within. "What is happening?" a crew member exclaimed in terror. "It seems we have triggered the seal's defense mechanism. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle," Aiden shouted loudly, gripping his weapon tightly, braced for the impending confrontation. As the fog thickened, the bizarre silhouettes gradually became clearer. They resembled humans, yet were grotesquely deformed, exuding a foul stench, their eyes glinting with an eerie red light, emitting bone-chilling howls as they lunged toward the Aiden pirate crew. "Maintain formation, do not panic," Aiden commanded, directing his crew to swiftly form a tight defensive circle, standing back-to-back to counter the attacks from all directions. These strange creatures moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Their sharp claws lunged fiercely at the crew members. The sailors fought valiantly, swinging their weapons to fend off the onslaught, the clash of blades and claws sparking in the air. However, the creatures' bodies were unnaturally tough, leaving only shallow marks from the crew's attacks, failing to inflict any substantial damage. "Concentrate elemental power to strike their heads. That may be their weak point," Aiden shouted, defending against the onslaught. The crew immediately adjusted their strategy, unleashing their elemental powers to coalesce into powerful energy beams aimed at the creatures' heads. Some summoned searing flames, transforming the fire into arrows directed at the targets, while others conjured piercing ice shards propelled towards the foes' heads. Under the combined assault, several creatures were struck in the head, emitting agonized howls as they momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, the crew intensified their attacks, successfully driving back those few creatures. Yet, more of these beings continued to surge forth from a fog, seemingly tireless and unafraid of injury, relentlessly charging at the crew. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Although the crew gradually discovered some tactics for attack, the overwhelming onslaught began to wear them down. Just as the pressure mounted, Aiden suddenly recalled the great treasure he possessed. Since acquiring it, he had yet to unleash its true power during such a critical moment. Resolute, he decided to gamble everything, channeling the power of the treasure to turn the tide of battle. Aiden focused all his mental energy, slowly infusing it into the great treasure. In an instant, The treasure radiated brilliant light, illuminating the entire space like the blazing sun. The once ominous black fog dissipated rapidly under the light, and the bizarre creatures seemed to be daunted, their speed and force of attack visibly diminishing. Everyone, attack with all your might. Do not miss this opportunity. Aiden shouted, taking advantage of the moment. The crew's morale surged, and they unleashed their full potential, concentrating their elemental powers to launch a more ferocious assault on the creatures. With the treasure's illumination enhancing their attacks, they repelled and vanquished creature after creature, and the black fog gradually faded away. When the last creature was defeated, tranquility finally returned to the surroundings. The fissures in the ground slowly closed, and the eerie howling vanished without a trace. Phew, we have temporarily dealt with these fiends, but the seal must still be unraveled, Aiden said, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling deeply. The crew, though exhausted, still bore resolute expressions, understanding that they were ever closer to their ultimate goal and could not afford to surrender at this juncture. Aiden stepped forward once more, scrutinizing the seal intently. After the fierce battle, he seemed to gain a new understanding of the seal. He noticed several runes had undergone subtle changes due to the previous energy fluctuations, which might serve as new clues to unraveling the seal. Drawing upon his keen insight and extensive experience, he attempted to break the seal again. This time, he refrained from using the mysterious tools and instead relied on his understanding of the rune changes. Manually adjusting the arrangement of certain runes and the flow of energy on the seal, as he worked, the radiance of the seal gradually softened, and the strong repulsive force began to dissipate. Finally, after a meticulous and tense operation, the seal emitted a dull sound before slowly opening, releasing a powerful and mysterious aura. Inside lay a vast treasure trove, filled with an array of wondrous artifacts. Mountains of gold and silver glittered brilliantly, dazzling the eyes of all who beheld them. Yet the greatest draw was not these riches, but rather the enormous crystal pillar at the center of the chamber, housing the fabled great treasure. The great treasure emanated a gentle and enigmatic glow, seemingly containing boundless mysteries. Aiden led his crew cautiously into the treasure chamber, every step taken with utmost care, as if fearful of disturbing the long-slumbering trove. "This is the great treasure we have sought all along," a crew member murmured in awe. However, just as they reveled in the joy of imminent possession, a deep and authoritative voice resonated through the chamber. "Do you think that obtaining the great treasure grants you the freedom to do as you please? The powers of this world are not so easily wielded. Every great force bears its corresponding responsibilities and consequences." The crew gasped, instantly on high alert, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. "You have endured countless trials to arrive here, which is indeed commendable. Yet, before you take the great treasure, you must face a choice," the voice continued. "What choice?" Aiden asked loudly, his gaze betraying confusion and wariness. "This great treasure possesses the power to alter the world. Once taken, it will have profound implications for this realm. You may choose to take it, using it to fulfill your ambitions and desires, becoming the sovereign of this world. But be aware, such actions may ignite countless conflicts and turmoil, plunging the world into endless suffering. Alternatively, you may opt to leave it here, allowing it to continue its slumber and maintain the current balance of the world." The voice explained slowly. Aiden and his crew fell into contemplative silence. They had journeyed through innumerable hardships to reach this moment, yearning for the great treasure to realize their dreams. Yet now, they were confronted with such a daunting decision. If they took the great treasure, they could indeed gain unparalleled power and wealth, fulfilling their long-held aspirations. But as the voice warned, this could also bring catastrophic consequences to the world, causing untold suffering for countless innocents. Conversely, if they chose to leave the treasure, would all their previous efforts be in vain? "Captain, what should we do?" a crew member finally asked, unable to contain himself. Aiden remained silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. "We have witnessed far too many tragedies born from the pursuit of power and wealth. Our quest for the great treasure was initially to seek a force to change our destinies, but it was never intended to bring disaster upon this world." The crew nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Aiden's stance. "Then let us leave it here," another crew member declared. "Indeed, while we forego the great treasure, The friendships, courage, and faith we have gained throughout this journey are the true treasures. Moreover, we have lifted the curse of the mysterious sea, which is no small feat. Aiden smiled. Just as they resolved to leave the great treasure behind, the deep and authoritative voice echoed once more, "You have made a wise choice." In truth, this great treasure offers more than just the options of taking or leaving. It harbors a hidden power that can disperse its strength across the world, allowing everyone to benefit without inciting any conflict or turmoil. Really, how do we accomplish this? Aiden asked, excitement shining in his eyes. You need only place 2 ocean hearts in specific positions on the crystal pillar, and then collectively channel your elemental powers to guide the great treasure's energy, which will automatically disperse according to the established method. The voice explained in detail. Aiden and the crew sprang into action, following the voice's instructions. They positioned the 2 ocean hearts on the designated spots of the crystal pillar and together channeled their elemental powers, gradually infusing their energies into the pillared eye in an instant. The great treasure's glow intensified, revealing countless strands of energy swirling within as the crew's elemental forces flowed into the treasure. Its power began to disperse, transforming into gentle beams of light that soared toward various corners of the world. When the great treasure's energy was fully distributed, the radiance of the crystal pillar gradually dimmed, leaving only the 2 ocean hearts still emitting a faint glow. "We succeeded," a crew member exclaimed with delight. Aiden and his crew gazed at the dimming crystal pillar, feeling a twinge of loss, yet overwhelmingly filled with satisfaction and relief. They understood that they had made the right choice. Although they had not acquired the grand treasure, they had contributed to making the world a better place. "Let us go forth, for new journeys await us," Aiden said, smiling at his crew. Thus, the Aiden pirates, filled with a sense of fulfillment and contentment, departed from the treasury and the mysterious island, embarking on a new voyage. They were unaware of the adventures that lay ahead, yet they believed that as long as they held steadfast to their convictions and possessed courage, they could overcome any challenges that might arise. Despite the path ahead being fraught with uncertainty and peril, their faith stood strong, akin to an unquenchable lighthouse guiding them bravely into their new odyssey. Chapter 41. The Path of Recruitment. With a sense of satisfaction and contentment, the Aiden pirates continued their voyage across the vast ocean. After leaving the enigmatic island, they experienced a relatively tranquil journey. Yet Aiden harbored new plans in his heart. During their previous adventures, although the crew had displayed remarkable bravery, Aiden understood that, in the face of increasingly unpredictable waters and formidable foes, the pirate crew needed to bolster its strength and recruit more capable companions. One day, their ship docked at a bustling port town. The town was teeming with life. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares intertwined with sailors' laughter, and the air was infused with a blend of sea salt and smoke. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the bustling streets, and addressed his crew. "Brothers, as we disembark, we must not only resupply, but also keep an eye out for suitable individuals who may wish to join our pirate crew. Let us all remain vigilant." The crew nodded in agreement and disembarked in an orderly fashion, dispersing throughout the town. Aiden, accompanied by First Mate Jack and several crew members, navigated through the town. They first visited the supply market, procuring fresh provisions, beverages, and materials necessary for ship repairs. Throughout the trading process, Aiden remained attentive to the movements around him, hoping to spot individuals who stood out from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, a young man named Leon was garnering considerable attention. Tall and muscular, with a head of glossy black hair, he stood by a fighting arena, his eyes radiating a fierce determination. A fighting competition was underway, with a substantial prize awarded to the victor. Leon, aiming to earn enough money to treat his ailing sister, had decided to enter the contest. He had already vanquished several opponents, and now stood on the platform, awaiting his next challenger, fists clenched and posture resolute, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were already assured. After completing their procurement, Aiden and his crew were drawn to the excitement of the fighting competition and approached the arena. Upon seeing Leon on the platform, Aiden felt a stirring within him. He recognized the young man's remarkable strength and unwavering resolve in his demeanor. Just then, another challenger leaped onto the platform, a burly man with a brutish appearance. clearly not one to be trifled with. Upon entering the arena, he taunted Leon, "Kid, if you know what is good for you, you'd better get off now, or I'll have you crawling away in no time." Leon merely shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Enough talk. Let us get to it." As the match commenced, the hulking brute lunged at Leon, swinging his massive arms with ferocity, seemingly intent on ending the fight swiftly through sheer brute force. However, Leon remained composed, agilely dodging the man's attack before delivering a swift and precise punch to the brute's abdomen. The man howled in pain and retaliated with an even fiercer assault. The two exchanged blows on the platform, each struggling for dominance, while the audience below erupted in cheers, fervently supporting both combatants. Aiden observed Leon's every move intently, noting not only his exceptional fighting skills, but also his rapid assessment of the situation and his ability to respond appropriately. This only heightened Aiden's belief that Leon was a valuable asset. Finally, after a grueling exchange, Leon seized an opportunity and executed a stunning spinning kick, sending the burly man tumbling off the platform. The crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause. Breathing heavily, Leon stood victorious on the platform aboard the vessel. Aiden introduced Leon and Ava to the other members of the pirate crew, who warmly welcomed the two new companions as the ship sailed onward. Aiden began to contemplate the next course of action. They needed to seek out more treasure and resources to enhance the strength and influence of their pirate band. After much discussion, the crew decided to set sail for the legendary Ghost Island. It is said that this island conceals countless treasures and mysterious powers, but is also fraught with various dangers and challenges. During the voyage, Leon and Ava gradually acclimated to the life of the pirate crew. Leon, with his remarkable combat skills, quickly distinguished himself in the training sessions, emerging as a formidable warrior within the crew. Meanwhile, Ava's archery prowess left everyone in awe. Her precise shots provided formidable support for the crew's long-range attacks. After several days at sea, Aiden's pirate crew finally approached Ghost Island. From a distance, the island was shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog, evoking a sense of eerie foreboding. Aiden stood at the bow of the ship, his expression grave as he warned, "Everyone must remain vigilant. This island is rife with unknown dangers." The crew nodded in agreement, preparing themselves for battle. As the ship drew nearer to the island, a flock of enormous, monstrous birds suddenly erupted from the mist, launching a fierce assault on the pirate vessel. Without hesitation, Leon charged forward, fists raised, engaging in a fierce battle with the monstrous birds. His strength and courage inspired his fellow crew members, who joined the fray, wielding their weapons to fend off the avian assailants. Ava, poised at the edge of the ship, calmly knocked her bowstring, unleashing arrows that flew like meteors, striking the birds' vital points with uncanny accuracy. Just as they believed they were on the verge of repelling the monstrous birds, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several gigantic octopuses suddenly surged from beneath the waves, their tentacles wrapping fiercely around the ship, causing it to sway violently. Many crew members lost their footing and fell to the deck. The tentacles were lined with sharp suckers, and those ensnared found their skin sliced open, blood flowing freely. Observing the chaos, Aiden shouted, "We must deal with these octopuses first. Otherwise, the ship will capsize." The crew quickly adjusted their strategy, with some continuing to fend off the airborne charge. Thus, Aiden resolved to follow the cloaked figures to meet their master, seeking to uncover the truth of the matter. Ava and Leon expressed their willingness to accompany him, while the other crew members remained aboard the ship, poised for support. The cloaked individuals led Aiden and his companions aboard their vessel, setting sail towards a mysterious destination. Throughout the journey, the black-clad figures remained silent, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy gloom. Aiden attempted to extract information from them, yet his efforts proved fruitless. After a considerable time at sea, they arrived at a secluded island that on this island stood an imposing manor, surrounded by dense woods. The cloaked figures guided Aiden and his companions into the manor, leading them to a grand hall. Seated within was a corpulent man, his face adorned with a smile, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. Upon noticing Aiden and the others, the man cheerfully proclaimed, "Welcome, Aiden pirate crew, that I am the master of this place. You may call me Baron." Aiden regarded Baron with caution and inquired, "What business do you have with us?" Baron chuckled lightly and replied, I have heard that you discovered considerable treasures on Ghost Island, and I am quite interested in them. I am willing to offer a handsome price for your treasures. What do you say? Aiden scoffed, declaring, Our treasures are earned through sweat and blood. We shall not easily part with them. Baron's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, saying, There is no need to be so hasty in your refusal. I can offer you other benefits, such as intelligence, weaponry, or whatever else you may desire. Aiden remained silent for a moment, then stated, We have no need for your offerings. We seek only the freedom to explore these vast seas. Observing Aiden's resolute stance, Baron's eyes darkened with malice. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, a host of fully armed soldiers surrounded Aiden and his companions. Baron sneered, Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for being ungracious. Seize their treasures. The soldiers lunged forward, and the battle was imminent. Aiden shouted, Everyone be careful. Leon and Ava promptly prepared for combat. Leon swung his fists, charging at the soldiers with immense strength, sending them flying with each blow. Ava unleashed a flurry of arrows, striking the soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. Aiden, not one to shy away, used his formidable presence to repel the encroaching soldiers. However, the sheer number of soldiers, well-trained and relentless, began to overwhelm the members of the Aiden pirate crew. In that moment, Aiden noticed a mechanism within the hall. With a flash of inspiration, he called to Leon and Ava, Follow me. The three dashed toward the mechanism. Baron, witnessing their actions, was taken aback and shouted, Block their path, but it was too late. Aiden and his companions successfully triggered the mechanism. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall as hidden doors swung open, releasing a swarm of mechanical puppets. These automatons proved formidable, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Seizing the opportunity, the Aiden pirate crew broke free and fled the hall. Seeing their escape, Baron fumed with rage, commanding the soldiers to pursue, but Aiden and his companions had already made their way back to their ship. Once aboard, Aiden and his crew exhaled in relief. They understood that Baron was a formidable foe, and further troubles likely lay ahead. This encounter had only served to strengthen their bond as a crew. They resolved to press on, seeking more treasures and power to enhance their strength. In the days that followed, they faced a myriad of challenges and adversities. Sometimes it was the wrath of nature, other times the onslaught of rival pirate crews. Yet they never wavered. One day, they arrived at a mysterious sea, where the waters shimmered with an eerie purple hue, shrouded in a thin mist. Aiden gazed at this enigmatic expanse. Curiosity igniting within him, he decided to lead his crew in a deeper exploration to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the surface. As their ship ventured into the strange waters, they noticed the environment becoming increasingly surreal. Odd bubbles occasionally surfaced, as if something lurked beneath. The crew felt a sense of unease, yet Aiden encouraged them not to fear and to press onward. Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool appeared before them, its powerful pull threatening to engulf their vessel. Aiden quickly ordered his crew to adjust their course in an attempt to evade the whirlpool's grasp. However, its force proved too great, and they found themselves ensnared, just as despair began to settle in. Ava spotted a massive reef adjacent to the whirlpool. With a spark of inspiration, she exclaimed to Aiden, We can use that reef to escape the whirlpool's pull. Aiden grasped her intent and commanded the crew to steer the ship closer to the reef. Securing it with ropes, after considerable effort, they managed to break free from the whirlpool's clutches. Once stabilized, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, they noticed a floating island not far off, shimmering with an otherworldly light, as if beckoning them. The crew resolved to set foot on the island to discover its hidden wonders. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in the midst of an ancient ruin. Towering stone pillars and enigmatic symbols adorned the site, as if whispering tales of yore. Cautiously, they explored the ruins until they stumbled upon an ancient tome. Within its pages lay accounts of a formidable power, rumored to grant its possessor invincible might. Elated, Aiden and his crew resolved to seek out this power. After arduous efforts, they eventually located the source of the power, a colossal crystal orb. The orb pulsed with immense energy. Yet a formidable force barred their approach. Ava meticulously examined the surroundings and discerned peculiar symbols. She surmised that these symbols might hold the key to unlocking the orb's potential. Consequently, she, Aiden, and Leon dedicated themselves to deciphering the symbols, striving to uncover the means to harness the orb's power. After days and nights of relentless toil, they finally unraveled the mysteries of the crystal. Orbit erupted in a brilliant radiance, enveloping them in its light. Aiden and his companions felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through their veins, significantly enhancing their abilities. Armed with their newfound strength, the Aiden pirate crew departed the floating island. Their ship sailed through the vast ocean, continuing their adventurous quest. At this moment, their hearts brimmed with confidence, believing they could carve out their own legend upon these expansive seas. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their actions had attracted the attention of formidable forces. These powers, coveting their strength and treasures, loomed ominously as a greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 44. The storm of battle. The Aiden pirate crew's vessel sliced through the waves, the crew brimming with newfound confidence from their acquired strength. Yet fully aware that an impending storm was stealthily approaching, that on this day, the sky gradually darkened, and the once tranquil sea began to churn with towering waves, as if the ocean itself was issuing a warning of the imminent clash. Aiden stood at the bow, his gaze heavy with concern, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout shouted hoarsely, "Captain, a fleet of enemy ships is rapidly closing in from behind." Aiden's heart raced as he raised his telescope, witnessing a formidable armada of enemy vessels, their sails billowing high, adorned with various flags that indicated a coalition of different powers uniting against them. All crew members, prepare for battle. It seems we are in for a fierce confrontation. Everyone, stay alert. Aiden's voice rang clear amidst the howling winds of the sea. The crew sprang into action, gripping their weapons tightly. Determination etched into their expressions. Leon stretched his limbs, his fists cracking ominously, while Ava tightened her grip on her bow, her gaze fierce. The enemy ships swiftly converged, the first to strike being a warship adorned with a fearsome sea beast at its prow. Its cannons roaring as cannonballs soared toward the Aiden pirate crew's vessel. In an instant, the sea erupted into towering columns of water, and their ship rocked violently. "Counterattack! Do not let them underestimate us!" Aiden bellowed furiously. The cannons aboard the ship immediately retaliated, their thunderous roars reverberating across the sea, smoke billowing across the waves. Ava steadied herself on the swaying vessel, waiting for the opportune moment, with the swiftness of a shooting star. Her arrows were loosed, striking accurately at the enemy gunners, causing many foes to topple. Leon, eyeing a nearby enemy ship, took advantage of the ropes to leap aboard as he landed on the enemy vessel. He resembled a fierce tiger amidst sheep, swinging his fists in close combat, each blow imbued with tremendous force, pushing back the adversaries. However, the enemy outnumbered them significantly and coordinated their assaults with precision. As ship after ship advanced menacingly, launching fierce attacks from every direction, the Aiden pirate crew began to feel the strain, many crew members injured and collapsing. Yet there was no hint of retreat. They persevered valiantly in their resistance. At that moment, a grand ship adorned with lavish decorations emerged from the enemy ranks, and a man clad in opulent attire stood at the bow, proclaiming loudly, "Aiden, surrender your treasures and that newfound power, or today shall mark your demise." Aiden responded with a cold laugh. "Dream on. Come and take it if you dare." With a wave of his hand, the man summoned a group of warriors clad in peculiar armor, brandishing sharp blades, who leapt from the ship towards the Aiden pirate crew's vessel. These warriors moved with extraordinary agility, launching brutal attacks upon landing. Their blades glinted ominously in the sunlight, effortlessly breaching the crew's defenses, blood splattering across the deck. Witnessing this, Leon dashed towards the warriors, engaging in fierce combat with one particularly tall adversary. Their fists and blades clashed repeatedly, sparks flying with each impact. Leon, leveraging his immense strength and agility, fought the opponent to a standstill. Meanwhile, Ava continuously shifted her position, seeking the optimal angle for her shots, releasing a flurry of arrows to disrupt the warrior's rhythm and provide support for Leon. Aiden concentrated, Channeling the newfound power within him, a faint glow enveloped his form, and then, with a sweep of his hands, a wave of energy radiated towards the surrounding enemy ships. Wherever the wave traveled, the enemy vessels rocked violently, some adversaries losing their balance and tumbling to the ground, their assault momentarily faltering. Yet, the enemy's offensive did not wane. The man in lavish attire issued another command, and more enemy ships encircled them from the flanks, while a group of foes riding flying beasts emerged in the sky. These enemies swooped down upon the Aiden pirate crew's ship, wielding weapons that either unleashed energy beams or hurled flaming chains, posing a grave threat to both the vessel and its crew. The crew scrambled to evade aerial assaults while simultaneously fending off the onslaught from the surrounding enemy ships, the situation growing increasingly dire. As Ava dodged attacks, she struggled to aim at the airborne foes, the swift flying beasts making it difficult for her arrows to find their mark. Leon, too, found himself increasingly challenged in his fight against the towering warrior, narrowly avoiding several slashes from their blades. Just as despair began to creep in, Aiden suddenly noticed that the foes riding the flying beasts seemed to follow the commands of a figure adorned with a distinctive helmet. He thought to himself that if he could eliminate this commander, perhaps he could disrupt their aerial assault. "You hold them off. I will deal with the commander in the sky," he shouted to Leon and Ava. With that, he swung on a rope to gain height, then leaped forcefully into the air. Aiden, utilizing both his innate strength and the newfound energy, adjusted his trajectory as he soared towards the helmeted figure. Meanwhile, Leon and Ava fought fiercely against their opponents. Leon seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that forced the towering warrior back a few steps, then turned to assist fellow crew members against the encroaching ships. Ava, showcasing her exceptional archery skills, finally struck a flying beast's wing. With a mournful cry, the creature plummeted into the sea, along with its rider, as Aiden drew closer to the commander in the sky. The foe realized his intent and directed the flying beast to attack him. Aiden nimbly evaded their assaults, conjuring a sword of light in his hand as he engaged in a fierce aerial duel. The clash of his sword against their weapons rang out, each collision accompanied by bursts of energy. Below, the battlefield remained a struggle for the Aiden pirate crew, who continued to endure. The enemy ship's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, their vessels sustaining considerable damage, masts swaying perilously, seawater seeping into the hold. Yet the crew did not yield. They supported one another, using their bodies to shield against enemy strikes, creating opportunities for counterattacks. After a grueling battle, Aiden finally spotted a flaw in the commander's defenses. Timing his strike, he thrust the sword of light towards the commander's helmet. With a resounding crash, the commander was struck by Aiden's attack and fell from his flying beast. The aerial foes, now leaderless, faltered, their assaults becoming chaotic. Seizing the moment, the Aiden pirate crew launched a counteroffensive, concentrating their fire on the airborne enemies, sending many plummeting into the sea dead on the ground. Leon rallied the crew for a fierce counterattack. Resembling an enraged lion, wherever his fists landed, foes fell. Ava continued to unleash arrows, striking true at the enemy's vital points. Through their collective effort, the enemy began to retreat, their ships turning to flee in disarray. The crew of the Aiden pirate crew cheered victoriously at the sight of their fleeing adversaries. Yet, Aiden understood that this victory was merely temporary. The road ahead was fraught with unknown challenges and formidable foes. Their ships sailed on the ocean, buoyed by the joy of victory and a steadfast belief in the future, preparing to face the next storm. Chapter 45. The calm after the storm and new challenges after successfully repelling the Alliance's assault. The members of the Aiden pirate crew slumped exhaustedly on the deck, gasping for breath. Though their ship had sustained significant damage during the battle, it was still barely seaworthy. Aiden stood at the bow, gazing at the receding enemy vessels, his vigilance undiminished. Following some urgent repairs, the ship's basic navigational functions were temporarily restored. After the battle, Ava and Leon began assisting other crew members in tending to the wounded. Ava skillfully bandaged the injuries of her comrades, applying medicinal herbs, while Leon helped transport supplies, ensuring everyone had food and water to regain their strength. Amidst the flurry of activity, night gradually descended. The waves on the sea began to calm, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Aiden stood on the deck, gazing up at the starry sky, his mind awash with thoughts. Although victorious in this battle, he recognized that their journey had only just begun, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. The following morning, sunlight shimmered on the ocean surface. After a night of rest, the crew's spirits were significantly rejuvenated. Aiden called everyone to gather on the deck to reflect on the lessons learned from the battle. Brothers, although we have triumphed in this skirmish, we must not let our guard down. The enemy is numerous and coordinated, and we exposed many weaknesses during the fight, such as our insufficient defenses and the need for better coordination in our attacks. Aiden stated gravely. The crew nodded in agreement. Leon stepped forward, suggesting, "Captain, I believe we should enhance our training to improve everyone's combat abilities and teamwork." Ava chimed in, "Indeed, we need more weapons and equipment to gain an advantage in battle." Aiden considered their suggestions thoughtfully, deciding to dock the ship at a nearby island for rest and resupply while allowing the crew to train and enhance their capabilities. After a few days of sailing, they finally discovered a suitable island for docking. This island was lush with greenery, had ample water sources, and abundant food resources. The Aiden pirate cruise ship approached the island and anchored. The crew eagerly disembarked, ready to explore. Ava found some precious herbs on the island, excitedly gathering them to create more medicines. Leon, along with several crew members, sought materials suitable for weapon making on the island. Meanwhile, Aiden took a few crew members to search for trading partners, hoping to exchange for essential supplies. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a small village. The villagers lived peaceful lives, regarding the arrival of the Aiden pirate crew with curiosity mixed with caution. Aiden introduced his intentions, hoping to engage in trade with them. After some deliberation, the villagers agreed to the exchange. The Aiden pirate crew traded some treasures they had plundered from the sea for a substantial amount of food, fresh water, and weaponry. During the trading process, Aiden also learned an important piece of information from the villagers. It is said that in a nearby expanse of sea, a mysterious vessel has emerged, laden with precious treasures, but also guarded by formidable protectors. Upon hearing this news, Aiden felt a stirring in his heart. He recognized that this could be a rare opportunity. If they could seize the treasures aboard that ship, their strength would be significantly augmented. Thus, he resolved to lead his crew to that maritime region in search of the enigmatic vessel that on the eve of their departure. Aiden sat alone by the shore, contemplating the path that lay ahead. He understood that this adventure was fraught with uncertainties and peril, yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any obstacles and realize their dreams. At dawn the following day, Aiden's pirate ship set sail once more, heading toward the mysterious waters. The waves were tumultuous, yet the hearts of the crew brimmed with anticipation and courage. They believed that upon these vast oceans, they would create a legend of their own. After several days of navigation, they finally approached the enigmatic sea. The waters here were treacherous, riddled with hidden reefs and turbulent waves. Aiden meticulously commanded the ship, steering clear of hazardous zones. Suddenly, a lookout shouted from the crow's nest, "Captain, I see the mysterious vessel." Aiden raised his spyglass and beheld a colossal ship partially obscured on the horizon. The vessel's hull was jet black, adorned with strange symbols and patterns, emanating an aura of mystique. "All hands, prepare for battle," Aiden called out. The crew sprang into action, arming themselves for the impending conflict. As they drew nearer to the mysterious ship, they noticed a cadre of formidable guardians surrounding it. These sentinels were tall and menacing, wielding sharp blades, their eyes glinting with ferocity. "Charge!" Aiden commanded, and the ship surged forward toward the enigmatic vessel. The guardians, realizing their approach, roared in fury and surged toward them. Ava stood at the bow, drawing her bowstring and unleashing arrows that soared like meteors toward the guardians. Leon brandished his fists, engaging the oncoming sentinels in close combat. Aiden summoned his inner strength, launching powerful assaults against the guardians in the heat of battle. Aiden's crew gradually gained the upper hand. Their relentless attacks pushed the guardians back, many of whom fell wounded. Just as they were about to board the mysterious ship, an overwhelming force suddenly surged forth from it. A colossal figure slowly ascended, shrouded in a veil of black mist, its visage obscured yet exuding an oppressive presence. What manner of beast is this? The crew gasped in alarm. Aiden fixated on the figure, a profound sense of impending danger swelling within him. He understood that this would be the most formidable foe they had encountered thus far. Everyone be cautious. This foe will not be easily vanquished, Aiden warned loudly. The figure emitted a low, menacing growl before charging toward Aiden's ship with alarming speed, reaching them in an instant. Aiden hastily unleashed a wave of energy in an attempt to thwart its assault. But the formidable force effortlessly broke through his defenses, crashing down upon the crew. The crew scrambled to evade the onslaught, yet several were struck and fell injured. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Aiden resolved to take matters into his own hands. He leaped toward the looming figure, engaging it in fierce combat mid-air. His fists collided with the figure's strikes, creating a cacophony of sound. Ava and Leon continued their assault from below, striving to provide Aiden with support. After an arduous struggle, Aiden finally discerned a weakness in the figure's defenses. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a powerful strike that landed squarely on the figure. It let out a pained roar before plummeting into the depths of the sea. Seizing the moment, Aiden's crew boarded the mysterious vessel, discovering a veritable mountain of treasures that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers, their efforts finally rewarded. Yet, Aiden did not allow the triumph to cloud his judgment. He understood that while this adventure had borne fruit, it had also attracted the attention of others. The road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges, necessitating that they continually enhance their strength to survive in these perilous waters. With their hold brimming with treasures, Aiden's ship departed from the enigmatic sea, sailing forth into the horizon, poised to embrace the next challenge. Chapter 46. A new journey and unforeseen trials. After acquiring the treasures from the mysterious ship, Aiden's crew embarked on a new voyage. Sunlight bathed the deck of their ship, as if celebrating their victory. Yet the faces of the crew bore no traces of ease. They all understood that greater challenges lay ahead. Aiden stood at the prow, clutching an ancient map discovered aboard the mysterious vessel. The map was adorned with peculiar symbols and routes, seemingly pointing toward a hidden destination. Aiden studied it intently, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Captain, this map appears quite unusual. Are we truly to follow its guidance in our exploration?" Ava inquired softly as she approached Aiden. Aiden nodded affirmatively. "This may be an opportunity. Having acquired it, we cannot let this chance for exploration slip away. I firmly believe that this mysterious location harbors even more treasures and secrets." Leon joined them, his expression resolute. "The captain speaks wisely. We must not shy away from challenges. After our last battle, our strength has increased, and we can face any adversity." Ava, reassured by their determination, gazed toward the distant horizon and said, "Very well. Since you both have made your decision, I shall lend my full support." Thus, Aiden's crew set sail toward the mysterious land as indicated by the map. Their journey was fraught with difficulties. At times, they encountered inclement weather, with violent storms threatening to tear their ship asunder. At other times, they faced ferocious sea beasts intent on attacking the vessel to seize their treasures. Yet, the crew remained undeterred, relying on their unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills to overcome each perilous challenge. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. Before them lay a mysterious sea shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring their path ahead. Aiden carefully commanded the ship, cautiously entering this enigmatic territory. "Everyone, be vigilant. The situation here is unusual and may harbor dangers." Aiden cautioned. The crew armed themselves, watching their surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a massive island emerged ahead, cloaked in swirling mist, as if concealing countless secrets that at our destination. Ava asked. Aiden nodded. "It is quite likely. Let's approach and investigate." As they drew near the island, they discovered a colossal cave. The entrance was etched with strange symbols, evoking a sense of foreboding. "This cave looks perilous. Are we truly to enter?" a crew member asked, trembling with fear. Aiden surveyed the crew and declared, "Having come this far, we cannot simply abandon our quest. I will lead a portion of us inside to explore, while the rest remain aboard, ready to assist. If we encounter danger, we will signal you to come to our aid." With that, Aiden selected Leon and several brave crew members to accompany him into the cave. Inside, the darkness was damp and filled with a pungent odor. They held torches, cautiously advancing, their flames illuminating the path ahead. After traversing for a while, they stumbled upon numerous peculiar murals adorning the cave walls. These ancient illustrations depicted scenes from a bygone era, seemingly narrating a mysterious tale. Aiden examined them closely, striving to glean useful information. These murals are ancient and may hold the key to the secrets of this island, Aiden remarked, as they focused on the murals. A low, ominous growl resonated from deep within the cave, sending chills down their spines. "What is that sound?" Leon asked on high alert. Aiden furrowed his brow. "I do not know, but we must tread carefully. Let us proceed." Following the sound's direction, they discovered a vast chamber within the cave, illuminated by an eerie glow. There lay a colossal beast, slumbering upon the ground. The creature resembled a gigantic lizard, its body covered in impenetrable scales. "What manner of creature is this?" A crew member gasped in terror. Aiden remained calm. "Regardless of what it is, we cannot falter. Prepare for battle." The creature seemed to sense their presence, slowly opening its eyes, which gleamed with a menacing red light. Filled with hostility, IT let out an enraged roar and charged toward them. Aiden and Leon immediately sprang into action. Aiden unleashed powerful energy waves, aiming for the beast's vulnerable spots. Leon engaged the creature in close combat, striking fiercely. The other crew members armed themselves, launching their attacks against the monstrous adversary. The beast proved to be immensely powerful, its scales impervious to most assaults. Its tail and claws were razor-sharp, inflicting grievous wounds upon the crew. Throughout the battle, several crew members were injured, yet they continued to resist valiantly. "This cannot go on. We must find the creature's weakness," Aiden declared. After careful observation, Aiden discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He concentrated his energy, launching a powerful wave toward the beast's eyes. The creature roared in pain as it was struck. Seizing the opportunity, Leon charged forward, delivering a crushing blow to the monster's eye. The creature's eyes were grievously injured, causing it to lose its fighting spirit and collapse to the ground in a futile struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched their final assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. Within the monster's lair, they stumbled upon a trove of precious treasures and an ancient tome. This book chronicled the secrets of the island and hinted at formidable powers. It appeared their bounty was substantial. Aiden gazed at the treasures and the book, a satisfied smile gracing his face. They returned to their ship, laden with their findings. The crew, overjoyed by their safe return, welcomed them with cheers. Aiden proceeded to translate the contents of the book for everyone, revealing that the island was once the site of an ancient civilization. Harboring a potent force, he proclaimed, "This is our opportunity. We must harness this power." The crew unanimously agreed, deciding to linger on the island to delve into the tome's contents and seek a means to master this power. In the ensuing days, they diligently studied and practiced. Ava employed her intellect to aid everyone in understanding the book, while Leon led the crew in physical training to enhance their combat capabilities. After considerable effort, they finally uncovered the method to wield this power, which required activation through a special ritual, demanding a significant amount of energy. Aiden resolved to attempt it himself, but on a moonlit night, he followed the book's instructions to perform the ritual with great success. He activated the power, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if he could command the very world itself. "I have succeeded," Aiden exclaimed with exhilaration. The crew rejoiced for him, aware that Aiden's pirate crew had gained a formidable edge. However, unbeknownst to them, the activation of this power had attracted the attention of others in a distant sea. A mysterious organization closely monitored Aiden's crew's every move. The organization's leader, a nefarious man, coveted this immense power to dominate the entire ocean. Upon learning of Aiden's crew's success, he immediately resolved to dispatch his subordinates to seize last the opportunity one have awaited. The leader cackled. "Once I obtain this power, I shall reign supreme over these waters." Soon after, ships from a mysterious organization appeared near Aiden's crew. Sensing the impending threat, Aiden alerted his comrades. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Our new enemies have arrived. The crew sprang into action. Some hurried to load cannonballs while others checked their weapons for sharpness. Their expressions grave and tense as they exchanged whispered words of encouragement. As the unidentified ships drew nearer, the crew discerned a rather enigmatic fleet. These vessels bore unusual designs, some adorned with menacing sea creatures, seemingly poised to devour their prey, while others radiated a strange glow, shrouded in mystery. The waves churned violently in their wake, exuding an ominous sense of pressure. But on a larger ship, a man clad in a lavish purple robe stood, his cold gaze and arrogant smile betraying his intentions. He proclaimed, "Aiden's pirate crew, your good fortune ends here. Surrender your power, or today shall be your demise." Aiden retorted with a scoff, "Another fool seeking our strength." "Bring it on." Ava, furrowing her brow, cautioned Aiden, "Captain, these individuals do not seem friendly. We must tread carefully." Leon, clenching his fists, chimed in, "What are we afraid of? We've faced numerous battles and won't be easily intimidated." Aiden looked at them, resolutely nodding. "Indeed, united we shall prevail." The battle commenced. Aiden's crew initiated the assault, cannon fire thundering as projectiles rained down upon the mysterious fleet. The cannonballs streaked across the sky, leaving white trails before crashing into the enemy vessels. However, the ships of the enigmatic fleet appeared to possess extraordinary defenses. The projectiles merely sparked upon impact, inflicting minimal damage. "Do not underestimate us," Leon bellowed, rallying a group of brave crew members. "Brothers, follow me. Let's show them what we're made of." The crew responded with fierce determination, shouting in unison, "Aye, charge!" Leon led them in small boats toward the enemy fleet, aiming to leverage their close combat advantage. Meanwhile, Ava commanded the ranged attackers at the stern of the main ship. Drawing her bow, she chanted incantations, imbuing her arrows with magical energy, causing them to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Releasing the bowstring, the arrows soared like shooting stars toward the enemy, seeking to penetrate their defenses. "Everyone, aim carefully and do not waste arrows. Each shot must inflict damage," she urged her fellow crew members. They replied with resolve. "Rest assured, Sister Ava, we shall." Aiden, meanwhile, concentrated deeply, preparing to unleash the formidable power he had mastered. With closed eyes, he felt the surging energy within him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against the enemy. Meanwhile, other crew members busied themselves, assisting with loading cannonballs and observing the enemy's movements, diligently contributing to the battle effort. The mysterious fleet refused to be outdone. Their ships unleashed dark beams of energy, which sped toward Aiden's crew like arrows, intent on wreaking havoc wherever the light reached. The air seemed to ignite, infused with a searing heat. Simultaneously, a cadre of crew members clad in dark robes performed arcane incantations at the ship's rail, their hands deftly weaving spells that conjured massive vortices in the sea, sweeping toward the ship of the Aiden pirate crew in an attempt to ensnare it and disrupt their formation. The two sides exchanged blows, the initial clash proving to be extraordinarily fierce. The ocean was tumultuous, the roar of cannons, cries of battle, and the sounds of energy colliding intermingled, as though composing a brutal symphony of war. Amidst the fierce combat, the Aiden pirate crew soon found themselves in dire straits. A squad led by Leon encountered staunch resistance as they engaged in close combat with the enigmatic fleet. The crew members of this mysterious fleet wielded weapons that unleashed formidable energy and exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading Leon and his comrades' attacks while swiftly retaliating. Leon, grappling with an adversary in close quarters, delivered powerful punches, yet his opponent consistently evaded them with cunning finesse, countering with a weapon that shimmered with light. Despite Leon's best efforts to evade, he sustained multiple injuries, his garments stained crimson with blood. At that moment, a nearby crew member, witnessing Leon's plight, anxiously called out, "Brother Leon, are you all right? Let me assist you," and rushed to join him in confronting the foe. On Ava's side, although her magical arrows inflicted some damage upon the enemy, as the battle progressed, it seemed they had become aware of her tactics and bolstered their defenses. Her arrows found it increasingly difficult to pierce their protective barriers, and the onslaught of vortices caused the ship to sway violently, making it challenging for her to maintain a steady aim. She was forced to divert her attention to countering the ship's erratic movements, significantly diminishing the efficacy of her attacks. Observing her struggle, a fellow crew member skilled in magic suggested, "Ava, why don't we try a different approach to our magical enhancements? It might help us breach their defenses." Ava furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding, "You make a valid point. Let us hasten to implement this strategy." Meanwhile, Aiden faced his own troubles while preparing to unleash his formidable powers. The mysterious fleet seemed to recognize his significance, as several ships united to create disturbances around him. They unleashed beams of interference that interwove into a net of disruption, rendering it difficult for Aiden to concentrate and perfectly channel his inner strength. An older crew member, noticing Aiden's predicament, approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Captain, do not fret. Take your time, that we believe in your capabilities." Aiden offered a grateful glance and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I shall give it my all." Although the situation was dire, the members of the Aiden pirate crew showed no signs of retreating. They encouraged one another, drawing upon their indomitable will and unity to continue resisting fiercely. "Hold strong, everyone! We shall not be vanquished," Aiden shouted, attempting to bolster morale. The crew responded in unison, "Captain, we shall not falter." Just as the Aiden pirate crew found themselves in a precarious position, an observant crew member, while evading enemy attacks, discerned an unusual phenomenon. He noted that the dark-robe spellcasters creating the water vortices emitted a specific frequency of light from their staffs, which flickered several times before casting their spells, as if gathering power. This crew member promptly relayed his discovery to Ava. Upon hearing it, Ava felt a spark of inspiration, sensing it could be a vulnerability to exploit. She swiftly communicated the situation to Aiden, who, after careful observation, concurred, "It appears this is indeed their weakness. If we can concentrate our forces on those dark-robed spellcasters executing the water vortex spells, we might shatter their defenses and turn the tide of battle." Aiden declared. He turned to the surrounding crew members and instructed, "Listen closely. We must adjust our tactics that a portion of us will draw the enemy's attention and distract them. Ava, you lead a group of skilled ranged attackers to quietly target those casting the water vortex spells, preparing for a sudden assault." The crew responded in unison, "Aye, Captain." Ava nodded affirmatively, stating, "Understood, Captain. We shall accomplish this task." Once all preparations were in place, Aiden initiated the attack. He unleashed a portion of his power towards one of the larger vessels of the mysterious fleet, capturing the enemy's attention. They directed their firepower towards Aiden. Attempting to thwart his advance, that opportune moment, Ava seized the chance, issuing a command as she led the ranged attackers to simultaneously launch a volley of specially crafted arrows. These arrows were not only imbued with potent magic, but were also finely tuned to the frequency of light emitted by the staffs of the dark-robed crew members, capable of inflicting maximum damage upon them. The arrows cascaded like rain towards the spellcasters, who were caught unawares and struck by the onslaught. Once the staffs wielded by the dark-robed crew were hit, their water vortex spells faltered instantly, causing backlash and inflicting varying degrees of harm upon them. This sudden assault threw the mysterious fleet into disarray. Their previously tight defense unraveled, and their morale took a significant hit. Seizing the moment, the Aiden pirate crew launched a full counterattack. Leon, despite his injuries, re-entered the fray, brandishing his weapon as he charged toward the enemy vessels, leading his comrades into close combat as he charged. He called out to his fellow crew members, "Brothers, the time for vengeance has come. Charge with me." The crew rallied, shouting, "Forward!" Meanwhile, Aiden focused intently, preparing to unleash all his power for a decisive blow against the enemy. However, just as the Aiden pirate crew believed the tide was turning in their favor, the mysterious fleet unveiled a new maneuver. From the rear of the fleet, a group of individuals clad in silver robes emerged. They were agile and swift, seemingly gliding across the surface of the sea. These silver-clad figures wielded a peculiar instrument, standing at the bow of their ship as they began to play. As the music resonated, an extraordinary force surged across the ocean. The once calm waters began to churn violently, forming colossal waves that surged towards the ships of the Aiden pirate crew, towering high enough to seemingly engulf them whole. Simultaneously, The music played by the silver-clad figures carried an enchanting power. Some crew members of the Aiden pirate crew began to feel dizzy and sluggish, their movements impeded. Everyone be cautious. This music is peculiar. Aiden shouted to his crew. One crew member clutched his head, groaning, "Captain, I feel so dizzy." "What is this sound?" Another echoed. "I too sense something amiss. I lack the strength in my limbs, and at this juncture, responding to the new challenge became exceedingly difficult." The wave's impact caused the ships to rock violently, and the crew had to stabilize themselves while resisting the beguiling music, all while continuing to battle the mysterious fleet, compounding their burdens. Faced with this new predicament, the Aiden pirate crew found themselves in yet another fierce struggle. Leon, leading the crew in close combat against the mysterious fleet, found their movements hindered by the ship's rocking and the influence of the music, rendering them less agile. Their accuracy suffered, while the enemy capitalized on the opportunity to launch more ferocious attacks. Leon, observing his injured comrades, urged, "Hold on, everyone. Do not let them overpower us," a wounded crew member weakly replied. "Brother Leon, I will do my best." Ava attempted to use her magic to counter the wave's onslaught and the music's allure, but she found her magic faltering against this strange force. The arrows she launched veered off course due to the wave's turbulence, and she too began to feel dizzy, struggling to concentrate on her spells that a fellow crew member, witnessing her plight, advised, "Ava, you should take a break. Do not overexert yourself." Ava shook her head resolutely, replying, "No, everyone is fighting with all their might. How can I rest?" Aiden sought to harness his formidable powers to confront the onslaught, yet he too was hindered by the music's interference. The beguiling force echoed in his mind, making it difficult for him to consolidate his strength. Furrowing his brow, he felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, an older crew member approached him, saying, "Captain, do not despair. Let us brainstorm together. We will surely overcome this." Aiden offered a grateful glance, responding, "Thank you, old friend." Despite the challenges, the crew of the Aiden pirate crew refused to yield. They supported one another, drawing upon their resilient spirit to confront both physical and mental adversities, continuing their valiant resistance that we must endure. "We cannot let them triumph." Aiden gritted his teeth, attempting to rally their spirits once more. The crew echoed back, "Captain, we will persevere." In the midst of a grueling resistance, an elderly crew member of the Aiden pirate crew, drawing upon years of seafaring experience, discovered a method to counter the impact of the waves that he noted that when the waves surged, a relatively stable airflow appeared at a specific location on the vessel. If this airflow could be harnessed to adjust the ship's course, it might mitigate the waves' assault. He promptly conveyed this revelation to Aiden, who, upon hearing it, deemed it a worthy approach to try. He turned to the crew and proclaimed, "Listen well, everyone. Following the method suggested by our seasoned sailor, let us attempt to alter our course and see if we can lessen the wave's impact." The crew responded in unison, "Aye, Captain." Simultaneously, Ava, in her battle against the music, also discerned a pattern. She found that when she concentrated on feeling the beliefs deep within her heart, the music's seductive influence diminished. She shared this technique with her fellow crew members, who eagerly tried it and indeed discovered that it could, to some extent, resist the music's effects. One crew member exclaimed with delight, "Ava, this method is truly effective. I feel much better." Ava smiled gently and replied, "That's wonderful. Everyone hold on." With these breakthroughs, the Aiden pirate crew resolved to adjust their tactics once more. They organized a portion of the crew to utilize the elderly sailor's method, skillfully maneuvering the ship to evade the wave's onslaught. Ava led a group of crew members adept at mental resistance, focusing on their inner beliefs while casting spells to counter the music's enchantment, simultaneously launching counterattacks against the silver-robed musicians. She unleashed waves of mental impact magic toward the silver-robed individuals, striving to shatter their musical enchantment. She urged her companions, "Let us all exert our strength together and strive to break their music." The crew responded in chorus, "Understood, Ava." Meanwhile, Aiden concentrated intently, preparing to unleash the formidable power he had mastered. He endeavored to dispel the music's distractions, consolidating the energy within him and waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. When all was in readiness, the Aiden pirate crew launched a new counteroffensive. As the ship deftly evaded the waves, Ava's mental impact magic successfully struck some of the silver-robed figures. Upon being hit, the instruments in their hands emitted a piercing sound before falling silent. With the cessation of the music, the crew's susceptibility to its enchantment also diminished. Seizing the moment, Aiden unleashed all the energy he had gathered toward the flagship of the mysterious fleet. This strike was immensely powerful, radiating a dazzling light from him, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for the flagship of the enigmatic fleet. The purple-robed leader on the flagship turned pale at the sight. He hurriedly invoked all his spells for defense while commanding the other vessels in the fleet to concentrate their fire on Aiden, attempting to thwart his strike. However, Aiden's blow was overwhelmingly potent. The purple-robed leader's defenses appeared feeble in the face of such force. Upon impact, the light caused a tremendous explosion, obliterating the flagship in an instant, with fragments soaring across the sea, generating massive splashes. The purple-robed leader was gravely injured in the explosion, his body swaying dangerously, eyes filled with despair. Witnessing the destruction of their flagship and the injury of their leader, the other vessels of the mysterious fleet lost their will to fight and began to flee. No longer willing to engage with the Aiden pirate crew, the crew erupted in cheers upon seeing the enemy's retreat, aware that the arduous battle had finally ushered in the dawn of victory. One crew member shouted excitedly, "We won." "Haha, that's fantastic." Leon chuckled and added, "Indeed, it's all thanks to everyone's united efforts." Aiden gazed at his jubilant crew, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he declared, "You all have worked hard. This victory belongs to each and every one of us." After the battle, the Aiden pirate crew anchored near a nearby island, allowing the crew to rest and recuperate. Each member bore varying degrees of injury and required time to heal. Ava busily tended to the wounded, utilizing her knowledge of magic to gather herbs from the island and concoct effective healing potions. As she prepared the remedies, she reassured the injured crew members, "Rest well. The potions will be ready shortly, and they will hasten your recovery." Grateful, the injured crew members replied, "Thank you, Sister Ava." Meanwhile, Leon led a team of crew members to inspect and repair the ship, ensuring its safety for the forthcoming voyage. Aiden sat alone on the beach, gazing out at the now tranquil sea, reflecting on the myriad emotions swirling within him. Although victorious, he understood that the vast ocean still harbored greater challenges ahead. They must continually strive to grow stronger to protect themselves and the things they cherished, that we must persist in our efforts, enhancing our strength to face the challenges that lie ahead. Aiden whispered to himself. On this day, the sun shone brightly upon the calm sea, and the Aiden pirate cruise ship sailed steadily as usual. Suddenly, a crew member atop the lookout tower shouted urgently, "Captain, an anomaly in the weather ahead. It appears a formidable force is violently stirring the waters." Aiden's heart raced, and he immediately commanded, "All crew members, prepare for battle. This situation is dire. Do not be careless." The crew sprang into action, swiftly and orderly, some gripping their weapons tightly with resolute expressions, while others hastily readied the cannons, the atmosphere growing tense as if a bowstring had been pulled taut. Before long, the sea before them transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered like a heavy curtain, fierce winds howled mercilessly, and the waves roared as if enraged beasts, surging and crashing with thunderous sounds. At the heart of the tempest, a colossal, oddly shaped ship slowly emerged. Its hull was inscribed with mysterious, cryptic runes, as if sharing ancient, perilous tales, exuding a chilling aura. At the bow of this ship stood a towering figure, muscular and imposing, draped in a black cloak that billowed in the tempest. His gaze was profound, radiating boundless dominance, as if he could quell the tumultuous sea itself. "Aiden pirate crew, I have heard of your recent exploits. Today I, Rex, have come to challenge you and witness for myself whether your reputation holds true." Rex bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, resonating across the tempestuous waters, as if to shake the very heavens. Aiden furrowed his brow, yet his eyes betrayed no fear as he boldly retorted, "Another one seeking to provoke us. Bring it on. The Aiden pirate crew fears no adversary." At this moment, the members of the Aiden pirate crew stood resolutely prepared, Leon clenched his fists, his arm muscles tensing with determination, and he whispered to a nearby crew member, "This enemy appears no ordinary foe. Everyone must tread cautiously." Ava had already readied her bow, focusing intently as she imbued her arrows with magic, their tips shimmering with anticipation, eager to unleash their power in battle and deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. The air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Rex initiated the attack, stomping his foot with such force it felt as though he had struck the very heart of the ocean. In an instant, a dense black aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, spreading rapidly outward, as if it were a tangible force. The sea, feeling the weight of this invisible might, parted in response, forming a deep chasm as though the earth itself had been torn asunder. The Aiden pirate cruise ship was violently rocked by this overwhelming aura, creaking and groaning in agony. Taste my conqueror's haki," Rex roared, his voice dripping with arrogance and confidence. Some ordinary crew members of the Aiden pirate crew were immediately cowed by this overwhelming conqueror's haki, their eyes glazing over, their bodies seemingly ensnared by invisible ropes, rendering them immobile and rooted in place. Seeing this, Aiden inhaled deeply, swiftly centering his focus and unleashing his own conqueror's haki to counter Rex's. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, radiating like a rising sun. With his conqueror's haki surging forth with boundless strength, the two streams of conqueror's haki clashed fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar that seemed capable of tearing the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, the winds and waves of the sea reacted violently to this potent force, rising like small mountains, ready to engulf the ship at any moment. "Not bad, Aiden. You can actually withstand my conqueror's haki." Rex observed, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, though a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Continuing on, he flickered, moving with a speed as swift as lightning, resembling a dark apparition as he hurtled towards the ship of the Aiden pirates. Aiden, undeterred, propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, soaring through the air like an arrow released from its bow. The two figures collided mid-air in an explosive encounter, igniting a fierce battle of fists and feet. Each clash echoed like the collision of two meteors, generating an immense gust of wind that surged forth, transforming the surrounding seawater into towering waves, creating gigantic curtains of water that sparkled under the sun's radiant light. In the throes of this intense melee, Aiden keenly discerned the remarkable resilience of Rex's physique, which seemed as unyielding as steel. Each punch that landed felt akin to striking an impenetrable iron block, sending tremors through Aiden's arms, leaving a lingering ache. It was revealed that Rex was a user of the steel fruit, granting him the ability to transform any part of his body into steel at will, endowing him not only with extraordinary defensive prowess, but also with formidable offensive strength, resembling a mobile fortress of iron. Caught off guard, Aiden was struck in the shoulder by a counterattack launched by Rex. Rex's steel-encased fist, imbued with tremendous force, slammed into Aiden. Aiden felt a colossal force surge towards him, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily onto the deck of the ship, producing a dull thud. "Captain!" The crew gasped in alarm, their faces etched with worry. Ava, witnessing Aiden's injury, felt a surge of panic, her eyes reflecting both concern and fury. Without hesitation, she released the bowstring, sending a magically enhanced arrow hurtling towards Rex. The arrow, trailing a brilliant magical glow, streaked through the sky like a meteor, accompanied by a piercing whistle, as though it sought to tear the heavens apart. Rex, however, remained unfazed, calmly transforming his arm into steel. Shielding himself effortlessly, the arrow struck his iron arm with a resounding impact, sparking a dazzling display akin to ephemeral fireworks in the night sky, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm upon him. "Is that all you've got?" Rex scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Just then, Leon shouted, "Watch me!" He charged at Rex, his body engulfed in a blazing crimson flame. Leon was a user of the flame fruit, capable of wielding fire as a potent weapon in combat. With a sweeping motion of his hands, torrents of fire, resembling serpents of flame, surged towards Rex, enveloping him in a raging inferno, surrounded by flames. Rex remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the raging fire. He leisurely transformed his entire body into steel and strode out of the flames, his iron form glimmering with an eerie red glow, the fire merely adding an air of majesty to his presence. To him, such trivial flames were utterly inconsequential. "Humph, what can such insignificant flames do to me?" Rex declared arrogantly. Seeing the fire ineffective against him, Leon's heart sank, yet he did not relent. He understood the necessity of maintaining pressure on the enemy. Thus, he continued to manipulate the flames, forming them into a colossal sword of fire, which radiated a fearsome heat, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. That he charged at Rex once more, ready to engage in another fierce close-quarters battle. Rex met him head-on, unafraid, and the two once again plunged into a fierce melee, the clang of fire against steel resonating like a dazzling fireworks display upon the vast ocean. On the opposite side of the ship, Rex's subordinates began their assault on the Aiden pirates. Some wielded sharp weapons that glinted ominously in the sunlight, akin to the fangs of a predatory beast, while others cast various bewildering spells, their lights flickering with an enigmatic aura that made them difficult to decipher. Ava led her crew, skilled in ranged attacks, into a fierce confrontation against them, as Ava unleashed arrows and spells in an attempt to fend off the enemy's assault. She noticed that many of her adversaries possessed haki. Though not of the conquerors variety, their armament and observation haki posed significant challenges for the Aiden pirates. The arrows Ava shot were frequently deflected by the haki-coated weapons of the opponents, which seemed to possess an impenetrable shield, easily repelling her projectiles. Furthermore, when she attempted to evade attacks, she found that the enemy's observation haki allowed them to anticipate her movements, as if they could read her thoughts, placing her in perilous situations time and again. "Everyone, be careful. These enemies possess formidable haki," Ava urged her crew, her voice laced with urgency and concern. The crew rallied, coordinating their efforts. Some fired cannons at the enemy's ships, the cannonballs soaring through the air like meteors, crashing into the foe's vessels and sending massive splashes into the sea. Others engaged in close combat, exchanging blows without hesitation. Though at a disadvantage, their indomitable spirit and unity allowed them to persist. Akin to a final bastion amidst the tempestuous onslaught, in the midst of the fray, Aiden rose again from the deck. He gazed at Leon, who was locked in battle with Rex, as well as Ava and the other crew members struggling against their foes. A profound sense of responsibility swelling within him, that he understood that as captain, he bore the weighty duty of leading his comrades to victory and ensuring their safety. He could not allow them to be disappointed. "I must not let them down. I will unleash my full potential," Aiden vowed silently to himself, his gaze resolute and determined. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to summon the power within him. Beyond his conqueror's haki, Aiden possessed a unique fruit ability, the Dream Fruit, as well as a mysterious and potent power known as the Dawn Force. This Dawn Force lay dormant deep within him, akin to a slumbering beast, yet in this critical moment of life and death, he resolved to awaken it fully, combining it with his other abilities to deliver a decisive blow to his adversaries. Aiden focused his mind, first amplifying the capabilities of the Dream Fruit to its utmost limit. Instantly, the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. Rex suddenly found himself enveloped in a dense, white mist, obscuring everything around him, as though he had entered a mysterious realm cut off from the world, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Alarmed, he halted his skirmish with Leon, cautiously scanning the area, his eyes betraying confusion and vigilance. "What is this place?" Rex shouted, his voice echoing in the fog, akin to a cry from another world. Leon, realizing the change in scenery, recognized that Aiden's powers were at play. Seizing the opportunity, he adjusted his stance, preparing to strike as soon as Rex revealed an opening. His eyes glinting with anticipation on Rex's ship, his subordinates also found themselves ensnared in the illusory realm created by Aiden. Some were surrounded by a multitude of treasures, their gleaming allure tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. Others were pursued by ferocious sea beasts, their menacing roars sending them fleeing in terror. Their minds were severely disrupted, the accuracy and efficiency of their attacks significantly diminished. as if they were rudderless vessels lost in a vast expanse of mist. Ava seized this moment to lead her crew in a fierce counterattack. Her arrows and spells, bolstered by the Dream Realm's influence, flew with greater precision towards the enemy. The arrows seemed to possess sentience, weaving through the fog to strike true. Meanwhile, her crew's cannon fire bombarded the enemy ships with renewed vigor, the projectiles navigating the illusion with uncanny accuracy, wreaking havoc upon their foes' vessels, scattering debris in every direction. In their disarray, Rex's side struggled to mount an effective defense, suffering grievous losses as if struck by an unforeseen calamity. Amidst the fog, Rex, relying on his potent observation haki, sensed the surrounding dangers. That he understood that Aiden was the architect of this chaos, and he needed to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, lest he descend into an even more perilous situation. Concentrating intently, Rex unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, aiming to shatter the illusory realm Aiden had conjured. As his haki erupted, the surrounding mist began to show signs of retreat, as if being forcibly torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a glimmer of light from the outside world. Yet, Aiden would not permit him such ease. Aiden amplified the output of the Dream Fruit's abilities, simultaneously awakening the long-dormant dawn power within him. Allowing it to surge like a tumultuous torrent throughout his body, he skillfully integrated the dawn power into the capabilities of the Dream Fruit, rendering the dreamscape even more robust, akin to an indomitable fortress. Concurrently, he unleashed his conqueror's haki once more, clashing it against Rex's own conqueror's haki. The two forces collided within the dreamscape, producing a series of thunderous roars, reminiscent of the war drums struck by a thunder god in the heavens. The entire dreamscape began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse, while the surrounding mists churned and swirled in a frenzy, as though startled at that moment. Leon seized the opportunity, wielding his flaming sword as he charged towards Rex. Preoccupied with countering Aiden's conqueror's haki, the Dream Fruit's powers and the Dawn power, Rex was utterly unprepared to evade Leon's assault. The flaming sword plunged mercilessly into Rex's body, despite most of his form being forged from steel. The flames seeped through the wound, eliciting a howl of agony from him. Rex bellowed, swinging his arm violently and flinging Leon far away. Leon tumbled through the air several times before landing deftly on the ship. Though he had sustained injuries, witnessing Rex wounded brought him a sense of satisfaction. Rex, having been injured, felt his momentum significantly waned. He realized he could no longer continue on this path and needed to alter his tactics. Taking a deep breath, he transformed a portion of his body into steel and charged towards Aiden's ship, intending to use his formidable force to demolish it. Aiden, perceiving the impending danger, quickly directed his crew to evade. The crew sprang into action. Some adjusted the ship's course while others leaped into the sea to temporarily take cover. However, Rex's speed was astonishing, and he was on the verge of colliding with the vessel. In that critical moment, Ava intervened once more. Focusing her energy, she conjured a powerful magical barrier to shield the ship. Rex collided with the barrier, resulting in a tremendous roar as cracks appeared upon its surface. Yet it successfully thwarted his assault. "Well done, Ava!" Aiden exclaimed loudly, his voice imbued with admiration and relief. Blocked by the magical barrier, Rex's fury intensified. He relentlessly rammed his steel body against the barrier, attempting to shatter it. Meanwhile, Ava strained to maintain the barrier, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly indicating the immense pressure of sustaining such a powerful spell weighed heavily upon her, as if she were bearing the burden of a colossal mountain. In this pivotal moment, Aiden activated the Dream Fruit's abilities once more, pouring all his dawn power into it. He crafted an illusion within Rex's mind, convincing him that he had breached the magical barrier and successfully struck Aiden's ship. Deceived by this mirage, Rex ceased his assault on the barrier and began to laugh triumphantly. "Ha! Aiden pirates, your doom is at hand," Rex shouted, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and pride. In reality, he remained outside the magical barrier. And with his cessation of the attack, Ava was able to take a momentary breath, continuing to fortify the barrier's stability. Just as Rex reveled in his false triumph, Leon rose once more, manipulating the flames. He condensed them into a massive, flaming phoenix, which surged towards Rex at great speed. But by the time Rex noticed the flaming phoenix, it was too late to evade. The phoenix collided violently with him, submerging him once again in an inferno. This time, due to his prior injuries, Rex's steel body's defenses had diminished, allowing the flames to swiftly engulf him, eliciting even more agonized cries. Rex struggled amidst the flames, attempting to revert his body to steel to withstand the fire, but found his abilities seemingly hampered, unable to manipulate his form as freely as before. The crew of Aiden's ship, witnessing Rex's turmoil within the fiery depths, erupted in cheers. They understood that the scales of victory had begun to tilt in their favor. Yet at that moment, a melodious flute sound suddenly resonated from Rex's ship. As the notes filled the air, the flames enveloping Rex gradually extinguished, and his wounds appeared to mend somewhat. It turned out that a crew member aboard Rex's vessel had consumed a healing fruit. Through the mellifluous melody, he invoked its restorative powers to aid Rex's recovery. Emerging from the blaze, Rex, though still weakened, possessed an unyielding glint of anger and defiance in his gaze. Don't celebrate too soon. This battle is far from over, Rex roared, his voice laced with stubbornness and resentment. He concentrated once more, releasing his conqueror's haki in an attempt to reclaim his former might. Simultaneously, he began directing his subordinates to launch a more ferocious assault against Aiden's crew. Observing this, Aiden's crew dared not exhibit any signs of complacency. They readied themselves once again, preparing to confront the new challenges ahead. Aiden regarded Rex with a clear understanding that the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, necessitating their utmost efforts to secure ultimate victory. Taking a deep breath, Aiden unleashed the full extent of the Dream Fruit's capabilities while allowing the Dawn power to surge within him like a raging tide. Chapter 49. The Stalemate of Battle. Life and death struggle to clash between Aiden's crew and Rex's faction had reached a state of acute tension, with both sides acutely aware that every movement, every strike could prove pivotal in determining the outcome of this life and death confrontation. Despite having regained some vigor thanks to the assistance of the healing fruit user, Rex's formidable frame still bore the marks of pain, yet the fire of fury in his gaze burned ever hotter. He fixed his gaze upon Aiden's ship, silently vowing to utterly annihilate these audacious challengers. "Humph! Aiden, do not think you can triumph over me. Today marks your demise," Rex bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the sea, causing the surrounding waters to ripple. With that, he unleashed his conqueror's haki with reckless abandon, the dense black aura surging forth like a tidal wave, crashing upon Aiden's crew. The crew of Aiden's ship instantly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, as if countless invisible hands sought to wrench their very soul from their bodies. Some of the weaker-willed members turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. However, tempered by numerous battles, they did not falter, gritting their teeth. They leaned on one another, relying on their indomitable spirit and unwavering trust in Captain Aiden to withstand the onslaught of Rex's haki. Aiden stood resolute at the bow of the ship, his gaze unwavering as a rock. He understood the burden of pressure his crew was enduring, aware that he must shoulder the responsibility of turning the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, he further heightened the capabilities of the Dream Fruit within him, striving to counteract the encroaching influence of Rex's haki and disrupt his movements. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into an even more surreal tableau. The fog thickened, enveloping both ships and personnel like a tangible veil. Within this haze, Rex's subordinates once again found themselves ensnared in the dream traps crafted by Aiden. Some perceived themselves trapped in a desolate desert, the blazing sun hanging high and the oppressive heat unbearable, as the sand beneath their feet seemed alive, surging towards them and rendering them breathless and immobile. Others imagined themselves within a crumbling ancient castle, the walls collapsing around them, causing panic as they fled in all directions, unable to focus on the task of attack. However, Rex was no ordinary foe. Utilizing his potent observation haki, he managed to discern the general situation despite the interference of the dream illusions. Realizing Aiden's intent to weaken their combat effectiveness through the Dream Fruit's powers, he resolved to adopt a proactive strategy to break the deadlock. "Everyone, steady yourselves. Do not be cowed by these phantoms. Charge forward and annihilate them," Rex roared, rallying his men to launch an assault on Aiden's ship. Hearing their leader's call, Rex's subordinates snapped back to reality. Those armed with sharp weapons raised them high, shouting various battle cries as they surged towards Aiden's crew. The haki emanating from their bodies shimmered with a cold light, rendering their weapons even sharper, as though they could effortlessly pierce any obstacle. Those adversaries adept in the art of sorcery unleashed a relentless barrage of peculiar spells as they sprinted forward. Some conjured bolts of black lightning that slithered towards the Aiden pirate crew's vessel like venomous serpents, crackling through the air with an electrifying hiss. Others summoned colossal spheres of water that spun ominously in mid-air before crashing down upon the ship, sending sprays of water soaring high. Meanwhile, Ava steadfastly maintained her position for long-range assaults. Her complexion was slightly pallid, her brow glistening with beads of sweat, yet her gaze remained focused and resolute. She unleashed arrows imbued with formidable magic while simultaneously reinforcing the magical barrier she had previously erected. Her arrows darted through the mist as if guided by an unseen force, striking true at their foes. Each successful hit erupted in a dazzling display of magical brilliance. Some enemies fell lifelessly to the ground, while others found themselves ensnared in the radiant glow, their bodies momentarily paralyzed and sluggish. Nevertheless, the enemy's armed haki significantly impeded Ava's efforts. Many arrows merely sparked upon impact, deflected by the opponent's haki, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Leon, too, was fully engaged in combat. He wielded flames to create a series of blazing firewalls around the vessel, attempting to thwart the enemy's advance. The flames roared in the wind, crackling with ferocity as they seared any approaching foes. Yet, Rex's subordinates appeared undeterred by the flames. Some braved the heat using their haki, while others employed spells to temporarily extinguish the firewalls, continuing their relentless approach towards the ship. Realizing that the flames were ineffective in halting the enemy's advance, Leon felt a tightening in his chest. He understood the dire consequences of allowing the enemy to approach the ship unimpeded. Thus, he waved his hands, condensing the flames into a colossal sword of fire. Its blade radiating an intense heat that exuded an ominous aura. He then charged towards the foremost adversaries, prepared to engage in a fierce melee confrontation. Amidst the chaos of battle, Aiden remained vigilant. He sustained the illusions conjured by the dream fruit while meticulously monitoring the battlefield. Noticing Rex leading his subordinates swiftly towards the ship, Aiden recognized the urgent need to take action to thwart them. Drawing a deep breath, he began to channel the power of dawn within him. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, skillfully merging the dawn's energy with the capabilities of the dream fruit. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and swept his hands forward. In an instant, barriers woven from light and mist emerged along the path of Rex and his minions, shimmering like transparent crystal walls, effectively obstructing the enemy's advance. Rex frowned slightly at this unforeseen development. He had not anticipated Aiden possessing such a trick up his sleeve and halted his advance to scrutinize the newly manifested barriers. Attempting to shatter them with his conqueror's haki, he found that upon contact, his haki merely rippled against the barriers, failing to breach them as he had hoped. "Humph! You think you can stop me? It won't be that easy," Rex roared, transforming part of his body into steel before launching himself forcefully against one of the barriers. With a resounding crash, his steel form collided with the barrier, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Rex was rebounded, his body swaying momentarily, but he quickly regained his balance. Everyone, together, smashed through these barriers. Rex bellowed, rallying his subordinates to attack the barriers in unison. Upon hearing their leader's command, Rex's subordinates sprang into action. Some wielded their weapons to slash fiercely at the barriers, while others unleashed spells to bombard them. In an instant, a cacophony of lights and sounds filled the battlefield, plunging the scene into further chaos. On the Aiden pirate ship, the crew watched anxiously as their adversaries relentlessly assaulted the barriers. Concerned that they might not withstand the onslaught, they feared that should the barriers falter, the enemies would surge onto the ship like a relentless tide, leading to a catastrophic outcome. Aiden sensed the immense pressure on the barriers and recognized that he needed to devise a solution swiftly. He inhaled deeply once more, channeling all remaining power of dawn into the barriers. As Aiden's energy flowed into them, the cracks gradually vanished, the light intensifying. The barriers seemed to gain new life, becoming sturdier and successfully resisting yet another wave of enemy attacks. "Well done, Captain," the crew cheered, heartened by the barrier's renewed strength. However, Rex was far from ready to concede. Realizing that conventional attacks were futile against the barriers, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his conqueror's haki, steel fruit abilities, and all his might. His body expanded, transforming into a colossal figure of steel, akin to a giant made of iron. His haki surged, a palpable black aura coursing around him. "Aiden, today you shall witness my true power," Rex roared, striding purposefully towards the barriers. With each step, the sea rippled beneath him, as if his very presence bore the weight of 1,000 forces.